So we should be live now. Hello, everyone. We are at episode 29 of the TheJadedTalk. Today we're going to finish talking about Junior Jedi Knights. We have book 4 and until book 6. Once again, joined by my lovely co-host Pico. Hello.
Yay! Hello.
Yeah. And yeah, I guess let's just start with what were your thoughts for the last 3 books in this saga here?
I like them. I like them a lot.
Mm.
I think Older is an interesting character, even though he can sometimes be a little annoying and
Yeah.
written a little too annoying for his own
Mhm.
good. But
Mhm.
I like his arc that he goes through. I like the ending.
Yep. Yeah, I had the same thing. It was like at the beginning of the 6th book when I was actually kind of annoyed by him. I was like, okay, it feels like at that point I kind of questioned, like, does he even serve a purpose as a character? But like towards the end, as it got rounded up, everything was over. I was like, okay, no, I actually like where this went ultimately. But yeah, I agree. I mean, I called this stream embarrassingly good, and it's kind of what we talked about last time already. It's great that these books are that high quality, like as they are, but it's
This should
kind
be
of
the
sad.
standard.
Yes, it's sad that this is a junior book, quote unquote, and the adult books, where I mean, your standard should be right that the adult books are all better than these, because I mean, that's just kind of what you'd think, and they aren't. And I think like at the end, I'll just like count. I'll go through all the Bantam books and just look like, is this one better than Junior Jedi Knights? And I feel like we'll come to the conclusion that it's better than the majority of Junior Jedi Knights, which is
You
kind of
mean
cool.
the
I mean, it
majority
made
of
reading
Bantam?
this great. But sorry, what was that?
You mean the majority of Bantam?
Yeah, exactly. The majority of Bantam. Um, I mean, exactly. It makes for a nice reading experience for this book, but yeah, it's kind of not how things should be, ideally. I can see that being the case. I mean, I haven't read Jude Watson. I
Well,
have.
out of the two you've read, well, and
I
and
mean,
and secretly the
there.
third one that you're currently reading, which one's the best?
Ooh, so Junior Jedi Knights or Jedi Prince? Man, that's a tough. Yeah, Junior Jedi Knights is like in the stratosphere, and Jedi Prince is like 6 feet under. Sorry. Yeah, this is by far the best so far, and I'm starting to read Young Jedi Knights, and I mean, I'm not hating it, I guess, but I'm not too crazy about it. So yeah, I can see this being the case. Jude Watson, we'll see. I mean, people really praise her books, so I think maybe they'll at least be worthy competition. But yeah, and that's true. Like, unfortunately, this is so much better than the rest. It's nice for this, but not so nice for the rest, actually. I don't know what any of that means, Fabi, but hello, nice to see you. Children of the Jedi's under. um, the fact that you spasmed out like at the last word and didn't even manage to actually write it out is kind of indicative of this not being the case. No, Children of the Jedi is. Dare I say it's still overrated, even though basically everyone hates it, because literally everyone should hate it. That's kind of that's kind of my position. You can quote me on this. Children of the Jedi is overrated. Still deserves nothing but absolute scorn. Anything above that is too much. Yeah, let's just quickly. So we're gonna start with book 4. Let's just look at this nice little cover here.
Spider.
It's big spider. But I mean, still, we talked about this last time. These covers are fantastic. And once again, even they should be the standard for Star Wars covers. Like, the amount of expressions that the faces have, that still kind of gets me. Dagobah looks pretty nice here. It's obvious that this is Dagobah. We have R2, we have Ikrit, big evil spider monster. Yeah, there's nothing really to say here. Anakin's quest, I mean, yeah, Anakin goes on a quest, kind of. Once again, this book has no German translation, so I have no other title to compare it to. And yeah, this is really all there is to say about this. Boom. So I think we shall just start with the prologue. So, yeah, after the events of the last 3 books, Han and Luke are kind of both worried about, Anakin returning to the Jedi Academy, and they offer him like, hey, you don't have to go. You can actually stay here. Like, oh, both both of Anakin's parents are actually worried about him and like are doing something about it. That's cool.
That's nice. That's
Yeah.
nice to see.
It's always cool to see that even the adults can still go on a character arc, even in a junior book. So good on you guys. But yeah, Anakin, he's like very adamant. Nope, I wanna see my friends. I want to learn more. So he makes the decision. No, I want to go back. And oh yeah, I said like it's weird that Han recognizes that Anakin is his son instead of like spending more time with Kip, because if we're being honest, Kip is the one son that Han always wanted, right? And that he never had. So that's good. Also, more character development for Han here. Like, yep, this is good. Nice. Nothing more. Wait, how many
Some things are there in Young Jedi Knights.
Ascians are there in... What does Ascians? I don't know. Can you speak English, please? Yeah, I don't know what is how many something are there in Junior Jedi Knights, in young Jedi Knights. I don't know. You have to be more specific. Kip is the true son. I mean, if I ask Kevin, he would probably tell me this. So yeah, there you go. Yeah. While you figure out what exactly this meant, Fabio will just go on. Chapter 1. So yeah,
update. Google has told me absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. It seems like he.
The Ascians are not words apparently, so that's nice.
I mean, he misspelled on purpose, obviously, but then again, I can't tell what the original is supposed to be. How many Ascians are there in? I don't know. I'm sure you'll tell us eventually, Fabe, so that you get your question answered. There you go. Yeah, so after 3 months, Anakin now is back at the Praxium. So, there was a 3 months break between this and the 3rd book. Oh yeah, we start this off with like him having a pretty nicely done nightmare about Vader and the Emperor. It was like Vader, he wrapped him, so Anakin, in his cape, which he's like not able to peel off from him anymore. It's like, okay, yeah, that's pretty obvious symbolism, but I think it works nicely. Okay, Anakin is still kind of worried that maybe he'll drift off on the wrong path. Exactly. Oh yeah, I did another funny then. It's like, yeah, the children or the nephew, right, of the biggest heroes of the galaxy, there's no way that they would turn to the dark side, right? So there's nothing to be worried about. That's cool. It's like, yep, that made the nightmare, of course, kind of hard to believe. There you go. So he has this nightmare and he gets woken up by Tahiri. So he has his reunion with her. It's really sweet, kind of just how they start off again. She immediately, as he's waking up, she starts babbling again, just flooding him with information, and he seems like he really missed this, so that's nice.
Oh, Asian?
Oh, okay. How many Asians are there in Young? I don't know if there are any.
I don't think there are any.
No, I guess not.
As far as I know.
I guess the book never specifies whether there are. So it's fine. Why are you? Is everything all right? But why are you typing this way? No. As far as we can tell, that maybe there are some, maybe there are none. We don't know one way or the other. So it's for you to figure out. Chapter 2, exactly. So oh yeah, I think this is something that Tion told Tahiri. Was like, quote, she said I was too young to study all the time and that I needed to take a break. Like, oh, Jedi, like, caring for children, that's nice. Pretty revolutionary thought. But yes, indeed, that probably not that good for a young child. Oh yeah, we actually see Tion, she's a Jedi in the Jedi Academy, and she's like teaching. That's kind of crazy. Like, I was like, yeah, Anakin and Tahiri, they are there. Tion shows some of her powers of it. Yeah, like she's using the Force to let mist flow around her, and then she teaches Anakin and Tahiri to, do the same. So it's like a teacher being a teacher. That was kind of surprising for me that this could be possible. Yeah, like you could actually teach things at a Jedi Academy, and you could write that in a book about the Jedi Academy. That's so bizarre. I didn't imagine that was a possibility we had in Star Wars, but here we are. But yeah, exactly. So Tion explains it. It's much different to manipulate mist than, let's say, normal like physical object, because it has no actual form. It has like no top or bottom like a solid object would have. So it's like, yeah, okay, makes sense. That what does Tony do? Hey, at least I got this one. Tion, she's teaching, believe it or not. She's like doing something productive with her life for kind of the first time in the timeline. So that's cool. That's her thing. Exactly. So the two of them, yeah, so Anakin and Tahiri, they immediately start like playing around with the mist. They're like forming a falcon or an X-wing, and they even form like two lightsabers out of the mist and use it to fight against each other. I think that was kind of cool. But then they get interrupted because Anakin's mist, like against his control, it turns into Palpatine, and he has a talk about it with Luke, and he feels like, okay, there still is some worry about the darkness that I could have. I need to confront it. And Luke mentions to him how he confronted his inner darkness. So Anakin makes the decision that he wants to go to Dagobah. And Luke mentions, okay, he can't abandon the other students and his duties with the New Republic.
Well, wow.
It's
That doesn't sound like Luke.
That sounds really weird for Luke. I mean, Luke had so much. Yeah, it said like this is a pretty harsh retcon from the Bantam era. Like literally everything was enough for Luke to just go. Sometimes he was just bored or he was sad because his computer girlfriend left him or something.
You had to show her around the galaxy.
Yeah, exactly, because that's a thing a Jedi Master would do. Totally.
Well, you had to show her around the galaxy except go to Dagobah, which is the one place they should have gone.
Yeah, seems kind of like if you have a girlfriend and she kind of has darkness in her still, but like not really the Force, like you would go to the place where you can confront your darkness. Maybe that helps, but
You gotta go to Hoth.
yeah, like you'd rather go to Hoth, meet the Predator that only has one claw left, like one arm, which would definitely lead to it being killed. But there you go. I remember the Wampa. I've seen Empire Strikes Back. That was cool. Why do women get job productive? Yeah, I don't know. I guess I guess Calm didn't decide to have babies with her yet, so she is yet to leave her job. But hey, like being a teacher, I mean, that's an acceptable job, right? You have to go anywhere really. You can stay in your academy. You can sing. You can use a bit of the force, and that's it. Sounds pretty easy. Exactly. Yeah. So Luke he's humored by Anakin's determination to go there alone with an X-wing, because that was kind of what he suggested. No, I'm gonna go there definitely. And he wants to see, like, whether he can arrange something. And Anakin and he tells Anakin, like, he has to call Han and Leia first to get their thoughts. It's like, also, oh my god, he
not just sending them on a
yeah.
on a death mission to this swamp planet that could kill them.
It's like, hey, Luke, where's our child? Oh, he's on Dagobah. He's like having a normal trip. That's
like a normal school when you got to get a permission slip signed by your parents to go on a trip or something.
Yeah, I remember this. It seems sensible. It's like, oh yeah, you wouldn't just send them on their merry way without anybody knowing where they've gone. That kind of wouldn't be cool. And it's crazy because this book like makes a point to, like, every time when they're about to go somewhere, to have Luke either call Han and Leia himself or tell Anakin to call them. It's like, oh, so he really does care. That's fantastic. I like this Luke. I want to keep this Luke. But yeah, that's it. We have some nice character interactions. We have a bit of training, which is also always good, because for some reason we never had that too much. But yeah. Chapter 3. Peckham, he is back. He lands on Yavin 4 with the ship. And Anakin and Tahiri, they have a little chat with him about the ship specifically. It doesn't actually look that impressive or stable from an outside perspective, but Anakin, who has like a very good understanding of machines, he immediately tells Tahiri that no, the ship is far more stable than it actually looks like, even though it doesn't look too pretty. So that's cool, because yeah, they really shouldn't be sent in an actual ship which is just garbage. That wouldn't be cool. Like, imagine hypothetical scenario, right? Your dad is taking you somewhere. It's like a war zone, you're on the brink of a revolution, and you go there in a ship that's like really shit.
Like
That
like
would
falling apart or something.
Yeah, like you try to just use basic functions, and it doesn't work before you were even attacked. That wouldn't be good, right? Because they're kind of a big deal. So you'd think they'd have a good ship. There you go. That's good. I like that. Exactly. Oh yeah. The first I like that, actually, when Anakin argued back that this ship actually is useful. His first example that he gives to argue its functionality is that it could do the castle run right now. Because just imagining that this is something he either asked himself, or like Jaina asked, or Han might even just tell that to them on his own accord. It's like, oh yeah, by the way, I did this really cool thing back in the day, the castle run. So I just kind of like that this was the first thing he says, like, oh no, it's good, it could do the castle run. So I like that. If the YA series were written post Harry Potter, I wonder if we would have gotten more training. It feels like the most obvious thing to put in a series about kids learning to become Jedi. Wasn't this after?
No, Harry Potter starts late 90s. This is
like 97 or something.
This is mid 90s, so like right after this, Harry Potter starts.
Okay.
But to answer your point, Sivert, the adult novels didn't have that, so why would the young adult ones have?
Exactly. And I mean, yeah, it's kind of, the adult books have no real excuse to not have those scenes either. But yeah, like YA definitely should have had that more, because yeah, it's like the most basic thing. Like,
Fill pages with actual training. If you
yeah,
don't want to, you need filler.
exactly. Like, if if you're gonna do filler at all, having actual training is like the most basic and functional filler you could have. And yeah, like Harry Potter, you're trying to establish this, kind of otherworldly experience, this school with all these magical subjects. And the easiest way to do that is just having the characters be in classes about these subjects and just showing us a lesson. It's like the easiest thing ever.
And you can
But
easily use plot devices for that too. Like in the third
yeah.
one where Hermione has the time the
Mhm.
stupid time thingy, where she can be in multiple classes at once, and that's how they notice something's off.
Exactly. I mean, they're like, hey, in I don't know, they're training defense against the dark arts themselves, and then they go like on a mission, and that's when all their new skills are very useful. Like it's really, really,
There's some basic writing tools you can do here.
yeah. Like I don't believe I say this, but they could have learned a lot from J.K. Rowling. Like, yeah, it's actually possible. You can do that. And I mean, hey, look, Nancy Richardson got it. Oh God, what's her name?
And if
Rebecca.
Greyholm was here, you'd be like, she's no Stover. Matthew Stover is much better than
Mm,
Rowling.
yeah. If he was here, maybe we have reactivated him with mentioning that. Maybe the idea is that the kids read the books after school, which means that they don't want to read about others going to school. Sure, but then like Harry Potter was like the biggest thing amongst school-aged kids and teens. Like it's sold. The fact that you had a book series that made kids read 800-page novels, that's something you can be proud of, and they managed to do that. So, I mean, I see what you mean, but I think
there's this manga. It's kind of niche. It's called My Hero Academia, right?
yeah.
It's about these kids going to superhero school, and half of it is just them in class learning about how to be superheroes, and just regular classes too. So it can pretty easily work.
Yeah, I mean, the beginning. There's like also a little independent anime that like starts off a lot in school. It's called Naruto. Like, there's also a school there. I mean, there's a school tournament even. That's a big thing. Yeah, like, I mean, at the end of the day, it depends on whether you made a good story or not, obviously. But yeah, like, My Hero Academia is a giant thing. Harry Potter was like the biggest book thing that came out during that time.
And it will be again when the new series comes out. Mark my words.
Yeah, definitely. It was a big thing again when Hogwarts Legacy came out. Everyone played that, and the series will like this is really easy. All the like kids that grew up on Harry Potter now have, in theory at least, the money to spend on all kinds of bullshit. So yeah, you release a series now, you do it better than the movies, and Jesus, that's like easy money. Exactly. So oh yeah, so Peckham is there. He has a bunch of cargo with him. They unload all the crates from his cargo area, but there's one crate that is unregistered, and Anakin is like just curious as usual, which fair enough. He just opens it, and something is jumping out. And in chapter 4, we find out that this something is a new character, Uldia. And immediately, like, the first thing that Uldia does is he demands to be taken to Luke. So that's like, okay, that's what's going to happen. Oh yeah, there is a specific mention because I think it was the last stream where we actually wondered, like, does Anakin call Uncle Luke in the academy, or does he call him Master Skywalker? There's actually an explicit moment where Anakin, points out that he does always call Luke Master Skywalker when he teaches, and it's like, okay, yeah. I mean, Anakin is more mature about all this stuff, so it makes sense that he can actually like separate kind of school from private life and be like, okay, you are my uncle, but I should probably give you that
The respect.
exactly, like, because I mean, I think other children could be like easily jealous of that if he treats him differently, obviously. So yeah. Oh no, is that a thing?
I want it to be a thing.
Yeah, kind of.
I think it'd be really funny.
Because I think I've heard that Luke does become a bit of a bit overzealous in that verse about the Jedi. Oh, perfect, Noah. You have the ideal timing because we got your fantastic co-host with us again. Hello, Josh.
Hello.
Hello. Can you confirm as well, Josh, that this is a thing?
Yeah, probably.
Even Leia referred. Come on. Seriously?
It does get a bit ridiculous. He gives it's not really a spoiler, but at the start of what's it called, of the Swarmore, that's it. Yeah, at the start of Swarmore, he gives a speech to the Jedi, all of them. He calls them all to whatever planet they're on at the time.
Okay.
And he says, "Okay, unless you listen to everything your master says, unless you have a lightsaber, wear Jedi robes." If you don't want to do one of those things, then get the fuck out.
Oh no.
And then he has a lot of people leave, like Danny Coy leaves.
Oh, she does?
Yeah. It's think of it as mercy.
Yeah, like I was thinking about it, like just thinking the majority of the romance between Jason and Tanelka is written by both Kevin and Troy. Danny Kui comes in an NJO. Now you're telling me she's actually leaving in Darkness. So like, am I actually gonna like Danny Kui more? Who knows?
Who knows?
Probably.
Like I've said before, Anakin and Tahiri were the only like good, healthy romance of the Solo Kids.
Yeah. It's kind of crazy. Yeah.
That's because they were written by good authors.
My boy Keith.
We know Mara Jade called him master. I mean, that's different, right? We know that. But
wait, what is?
That Mara Jade. Yeah, I remember there was like an excerpt, something where Mara does mention that she sometimes calls Luke master, and she's like smirking when she tells this.
Oh yeah, it's implied that she calls him Master Skywalker in the bedroom.
Yeah,
that's based though.
That was quite a funny line though, in Destiny's way.
That sounds in character, but I'm sorry, Leia calling him Master Skywalker.
Yeah, no. Don't they all call him? Doesn't Anakin just call him Uncle Luke?
Yeah, that's what I actually just mentioned now. That's probably why the topic has come up, because we wondered. Like, I think, does Anakin call him Uncle Luke in the academy? And then here now in chapter 4 of Anakin's Quest, there's actually specific mention of him calling him Master Skywalker, like, when he's in class or like around just other students. And then if he talks to him in private, then he's Uncle Luke again.
I like that. That's good.
I like
that. Makes sense.
Makes a lot of sense. Shows that he's mature enough to understand he shouldn't call him Uncle Luke in school. So that's nice.
Yeah, it's like if you have a parent who's a teacher calling them by their first name.
Yeah, exactly. Or saying dad in school or something. That you shouldn't do that, probably.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what. No, really. Oh yeah, I think I've heard that. Giving himself the title. Well, I mean, I guess it kind of has to. Somebody has to start it, but yeah, him giving it to himself.
Well, you'll see in Destiny's Way, you'll see that no one actually has to have that, but
yeah,
it's kind of actually a problem. But
now that I think about it, it does seem like he has a massive ego in those other books. I'm the Grandmaster.
Really?
Well, if you're going to call yourself the Grandmaster, you probably do have a bit of an ego.
Yeah.
It just doesn't seem like Luke. I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah.
Enough of the bad books.
We got good ones to talk about.
Yeah,
we'll talk enough about them.
We're in Anakin's Quest way before I jumped in.
Oh yeah, we just started with chapter 4, so that's
nice
where we're at now. So Uldir just came out of the box that he traveled in Packham's ship.
Yep.
And yeah, they go to Luke. Luke's like, okay, yeah, show him around for a bit, and then later on, like after he's had something to eat, you're gonna bring him to me, and I'll have a conversation with him. So it's like, yep, they do exactly that. Uldir starts off pretty rude, so he's
Yes.
he's pretty much an asshole, kind of, which means that Anakin is like, and that's something I did like. Anakin is like visibly disinterested in the conversation pretty much immediately because, like, yeah, well, he's kind of a dick. There's no fun in talking to him, and and oh yeah, so Tahiri is the one that's kind of keeping the conversation alive because that's just who Tahiri is. And yeah, and it's pretty evident from the beginning. Okay, that's like gonna be a mask for his deeper feelings or something because he mentions that his parents are cargo pilots. They never had time for him, which, what a surprise. And they want him to become a cargo pilot himself. So what he did was like he wanted to go to the Jedi Academy, become a Jedi, and just carve out a way, like his own way, to not have to follow his parents' footsteps. Which, okay, fair enough. Everyone can understand that. And yet, towards the end of the chapter, it does seem like they befriend each other, kind of. But yeah, we see like, okay, the personalities are still like clashing against each other a bit, and we'll see more about that later. But for now, they're friends. They're children. They're gonna make friends easily, and so that works. Yeah, and that's really it. I didn't have too much to say about Uldir for now. I was like, okay, I'm gonna have to wait until he gets fleshed out more. Exactly. So chapter 5. So yeah, Uldir meets Luke now, and he says, yeah, I want to become a Jedi. And there was this very, very obvious moment where Uldir actually steps before Luke and starts talking, that he immediately starts stammering. Like he can't even get a full sentence out anymore, even though he was like really, really overconfident kind of when he talked to Anakin and Tahiri. And to me, that was like a pretty realistic portrayal of like how easily your bravado can be destroyed if there's like an actual adult in the room, and especially somebody as famous as Luke Skywalker. Because yeah, Luke Skywalker actually is famous, that he does get recognized, which some authors portrayed otherwise. But yeah, there you go. He's immediately insecure, and I like that. I thought that was quite realistic. And yeah, Luke just tests him, kind of. He tries to determine whether he has any force sensitivity, and Luke says pretty much that he has no potential for using the force beyond like the general connection to the force that every living being has. But it's clear that Uldir like really, really wants to become a Jedi, and Luke is like, okay, sometimes it can take quite a while before like your potential actually shows, and so he's allowed to just study along with the others for a while and they're gonna try and see whether there's any skill within him. Exactly. They want to. Oh yeah, I think 3 months kind of was the deadline here. They just want to see whether he can lift like a small stone or something. That was just the assignment. It's like, okay, if you can do a minor thing with the force, then you can stay.
He should have just done a blood test.
Yeah, to see whether he has some midichlorians. Or remember that force scanning machine from Jedi Search, was it? Where's that?
Well, apparently that was actually mandated by Lucas.
It wasn't mandated. It was Kevin talked to him about how they would know, and then he got the idea of, hey, maybe the lobe thing. And
well, I think all the authors after that, I mean, they didn't use it, so I'm assuming they just didn't like the idea.
I think so, because it affects a lot of things.
Yep.
I mean, Luke mind scanning the people and getting thrown back almost into a volcano instead. It's not like this is that much better of an alternative, but it's more believable at least than, magic machine that can read the Force or something. Wait till Luke and Mara cosplay as Luke and Mara Skywalker actors in the Denningverse to go around on. That sounds like Superman, Clark Kent levels of hiding. But yeah, I think I remember how you guys talked about that. Jesus. You have a low midichlorian count and you are too old to begin training pistols. Oh, don't tell me midichlorians are mentioned in the Denningverse.
I hope they are.
They are.
I said I hope they are.
You hope they are. Yeah. Just like to fulfill the shit show completely. It's like, put everything in there. Everything that's not good, just throw it in. But there you go. What I do like actually that has another mention here is that manual labor, like of course not like really, really hard stuff, but like simpler manual labor is actually part of your assignments. Like you have after school assignments, kind of you help out in the cafeteria, or like you're unloading cargo from ships or something. It's like, okay, the kids are supposed to learn to be productive members of society and not actually just like useless Jedi who can do nothing but be Jedi.
Which I think is really unrealistic because it's supposed to be a school, and that's not what schools do. So,
wait, the schools that do what?
Teach you to be functioning members of society.
Exactly. Like you're getting like you're going to school to get an education, not skills.
I find it hard that Kevin's wife writes Luke as an actual good teacher with like an actual good functioning school here, but Kevin himself,
it's like she never once just read over his manuscripts and was like, hey, maybe you want to change one thing or the other here.
You mean everything?
Kind of everything, yeah, but at least like something. Yeah, or maybe Kevin was so convinced by writing.
I do honestly think that these Junior Jedi Knights books are probably the best portrayal of Luke as a teacher and just him teaching his academy.
Yeah, like I don't know what else would be there.
Maybe like that one scene in Heir to the Empire where he's with Leia.
Yeah,
I guess.
Maybe. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I'm more speaking about like when he actually has his Jedi school up and running.
Yeah, I mean, there is iJedi, but iJedi still has the baggage of the Jedi Academy trilogy, so that kind of is an equalizer there. But yeah, I think I agree. I mean,
it's probably this. Yeah.
It's because there is nothing else really. Like in all the Bantam books, he was,
which is a problem.
Yeah, I mean, it was always a point like he has something else to do but being on Yavin 4 with the Academy. This book made it was in Anakin's quest like a few chapters before where they're like, hey, I can't actually abandon my duties here with the New Republic and with the Jedi Academy. It's like, oh, that's a new thing for Luke to think.
Yeah, there was one time where he just left Streen in charge. I think it was Blackfleet, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Because
for no reason. He just left because his mom may or may not.
Yeah.
His mom's name may or may not exist somewhere.
I can understand Luke wouldn't be there all the time. I mean, he is.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
what's the word I'm looking for?
But they're just skipping steps, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, no, because his academy isn't that big. Like there aren't that many Jedi now.
Mm-hmm.
True. Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, again, I preferred it this way at first.
Yes.
Because and then later on, there's
he's one person and trying to build.
Yeah, I think even by New Jedi Order, the series, I think there's only about 100 Jedi.
Yep.
So, which I like. Again, I like it just because then you can explore the characters a lot better.
You can explore the characters a lot better, and it makes way more sense because Luke is just one person trying to build this whole thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like, I mean, in the beginning, he definitely was present, like at least for the Jedi Academy trilogy. He was there at least. That's something you can say.
Was
But
that a
yeah,
good thing though?
yeah, it probably isn't really. I mean, not probably, it really isn't. But yeah, at some point, like I even wonder sometimes, like, hey, all these characters that you bother to introduce, where are they? Like, what does Kirana T have to do right now? Like, what's she up to? Is she
Her and
just
Streen are probably the most underused Jedi in Luke's order.
Yeah.
like they're doing nothing really?
No, they don't. I mean, Cam, I guess he got married to Tion.
I guess, yeah,
Good,
but
good, good for him, I guess.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah, fair enough.
Like, I understand, but like, I mean, Tion, she gets something to do. That's cool. Silgal, I guess she would be.
Yeah, Silgal's used because she's a healer.
Mhm. She's
Who else is there? Kip is used, obviously. Like,
Do you think? Do you think Kreia would be happy that Luke's making his Jedi just do normal things so they don't?
Absolutely.
Yeah, she approves.
Yeah, I don't know.
I feel like we're missing some people.
I mean, there's Dorsk 82, I guess.
Dorsk
81.
82, yeah. He doesn't do anything.
I mean, Streen doesn't really do anything either.
Yep.
Nope.
Yeah,
They were
Strain,
all-
Serenity, and Dorsk 82 do nothing.
Yeah.
Kip almost didn't do anything, but then because his role in New Jedi Order was originally going to be what's his face, Worth Skyder, but then they said, well, we've got this Kip Doran character, let's just use him
Oh no.
as the
It's
sort of
actually
Jedi.
it's actually used really well. I think it works really well.
Yeah, no, I like it. He's really cool in that series.
Well, there you go.
He's like one of those character things.
Yeah, exactly. Although, I mean, I think he should have been used more and had a POV book.
I agree completely.
Yeah,
but we'll get
maybe.
there in NJO.
We'll get there, yeah.
I agree. So yeah, but I mean, like, about Luke being the best teacher in this book. Like we mentioned it before, like just the fact that every time there's something going on, and Anakin wants to go to some place, he like asks Han and Leia, or like he makes Anakin ask Han and Leia himself whether he's allowed to go. It's not just like, okay, yeah, see ya, which probably like Bantam era Luke would have done usually. Like, okay, bye-bye, do whatever you want. But now he's like,
no, Bantam era Luke, Anakin would have snuck out under Luke's nose.
As
a
a
2-year-old.
True. And I mean, we'll kind of get
Steal his
that later.
lightsaber.
Yeah, steal his lightsaber, steal a holocron. Whatever.
That's one thing I do like actually about these ones is that Luke doesn't teach them lightsabers yet because I mean, yeah, they're too young.
Yeah, kind of, or at least, I mean, in iJedi, I was so surprised to read that hey, you can actually spar with training swords. You don't need an actual lightsaber, which you can use to kill somebody. Like, oh, you can do that. That's crazy.
I don't know because I feel like I don't mind that because even in the films, like, Luke's training with his actual lightsaber.
True, but I guess Luke isn't like sparring with somebody, right?
Oh, so that's true. Actually, that's a good point.
He's not having a one-on-one fight. Like if he fought Obi-Wan like with his actual lightsaber as a sparring match, that I would have had a problem with that. But yeah, I mean,
well, I wouldn't have a problem with him and Obi-Wan because Obi-Wan's a master. He could probably be like, okay, just deflect, parry, easy. But I guess if it was Luke and some other novice, then yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, like the equivalent would be like that. I don't know what it's called, like that training droid that Luke trains with on their way to
Jedi Academy.
No, in A New Hope. So while they're on the Millennium Falcon, they have like this droid that it spins around and flies in the end, then it
The
shoots.
little ball thing.
Yeah, I don't know what the name is of the droid, but it's like the thing that Luke is supposed to like train blindly with. Like if that thing was just set to normal blaster strength, so imagine like if he gets shot, he's just dead. That would kind of be the equivalent. Like, yeah, here you go. Try not to get killed, I guess. But yeah,
from what I heard about Young Jedi Knights, I think you might have some things to say about that.
Yeah, I know what Tenelka will go through. I have heard what happens there. It's like, oh, okay. that sounds great, I guess.
like Kevin.
Yeah, it sounds like Kevin.
Which is interesting because a lot of people seem to love that one.
It's a good book. It's just got problems.
Yeah.
How would you?
How would I what?
Oh no, I'm just wondering because I know what happens in it, but I'm thinking, how do you have that happen without making Luke look like a bat, like irresponsible?
Age them up. Have the kids not be preteens to teenagers.
Yeah.
Hmm.
That would kind of be a good idea. Like if they're adults and they should.
Oh no,
know
they were 14 years old, as I recall.
Yeah, that's a problem. Because it's like, why are you getting these children into situations where that can even happen? So yeah,
That's true, but it is a fantasy, I guess, because like in fantasy, that's usually. I mean, isn't like Legend of Zelda?
But when you actually read this book, you'll understand. It's like they wake up one day and then Luke's like, okay, time to get sabers, and then they all just go off into the distance,
So
in the distant jungle, and find something to do.
wait, so no stick training, like no training of like sticks first or something, like tree branches.
I think there might be like right at the start, but
you would imagine that.
So there's no build up to it. It's just okay, make a lightsaber, go fight.
yeah, we're doing lightsabers now.
Yeah,
that's the title of the book, and then like right away the thing happens, and then they go to Hapes for the rest of the book.
That sounds like Kevin.
Yeah. Just imagine the following. This is something that Star Wars: The Old Republic got correct. Like, you start off with a training sword in the fucking stupid MMO video game, and like, if you're Kevin and you don't even manage to like pass that threshold of like Soto logic, then I mean,
That's how. So that's how low Kevin stooped. That we have to use the Old Republic as a good example.
like, hey, they got it right. How the fuck did they get it right and you didn't?
Even the Sith do that actually.
Yeah, even the Sith,
yeah.
like you're even like you're going into a tomb to find a sword. That's like one of your missions. It's like, oh, okay,
To replace your current training blade.
yeah, exactly. So
I did like those training blades actually. They were a cool idea, I thought.
Yeah, they are pretty sensible. It's like you would do that if you run an academy, like even if it's just a fucking twig.
I mean, I think it's something that could have easily been implemented because in the original trilogy, we never see proper like in-depth Jedi training.
Yeah,
because Luke never completed it with Obi-Wan or Yoda, and what was it? I think I was doing some I was reading about it was a Gary Kurtz interview. He was talking about how one of the ideas for episode 1 that these are just like very vague ideas, but one of them was talk about the origins of the Jedi and how they trained. So that made me think, oh yeah, so I guess in the originals we didn't actually see how they trained properly.
Yeah.
So I think you could easily have it that, and Stackpole clearly did this from what you said, that before they're ready to actually use a lightsaber safely, they would spar with training blades or something like that, safety blades.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, have them train at all. Like that's the bare minimum.
I think like the first chapter is them using sticks. I could really check if you really want me to. I have the omnibus right here. But we'll also find out in a few weeks when we get there.
Yeah, if you want to, you might. But yeah, we'll get to it anyway, like pretty closely. I don't mind. But yeah, exactly. Like that's kind of the minimum that you should do, and that was why I was so surprised when I read iJedi, and there's like just a whole chapter just about sparring, and like these what was it called, like defensive circles or like defense rings, whatever, like the way
the 3 rings of defense.
Yeah, exactly, the 3, exactly, that was that, like where Kham taught that to what was it? It was Corrin and I think Mara or Kip, I don't remember anymore. But yeah, it was like, oh yeah, that's kind of what I expected from the main series. But there you go. Yeah. Wait. What?
Wasn't it? No, it wasn't. It wasn't her. It was Jack Fell. Oh no, it was both of them. Maybe.
I think Luke was a great teacher in Crucible when he forced a girl to shoot a.
So
Isn't
you
that
know
what
how
Coney
you
did?
have the blaster can be set to stun or set to kill.
It
It was
sounds
set.
like
It was set to lethal setting, and he said to the girl or Jag Fell, "Shoot that kid," because Luke thought the apprentice was too arrogant and cocky.
that has to be a joke, right?
No, I'm dead serious. Okay, no, it's a joke. Yeah, it's a joke.
I
can't wait for you to get to Crucible.
Crucible. I mean, Crucible. At least I will have this feeling of okay, it's over now. At least like it'll take a while, but it's over. Like
It's
I'm
over.
actually at the end.
It was a slow burden, but it's over.
Yeah, it's like
And not in a good way.
Nope.
Like syphilis.
Yeah.
Slow and painful.
Slow and horrible.
No, oh, man,
But yeah, I mean, yeah, Luke's a good teacher in these books.
the thing is, like, I mean, I kind of believe you, but still, like, until I've reached this point, it's still hard to believe. You know what I mean? Because it sounds surreal. It sounds like
I know, yeah, it does.
It sounds like it can't possibly be true because that's.
I was shocked when I read it for the first time.
Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, look, I get what I mean. That quote is correct, right? There's this example of like,
Oh yeah,
if you're a child and you touch a hot stove, you burn yourself. That's how you learn to not touch the stove again, right?
Yep.
Sure, I get that, but you know, we don't have to like.
There's a difference between that and sadism.
Yeah, especially your heroes.
You have to actually learn a lesson.
Exactly.
That's the thing.
Like, if I beat somebody up, what's the lesson? Like, oh, I guess train more. That's probably the lesson. But
Get
other
good.
than that,
But if you lose the fight,
yeah, it's like okay.
train more.
Yeah, exactly. And like, you just beat somebody up every day, and each lesson is you have to train more. There you go. I guess then
Yeah.
then Pain could be a teacher, I suppose. I mean that's probably factually correct.
Actually, you reminded me of another quote. I'm paraphrasing here, but it goes something like, "There's no such thing as friends or enemies, just teachers."
That sounds so sad and nihilistic. Like, who wants to look at life that way?
No, I don't think it's not meant as nihilistic. It basically just means that everyone, no matter if they're your friend or an enemy, can teach you something.
I guess so, yeah.
I don't think it's meant in a like, there's no such thing as friends.
Yeah. The thing is, I totally believe that this is an actual quote. So, oh man, yeah, we'll get to it. We're that close to NJO now, so we'll talk about it when we have to.
So I don't see any parts about training sabers in here.
You don't.
And like right at the end of the first chapter, Luke's like, "Okay, go build lightsabers." So,
but there you go. I mean, we'll talk about it soon enough. So maybe it's somewhere, and we just
maybe I just missed it.
Yeah, could be, right? Could always be that we just are not good enough. Okay. So exactly, yeah. So we have that, they are actually like being useful members to their community, so that's cool. Oh yeah, I do like that even though he allows Uldir to stay, he actually like asks. I mean, the parents of Uldir are around. They're just gone all the time, but they are alive. So he like makes a point to also ask them for permission to stay there, because like imagine. I mean,
Because of course you would.
Yeah, like imagine this would be like a Kevin book, and there's just a kid that ran away to you, and he wants to like really really stay there, and at some point just somebody sees that child and it's like, hey, who's that? Like, oh yeah, he just ran away. Like, wait, do the parents know? No, Like
He ran away. It's fine.
it's exactly. I did not take him. He came to me, so it's okay, right? It's like
Prequel
yeah,
Jedi.
yeah. So this is good, Luke. There you go. He's always making a point to ask the parents, which is great. Exactly. Yeah. Oh yeah. Uldia even tries to say like, "Oh, you can't ask them; they're dead." And Luke is just immediately like, he's like pretty mad. I mean, for Luke, like he's just stern when he tells him that. It's like, "Don't lie to me again." Like he just immediately knows that he's lying, which I mean, of course, it would be obvious, but I like that because
I
it shows.
really like that scene.
Yeah, it's fantastic because it's like, okay, Luke is compassionate. Like he
He's
won't
not
just.
a moron as well.
Yeah, but you have to respect him. Like that's the thing. You can't just exactly like treat him as though he's an idiot. That because he is not. Surprise! Luke is actually not an idiot. Yeah. Chapter 6 exactly, and so Anakin. He talks about his insecurities. About the possibility of him becoming a dark sider at some point, and I like it because even though Anakin, he is pretty mature throughout these books, it's always kind of these scenes that remind you, okay, no, he still actually is just a child with also normal child problems, like being insecure about not being good enough or not fulfilling your parents' expectations. So it's always good to have that here as well. Squid. They can't come. They're dead. Yeah, it's like they're dead. Oh, no, they're not. It's good that Luke doesn't accept that. There you go.
Yeah, Uldir's parents are just there singing "Sweet Victory."
Oh, no. It's kind of yeah. I mean, that would be understandable. He can be a pain in the ass sometimes. So
No,
but
they're pretty cool parents.
yeah, they actually just want the best for that child. Hard workers, all that. But yeah.
On the topic of Anakin, though, I like that while he's contemplating all this stuff, he's sitting on top of the Great Temple, like literally on the roof.
There you go. I didn't even remember that. That's cool, actually. Yeah.
Yeah,
Remember?
it mentions how there's no railing, but he says it says in his internal monologue that he's not afraid to fall because he knows how to use his Jedi powers to keep his balance or something like that. I don't know if that refers to falling or just like staying balanced on top, but even though it looks pretty big on top.
Yeah, I mean, if it's accessible to all the children, there probably should be a railing. But I mean, yeah,
He probably knows his way around.
Yeah, I think so. You remember? Oh wait, is that the same? You're right. It's from. Where is it from? Champions of the Force, right? Aren't they also on the top of this building when they're singing "Kumbaya" to defeat Exar Kun? Yeah, I think that's the same. Like the energy of that moment just is still on top of that roof. So
no, I think that was the very end of the book. They're looking at the sunrise.
Oh yeah. Jesus, I hate
And
that.
they're like, "We are the champions of the Force,"
which was sort of a kumbaya moment. But yeah, sorry, Pico, what was that?
I said. Then they say, "We are the champions of the Force." And
yeah.
Luke says you're champions of the Force.
They call themselves that in Leviathan as well, I think, right? It's so cringe.
I don't think,
it's so unnatural as a title.
You don't have to literally speak the title.
Yeah, like we can guess. We're not idiots. That okay, the champions of the Force are supposed to be the team of good guys that defeated the bad guy in the end. Like we're not dumb.
Han saw many Rancors on the planet Dathomir during the courtship of Princess Leia.
He was there when they signed the truce at Bakura. It's like, okay, it's literally an ad for another book inside a book.
Yeah. Can you imagine if Kevin wrote Empire Strikes Back? He'd have Vader be sitting there with his hands on his hips, be like, "This is when the Empire strikes back." They reach off.
Can you? I don't want to imagine. Like
Stoic Vader every time.
like-
The Stoic Darth Vader will be his name.
I mean, just imagine like
The black
the
gloved
scenes we
Darth
got-
Vader.
Black glove.
He always talked about Darla's black gloves. I'm not even joking.
Yeah.
He did.
It seems like a very specific fetish. I
The red and green buttons, Darth Vader.
With Tenelka, it's muscular, as I'm remembering
Yeah.
from the first chapter. Of
Oh,
Destiny Force.
we'll talk about that next time. It's always right at the edge of. It's kind of uncomfortable for you to refer to like a 14-year-old as an Amazon. Like it somehow doesn't feel right.
Does he mean Amazon as in like Wonder Woman, like the species, or
Yeah, like I guess tall, muscular women being Amazons.
oh
right?
right, I see.
Yeah, he calls Tenel.
I was gonna say, is that a DC crossover there?
That would be funny, right? I mean, why not make it a multiverse where?
I mean,
it wouldn't be
kind
the
of
way.
has been done
Yeah, we have alternative universes at least.
with
Two?
the book that shall not be named.
With
Oh yeah.
The new one.
I got you.
This reminds me of. Yeah, I mean, it's literally mentioning the title of the. It's like it's kind of crazy how some authors like really think you're a retard. Like, you never had to mention in. I mean, okay, A New Hope was the the retcon title, but let's say Empire Strikes Back. You don't have to have a character bring up that the Empire struck back now. It's like one in the last movie, and now they kind of lost. Like, it's pretty easy. Return of the Jedi also pretty, it's pretty simple. We can all see what it means. And
Mhm.
yeah. Oh man, yeah. So Anakin, he shares his wish to go to Dagobah. He suggests it to Luke. The Attack of the Clones says. I mean, the fact that he says Clone Wars is already kind of cringe, to be honest, because like that already sounds kind of unnatural. Like, why would you call it Clone Wars now? That doesn't sound like a title you would give the
You
war.
would call it the Droid Wars, if anything, but that's
Yeah,
another-
or like, I guess, I mean, I don't know. War of Independence is probably what the separatists would call it, and like something, something opposite to that would be the Republic's position, because like, yeah, the OT mentions a Clone Wars. The fact that there are clones all around, like, people are smart enough to realize, okay, this is the Clone Wars. It's a war with little clones.
Well, it's weird because I mean, usually you name the war after the opponent, not yourself.
Yeah.
The
But
Droid
anyway.
Wars.
Sorry.
The Droid Wars.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. They should have just called it the Droid Wars, and then said, "Oh yeah, the Clone Wars was something that happened before."
Exactly. Yeah. You wouldn't quite, point out the fact that you're part of the fight, right? You would kind of either it's neutral, like you mentioned both parties, or you
Yeah.
say who you're fighting against. Sounds more natural to me. Yeah, like, oh, Darth Maul, he was a Phantom Menace. Oh no, like, no, Darth Maul is gone, but a Phantom Menace remains. There you go.
Does Alder ever say this is Anakin's quest?
I mean, fair enough. Like Vader's fortress, I think it's probably mentioned somewhere that okay, this is Vader's fortress.
I think that's a bit
I'm-
different because it's a location.
Yeah, it's like okay, that's fair.
Sorry,
Oh, no. What is it?
nose
Final
comment.
Yeah,
Creamy sheaf.
creamy sheaf, man. Bro's a legend.
Good.
Oh man, his German voice is pretty cool. I like that. Yeah, exactly. So, so the idea to go to Dagobah, he suggests it to Luke. he agrees. That was kind of weird to me. So he agrees to send Tion with him. I think he was like, okay,
Yes.
I probably should send Tion with him. And yeah, now that Luke kind of has this moment where he himself wonders if it was such a good idea to name Anakin after his father, and
Which is a very good question to ask.
exactly. I mean, I like the reasoning given by Leia for why he is called Anakin, but it's a legitimate question to ask. Yeah,
You don't hear many people named Adolf anymore. That's
no,
What, you don't have many people what?
named Adolf.
Adolf. Yep.
I guess that's a little different because
Anakin
was
I guess yes, because Anakin versus Vader, people know
Exactly.
Vader.
It's
I mean,
who's an example in real life of a very famous sort of heroic figure?
very famous heroic figure.
Because we've got bad figures like Hitler, but who'd be an example of a heroic figure?
Oh, I don't know which. I mean, there's like the last emperor of Byzantine. I guess I don't know. I would have to think, like who's a like heroic historical figure? Was it who was the one to win the Battle of Trafalgar? Was like Horatio Nelson? Wasn't it that? Maybe he's that for the British. I don't know.
Oh yeah, yeah. I was gonna say it's probably the equivalent of someone like him becoming someone equivalent to Hitler, I guess, for Anakin's case.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but he also quite literally changed his name.
Yeah,
and yeah, also it's Star Wars.
Well, this is a few years after.
Exactly. I mean,
after it's been public. So, although he was named before that, so yeah, I guess.
Yeah, before that, yeah.
Yeah.
True. Yeah, but no, I mean, definitely, it's a legitimate question to ask. It's like you have added quite a bit of like grief to your child, which wouldn't have been present. I mean, he still probably could have been a bit worried if he thinks about like, oh, I had a grandfather and he did all these evil things. But I mean, the fact that his parents and his uncle is around as a positive influence probably would have negated that. But yeah, the fact that he is named Anakin has made his life harder for himself when he otherwise probably wouldn't have had these problems that he's having right now. So that's
he does.
Yeah,
the ones he's having here specifically gets over in this book.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's all right. I could see it. On that topic, actually, did you guys see that recent Greg Keyes interview?
Yes, I did.
I saw that was posted, but I'm like, he's going to talk about NJO, and that's
that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, so I didn't
watch it after. After whatchamacallit, Edge of Victory.
Yeah.
Well, one thing he talked about was naming Luke's son. So Ben Skywalker, right?
Mm-hmm.
So at first he was thinking of calling him Owen after Uncle Owen, because the thinking behind it being that Luke would want to name his son Owen, so hoping that his son can have a peaceful life and not have to deal with all the trouble that Luke had to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought it was interesting.
Yeah, no, that is interesting because I think sometimes it would have been nice actually, because I feel like sometimes people I'm not sure how you guys feel about it, that Luke kind of hated Owen. I've seen people have that feeling about Owen and Luke's relationship, which is something I don't really get. I
never got that from just the films, but
exactly.
there's a nice scene in the Legacy comics where Luke's talked to Cade and he acknowledges that Owen and Beru had his best interest at heart. Yeah, but he didn't realize it when he was younger.
Yeah, I mean,
that was a good scene.
It is, because I mean, it's kind of understandable why they would feel that way. So yeah. Makes sense to me.
Owen Skywalker has a nice ring to it, though.
Yeah, it fits. I think it would have been nice, but I mean, Ben Skywalker is also nice. So
that's iconic.
Just give him twins, easy fix.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, it's because I like Luke and Mara, but like if they had a whole clan for themselves, that would have been really cool. Like, hey,
but then
basketball team.
Would you guys be okay with like 5 grandchildren?
Yeah, I would.
Mean, sure.
But I also would have retired Luke, like have him more
Yeah.
on the sidelines at the end.
Oh yeah, me too.
Exactly. Have Luke
Just
and
have
Mara
him
retire.
chilling with
and,
his kids.
And Owen Skywalker. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, like let Luke and Mara go to the sidelines. Have them have a big family. Be fruitful and multiply and all that good stuff.
Make
and
one of them like not force sensitive, then you get some drama there, and
Yeah, exactly. You can make a whole thing
do
about
some
that.
Destiny.
Oh,
stuff
that's
there.
what I was thinking. Do you think it'd be interesting if Luke had a son who wasn't force sensitive?
I think.
I think it would have. I don't think it could have been his only kid though.
Oh no. I mean, if he had two.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I mean, I do think
I think
he
you could
should
play
have
a
had
lot with that.
actually a lot more kids, in my opinion. I mean, I would have liked the idea more, but yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
fair enough.
He definitely shouldn't have had only a non-force sensitive child. I don't think.
Oh no, that would be weird.
Yeah, it would be kind of, I don't know. Yeah, but like you kind of can't expect, like you kind of can't go from the lowest, what is it called? The lowest common denominator.
Common
or something.
denominator, yeah.
Yeah, like you can write things with like normal people in mind, and if there's a bunch of idiots who like get confused by 3 children, well, that's their problem.
Yeah, I agree.
It kind of makes me wonder though. I wonder if that's like jumping ahead far already. We won't talk about it too much, but like because Legacy 2, right? The main character is Anya Solo, right? So she's a female Solo. I do wonder how the hell she is one, because like there's no male Solos left anymore who are gonna get kids, right?
I think someone at LegendCon said that she said, like the writer said, that eventually it was going to reveal that she wasn't a true Solo.
Oh,
but that's not canon because it
never
happen.
happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they could have just said like she chose to like change her last name to like what maybe her original name could have been. I don't know. Like she's actually a descendant of the Solos, because I'm like, yeah, the only male Solo is Han. Otherwise, there's like the only one who's gonna get children realistically are Jaina and Alana. So like, oh, whoopsie. Han and yeah, I mean,
3
speaks to the modern world, right? 3 kids are more than you could count. It's like, come on, it's not that hard to memorize.
3 kids and 2 of them are dead.
Yeah, like people were able to memorize the Spice Girls. Like they're gonna manage to fucking memorize a few children in a book series. Especially like, look, you have to have high expectations. Like you're reading books about Star Wars. Like that's kind of a weird threshold to pass already. That's like you're interested in Star Wars so much so that you're gonna actually read books about it. So we should realistically expect like you to be a normal person who can memorize like, I don't know, 5 or 6 different names. So yeah. Give Luke a daughter, name her either Beru or Nelith Skywalker after his origin. Oh, okay. So that was like the name before Leia was made into the sister. Okay,
well, it was in the first draft of Empire Strikes Back.
Okay. No.
Although, I mean, I would have gone with a different name just because Nelith sounds a bit underwhelming.
Yeah, Beru. I think Beru would have worked. Though then I wouldn't have a child that's called Owen. Probably. I don't know.
Oh no.
Like having both
yeah
would be strange. Maybe
If Kevin J. Anderson was involved, then the kid would be named Nomi Sunrider.
Sunrider Skywalker. It's like Sunrider actually just being the first, like the given name. It's not even like a second surname or something. Hey Marcel, we're doing great. How are you doing? I'm due to reread these books sometime this year.
Good, they're great.
Yep, you definitely should. Yeah, they are fan-fucking-tastic. If Anya's related to Alana Solo is the Queen of Hapis, it makes sense for her not having.
Oh yeah, it is a matriarch.
I guess. Yeah, fair enough. That could be the case, sure. Yeah, there you go.
Sunrider Skywalker.
Oh no. Yeah, no, I think that could have been an explanation, sure.
Yeah, okay. So I swear I keep sidelining us every time I come.
No, hey, I mean,
interesting topics.
We had like our Jedi streams together were like 9 hours. So I mean,
oh bloody hell!
Yeah, we made. How long was the fucking Jedi Prince shit? That was also ridiculously long. It was
Almost 5 hours, right?
Yeah, I think so. Wait, Jedi Prince.
That was also 9 books.
It was 9 books, to be fair, right? But it
the
was
last 3 Marcel and I left for because we had to go meet up and go on our date. No big.
Yeah.
Back to the book though. Anakin recalls having a nightmare as well.
Yeah.
About Vader and the Emperor.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Something about the Emperor touched him, or no, not touched him, but touched his mother when she was pregnant with him. And sorry, there's no way to say it without sounding funny.
I mean, nobody would have cared realistically if Anakin was touched by the Emperor because Anakin was a baby at that
Exactly.
point. Right?
No one
Wait,
cared.
I can't remember which one it was. It was that he was touched. His Palpatine, the Emperor touched the womb when he was in it, or the Emperor touched him. So I'm sorry, I can't say it without make it sound wrong.
Yeah, it sounds weird no matter how you try to say.
Yeah, I just have to say it as it is.
We may as well just pull up the picture, just show that instead of trying to explain.
Yeah. Point is, Anakin had a dream about that, and he knows about what happened with the Emperor when he was younger.
Mm.
So there you go, Dark Empire reference there.
Yeah, that is interesting. The only thing I remember of this sort is like it's from some Disney comic where there's Shmi portrayed, like there's just a panel of Shmi, and behind Shmi is like Palpatine, and he's like doing weird hand movements and pointing towards his stomach, which then implied like Palpatine actually just created Anakin in the womb of Shmi, like with force magic or something. And I think they had to retcon that because people started. I mean, that was what the comic showed, so right. That was kind of. You're gonna have to wait, brother.
Yeah, that's gonna be a while, man.
you always I can't. You can. Don't you have like the DVD or something for the fucking Adam West thing? It's like,
yeah, but he can't stream because his internet sucks, and it turns into a slideshow.
Noah, there's this weird modern invention, Noah. It's called a LAN cable. You can like plug it into your computer and you have internet, but through the cable, so it's actually good. That would be cool. Show us the stuff about it. Yeah, no, it's kind of like he looks like he's a magician from some like making weird hand movements towards her stomach, and it looks like he just created Anakin.
Actually, on the topic of Anakin having a dream, I do like that he just goes straight to Luke and says, "Uncle, I had this dream."
Instead of hiding it like an idiot.
Yeah,
because there's no point in hiding it.
Because it's not even in Star Wars. When something happens to a good guy and they hide it for no reason.
Yep.
Yeah.
Instead of telling someone who they could talk to about it, just keep it hidden because reasons. Anakin just says, "No, go to talk to Uncle Luke."
Yeah. It's kind of like a thing. Like to me, that always sounds like, I don't know, it's a romantic comedy or something. And there's something happening that could really easily be explained if you were just straightforward, but then like you're getting caught how you lied actually, and you've just
the lie makes it way worse, like significantly, and there was no reason to lie in the first place.
Exactly.
Like there's nothing awkward to talk about. It's just you don't want to do it because.
Yeah, because we need the rest of the plot to happen. It's like if you say, like if you're just straight up, hey, this happened, this wasn't intended or something, or hey, I had a dream, blah blah blah. It was like the whole issue wouldn't even be an issue. So it's good that this book kind of acknowledges it by just having Anakin be a normal human being and talk about his problems with a person he trusts, who could have thought that's a possibility.
Exactly. The subtext here is that Anakin is sensible and he has a good relationship with his uncle.
Crazy thought, right?
I know.
Insane.
No, it's Star Wars. It needs to be dramatic and violence and
we have
misery.
To be in a perpetual state of war. Like
there
can never be peace because
I feel like naming the whole franchise Star Wars was maybe a mistake.
Yes. They should have just had the first movie be Star Wars.
Star Wars Empire,
yeah,
Jedi,
and then just call it something else.
Yeah, Star Tales or something like something that is neutral.
Tales of Luke Skywalker. That's what the book is called.
Oh yeah, from Tales
Or
of.
from the journal of Luke
I mean,
Skywalker.
I get it, right? Because Star Wars compared to Star Adventures or Star Tales,
Yeah.
Star Wars has more of a punch, so it works in that regard. But in the sense that people, like, whenever you say, what's his face, like James Luceno saying, "Oh yeah, I kind of like it when things just have an ending,
Yes.
and the good guys win." Like sort of like not Babylon 5, Battlestar Galactica.
I mean, Babylon 5 too.
Yeah, oh yeah, Babylon 5 too, probably. But Lucino referred to Battlestar in this when he just said, "I like it when stories end."
It's
Yep.
great.
I love that quote.
I like a proper ending.
Exactly, but
Thematically, it makes sense.
yeah,
Character-wise, it
exactly.
makes sense. Like,
I mean, Tolkien, he was considering writing a sequel. He wrote some stuff for a sequel called The New Shadow, but then just scrapped it
Yep.
because he probably realized no, it doesn't need a sequel.
yeah, I'm sure
there's
if he had a really good idea, he would have done it. But like, if something doesn't warrant a sequel, it needs to be
Yeah.
really, really, really good for it to.
Yeah, and I think you have enough bits of information to just like kind of figure out what happened after, that like the ending of Return of the King. Like, okay, slowly just everything dispelled, and at some point
But-
the humans reign supreme because it like, right, it's supposed to be the new
It's supposed to end up becoming our world eventually.
Yeah, exactly. It's supposed to be the mythology for the English, and this is like it's just leading into humans dominate the planet, which is just our time. Yeah.
Yeah,
And that's
exactly.
good. You don't need more than that. It's okay.
No.
Especially that characters have an ending, right? Like that's it's such a random quote, and it sounds like a minor thing. I think it was Zahn actually who mentioned it, that I don't like main characters dying. I'm like, yeah, I kind of think I agree, because like, I mean, at least in Star Wars, I don't know. For me, it was just I don't want to see Luke Skywalker die, or Mara Jade die, or Han and Leia.
If they're gonna
Like,
die, it should be like thematically really good and
I
go out like a Chad.
yeah,
day.
I'm fine with that, like a Boromir death,
Yeah,
yeah,
or just if it's right for the character. I could see. Stover talked about this at Luke Skywalker panel at Legends Con. He said something about how he imagined Luke vanishing in hyperspace or something. It's very vague, but the legend is that he will return one day when the galaxy needs him most. But I mean, I don't know about the lost in hyperspace thing, but I think that was more just an idea. But the idea of Luke, people don't really know what happened to Luke. I mean, I'm besides close family and whatnot, and the Jedi, but the wider galaxy aren't sure, and that a legend built around him that he will return one day. I like that, but in more not literally that Luke. No, to Noah's question, no, I'm not talking about Last Airbender. I mean, in the sense that he will
he
come
dies,
back
but no one knows how, and so a legend builds around it.
Yeah, legend builds around it, and he'll return one day in the form of a new hero, not reincarnation, but I mean just literally another person.
Yeah, exactly. And I would like it that the actual thing that happened was just like a Boromir death. Let's say is awesome, but it's kind of unnecessary for Luke, because right, the death of Boromir was kind of a part of his character arc, where I don't feel like Luke doesn't need that character arc, because he doesn't have to prove that he's actually well-meaning. That's kind of what you assume with Luke. But yeah, like there's a legend that builds around him, but like the actual way he died is just of old age, probably with his family. I don't know. That's
that could happen.
Han wise, I think I've always seen Han going down with the Falcon like a Chad.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. I said not like Avatar.
He returned to Finn.
He will return. Well, they did say that they never said that Luke was actually dead, because they couldn't.
I mean, his death is unspecified. In theory,
He's just a projection,
because they never asked George Lucas.
Yeah, like
that's actually why.
Yeah,
he's in the chorus. He's in the Coruscant elderly people's home. He was in there the whole time for Legacy, just projecting to Cade.
He went back to Tatooine and became a moisture farmer, and got killed by a Tusken or something.
He was a 150-year-old, moisture farmer.
Why not? Maybe he met the descendants of what's his face, Watto. Maybe he had a new relationship with them. Maybe that'll be a nice, cool connection we can build up there, right? Wouldn't that be awesome? Lucina foreshadows, huh?
Yeah, I don't. To be honest, I don't think Han needs to go out with the Falcon.
If he has to die in battle, I mean, sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
Either of old age or goes out with the Falcon.
Yeah,
I'm fine him going out west, like in a Western gunfight style.
I mean, if it's in a fight, I could also see that. Sure, yeah.
Fair enough, yeah.
He just seems too old for like a Western at this point.
I know, Clint. He's like Unforgiven. He's an old man, but he's still got it.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a sissy when it comes to this. I'm like, some people have like deserved to just die in peace. Like they've paid their dues. They have had enough war. There's no reason to pull them back in. But yeah, like if it is in a fight, then it should be, of course, character appropriate. So like Han either a gunslinger death or in the Falcon ideally. I could understand that.
To be honest, I do like in isolation. I do like the way that Luke dies in Last Jedi in isolation.
Yeah, just him fading into the Force.
Yeah, him fading into the Force while projecting somewhere and becoming a legend. But in a slightly different context, like maybe he's surrounded by family or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, like not alone on an island where he never saw Han Solo again.
Yeah, and also he'd be a lot older.
Yes.
Yeah.
Than 50.
It's
because again in Star Wars, you'd think the average age would be 110 or something, or around that.
I think it is even. It's somewhere mentioned. I think I don't know where it was. If it was like in a source book, how old humans can become. Yeah, I think it's like it is like 120ish or something. Probably
that makes sense. Yeah. So Luke could
where it was. Yeah. But
Luke could be a 120-year-old who does one last heroic act and just fades into the Force. Something like that.
Maybe. Why not? Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Gives the Falcon to Alana, and kind of also weird because I would have imagined at some point Jaina gets the Millennium Falcon, but
yeah, well, she went off the Empire, didn't she?
I guess. Oh, okay.
I can confirm that's true. It's
yeah, ruined all time for me too. I can only think of it's sad. Like I know that it's kind of a meme the way he talks about Star Wars and Han Solo, but all these years have really soured my opinion on Harrison Ford. I really don't like him anymore. I just
come on, like
I just
90 is the new 50 in Star Wars.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, look at him. Didn't one of his co-actors said like, oh, he can still stand up like by his own?
I mean, he still flies a plane, or no, maybe not now, but he was a few years ago.
No, but yeah, it's like when some actors were asked like, how is it to ask to act to work together with Harrison Ford? She like pointed out positively, oh, he can still stand up on his own, like like from a sitting position stand up. Like, oh, that's fantastic. That's exactly what I want to remember about Harrison Ford. He has enough power to stand up.
Yeah,
according to some Benioff book player things. How?
Oh, okay, yeah, I remember that.
Okay, I felt like I saw that this was like it was mentioned that it was in some source book, maybe, but yeah, maybe that information is just from...
Okay. So about 100 average age is about 120. That makes sense.
Oh man,
given all the future talent. Oh yeah, he crashes them.
Yeah,
given the future. Yeah. Well, okay. Anakin's 11, so he's still got a good 100 years left.
Yeah. What could possibly go wrong, right?
Yeah. What could happen?
It's gonna be so painful. Okay.
Yeah, it's painful. Anyway, yeah. Back to the book. I swear to
book.
God, I'm the worst derailer ever.
Oh no, we're as I said, our streams are about tangents, so that's totally fine. Exactly. So, yeah. So Han and Leia, they are supposed to get asked before Anakin goes to Dagobah, and I also like that both Luke and Ygritte immediately acknowledge like we actually don't want Tahiri to go along with him, but there's no way we can. Like,
yeah,
there's no way they could convince her of staying there other than like just literally, forbidding her from going.
Yeah, because she's too stubborn. But then Luke doesn't want to do that.
Exactly.
He's very empathetic and reasonable in this series as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I think so as well.
Which you'd expect him to be because he's Luke.
Yeah, and it's nice that to them it's so evident that not only is Tahiri that stubborn, but also obviously she cares a lot for her friends. So that's nice. And oh yeah, there was a small mention that character doesn't appear in these books, but there is a mention of, quote, old Peckham and his friend Zack. Oh,
oh yeah,
I've heard of that name before. I can't wait to meet him finally. Yeah, so he's a thing. I guess that's
my favorite character, obviously.
Yeah, I've never heard you say anything bad about Zack, so there you go.
I need to read Young Jedi Knights because New Jedi Order and Denning.
You should read them and keep up with us. It'll be fun.
Yeah,
I'll try.
It's something, all right. Yeah.
How do you feel about Zack so far?
Zack didn't appear.
Yeah, he doesn't show up till the third book.
Oh, does he not? Okay.
Yeah, so he wasn't in here for now. The story has kind of, from when the last time when we spoke about it, the story has kind of, in my opinion, deteriorated into pure Kevin. So it's like there's so many scenes where like, oh, you could really do this, but I guess you're not gonna do that, and now you're gonna lose this fight. Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll talk about it. It'll be soon, but yeah, I'll see. I mean, hey, people really love book 4. Maybe that's gonna be great. I'm interested.
I feel like you won't like it, just because of what we spoke about earlier with the lightsabers.
Yep, and yeah,
maybe. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was just about to say, like, as a teen, like when you're into a girl, you're gonna be awkward, right? You have no idea how to really do this. I feel like cutting off an arm with a lightsaber, that's like that's kind of moved beyond. It's kind of awkward towards fuck you, basically. I don't know. Maybe that's just me, but like permanently crippling a girl. I feel like
Star Wars, you could get. I mean, losing an arm in Star Wars is nothing really.
I guess comparatively to our world, that's true. Yeah, kind of.
I mean, the robot hand's probably better actually.
Fair enough. Get one.
I mean, it's stronger.
In theory, it would be. Yeah. Yeah. I never noticed that actually. At some point, I just looked at the cover of, what was it, Tempest? I'm like, oh
Yes.
yeah, there is only one arm. I actually just noticed. Whoopsie.
Well, there's a
Wonder what happens
reason, I think.
Yeah, in book 4.
Yeah.
Lightsabers.
Why she doesn't get a replacement.
Imagine how. I feel like this could have been a Kevin thing where she doesn't get an actual arm. She just gets like I don't know. She gets the arm, but the hand just gets replaced by a lightsaber or something. Or like a Mega Man cannon. Wouldn't that have been? I would have respected that. Actually, just come on, lean into the idiocy. Why not?
I mean, there is that guy from Dark Empire.
Yeah. Brand, my
yeah,
boy.
Noah's favorite character, the floating metal bull.
Oh, what was it? Empatereos brand or whatever.
Empatereos brand, yeah, that's it. Yeah. Noah's favorite Jedi. You get.
I would have loved to see of Alana asking him how she was. Your daddy did this to me. Yeah.
It was really hot.
Mommy,
I knew.
That's what I fell for him.
Mommy, how are babies made? So, if a man really, really wants a ship fleet, and he has no way of getting it other than prostituting himself, you get really close together, and that's how babies are made. Yeah, children acknowledging the deeds of their parents in this universe is going to be really weird. I know that at some point, Tenel Ka and Luke talk about like her parents and kind of the fact, I think, that Teneniel had a thing for Luke before marrying his soldier. It's like, oh, this sounds like a weird conversation to have. It's like, yeah, at some point.
So Young Jedi Knights references Courtship of Princess Leia.
I think it does. Yeah, I mean, there was a mention of.
Oh,
because I guess it was.
It kind of has to because
yeah,
she's the kid of them.
Yeah, it did mention already that she is the kid of Isolde and Tenennial, but yeah, it
but
hasn't
she's
yet.
keeping that secret because
Yeah,
You-
for reasons.
You'll love that, won't you?
The character reasons given why she does that are actually nice. I like them enough. It's like, okay, that's understandable to me.
Oh, fair enough.
I don't.
See, told you.
Yeah, of course. Stupid fucking metal ball. Okay. I mean, I don't hate him. I don't even remember too much about him anymore. So,
So
at some point,
when you said the Mega Man canon, I just thought of him.
I would have liked.
He's the
that.
closest thing we have to like a funny looking design.
Yeah,
I mean,
kind of.
unique. I'll give him that. He is unique.
Sure.
Actually, no, he's not. Because there's that guy from Dark Forces who's cut in half. Oh no, that came out after, didn't it?
Oh,
Okay, never mind. I take it back. He is unique.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, I mean, in theory, Kwisatz is also unique, but there is that male Omwet prostitute from Planet of Twilight, from Children of the Jedi, I think, one of the two, which, like, Han talks to a male version of Kwisatz who's like kind of a minor and also a prostitute. It's so weird.
Interesting.
I kind of want to forget about that. So yeah, chapter 7. We get the backstory of Ikrit basically. So Ikrit is originally, like, he is a Kushiba. I think it's both the planet he's from and also his species.
Yep.
And that was where a Jedi Master found him. We don't know who it was now. We'll learn later.
Yep.
He was initially ridiculed kind of for, the possibility of him becoming a Jedi and like having Force abilities and whatnot. But later on, there was an attack of a predator species called the Zinkra, and he helped. He avoided, like, he managed to deflect that attack by, I think, it was projecting a picture of their village like burning, and also a picture of food for them being far away from that place. He projected that into the mind of the predators, and that's how he made them leave. It was a nice use of that power, actually, because Corin Horn famously uses projecting mental images as a power, and so it was nice to see that utilized as well, because it's really useful. So there you go.
Yep.
And yeah, when that happened, so with the help of the Force, he managed to repel the attack. That's when he was celebrated as a hero. And that was just kind of the backstory. Then he followed the Jedi. And yeah, that's kind of just what we know now. And the group, they go onto the ship towards Dagobah. And, Uldia is not supposed to go along, but he sneaks onto the ship and follows them. It's like, okay, we'll see what will happen.
I do like the there's an exchange between Peckham and Ikrit, and it's sort of an homage to Yoda's "Size Matters Not" from Empire, but without doing a Kevin and literally ripping off the line.
Yep.
So yeah, it goes. Peckham says, "You just don't look much like a Jedi Master," and Ikrit responds by saying, "And what does a Jedi Master look like?" I just like that a lot.
And it also makes sense, given that, okay, I'm just going to say it, the Jedi Master who found him on his planet was Yoda. So it obviously makes sense that this is something he would repeat back to him, not only because he doesn't look, quote unquote, like a Jedi Master, but also because his Jedi Master, like being the biggest Jedi of his time, more or less, was also one who didn't really look like a warrior. So that's perfectly reasonable. That to me also isn't like ripping off a line. Yeah, whereas usually like a Kevin, I will never forget how like Akbar himself had to repeat that fucking line. Oh no,
it's a trap!
It's a trap. It's like, I get it. Funny meme, ha ha ha, but like you don't have to literally.
But yeah, that's what I was getting at. The lines, it's a callback. It's an homage without being a blatant. Just
and
word
it
for
would
word
make sense
repeat.
to homage it because it's the similar situation
Exactly
going on.
Yep.
But I just think a lesser author would have had Ikrit say literally repeat like Yoda's line.
Yes. and that wouldn't have been good. I mean, Luke also, and that makes sense to me. Luke always points out like that's part of the actual Jedi code now of his Praxium is there is no try, only do, which I mean it is the literal line, but it's like, okay, this makes sense to me. Like that is part of a lesson he learned on his character arc.
Yeah,
So
and he's still figuring things out himself anyway. So
yeah, that makes sense to me. It all depends on the context. Sometimes there's good reason for characters to pay an homage or like repeat back lines that we know from before, and sometimes it's just for, oh, I remember that scene. Cool.
yeah. Also, these are children's books. I'm not expecting them to go super deep into Jedi philosophy.
Yeah, they do more than other books, which is a shame, but
Yes.
you wouldn't expect it. That's true. Chapter 8. So yeah, there wasn't a lot to say here. So they land on Dagobah. It was kind of confusing to me because it seems as though even though they agreed that Tion is supposed to come along with them to Dagobah, she didn't. And like, first of all, in my opinion, that's kind of a mistake because while it's true, of course, that Ikrit, he is a strong Jedi Master, you kind of, I feel like, want to have somebody who could still, who is still a physical presence. I mean, it's not like Tion is super buff or anything, but she's a human, or I guess a humanoid. And I don't know, maybe that's just me, maybe that's just a feeling. It's not the biggest problem because, yeah, like if Yoda came along with them, you wouldn't necessarily question it either. But I think Ikrit is even smaller.
It's weird that it's Ikrit because the only people that know he's a Jedi Master at this point are Tahiri, Anakin, and Luke.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
To everyone else, it looks like they're just kind of going alone with this random old guy in a ship.
Exactly. Yeah. So if there's other Jedi that if other Jedi were present and saw that, they would probably be like, well, wait, are you just going alone with no Jedi? Yeah, true. Either Ikrit needs to spill the beans before that, and everyone needs to know that he's an actual Jedi Master. I mean, of course, Luke wouldn't care. He was like, yeah, okay, fine, you can go with him. And maybe they wouldn't question it because Luke sends them away. It's like, no, it's fine, trust me. But yeah, it's true. I don't know what if there was maybe like a mention of Tion also having something to do, but she just was kind of supposed to come along, then she didn't. And yeah, I mean, Ikrit is even smaller of a physical presence than Yoda, which I mean, it doesn't make too much of a difference because yeah, Yoda won't do much like physically.
But it is
like,
Dagobah. It's not that dangerous.
Yeah, true. I mean, we know there's like some monsters. That one that attacked R2 in Empire Strikes Back. I don't know what the species is called even, but
some swamp monster.
Yeah, exactly. But I was like, okay, fair enough. If I imagine if Yoda went along with some children, nobody would ask. Okay, I didn't mind that too much then after all. Exactly. So, he teaches the kids also a new technique. So, animals around them like leave because they make them imagine that, like, so the kids make the animals imagine that they leave, and that's how they kind of impose their will on them. So that's kind of like, okay, that's pretty useful, good. And yeah, that was kind of it. I was like, there you go, more training. I always appreciate that. You need much more of that actually. Chapter 9. So there's a scene where Uldir, he gets stuck in the mud of the planet, and he thinks he's gonna get killed by a monster, which doesn't actually happen. So it's just, I think it was just some animal that wasn't actually dangerous, but he was convinced that he was gonna get killed. But still, Anakin, he uses, oh god, I don't even know how you pronounce that, algae. Algae.
Oh yeah, algae.
Algae, yeah, exactly. Probably better than algae. Yeah, algae to like lure the monster away, with the force, and he pulls Uldia out of the mud, and the others help him with that. Which, yeah, there you go. Easy, nice scene of showing Anakin's powers, and it was kind of funny that Tahiri, she still makes a point of not wearing any footwear until somewhere like in this chapter she gets her foot injured a bit, and that's ultimately what convinces her of, okay, yeah, maybe if we're on a new planet that I don't really know, I'm gonna wear some shoes to like have basic protection for them instead of just me stepping on something and immediately getting hurt. Which, hey, makes true. Even she can learn. Chapter 10. Exactly, yeah. So I think this is where it gets revealed to Uldir that Ikrit is a Jedi Master. He, being himself, doesn't believe that he is, because, of course, Ikrit is no physical presence to speak of. Ikrit, it kind of, like, he kind of says to him, that's the impression I got, that he doesn't really care whether, like that Uldir doesn't really care if it's the truth that he himself is a Jedi Master, but more that he. So that's kind of what I read, that he hates that somebody like Ikrit is a Jedi Master, or like a Jedi with Force abilities, while somebody like Uldir is not, because I think around the time we already got some frustrations of Uldir for not really being able to follow any practical Force training because he can't move anything like the other students can. And it's like, yeah, it's less that you don't believe me. It's more like you don't want to believe it because you think you should be a Jedi while you're not, and you think this little stupid rabbit can't possibly be a Jedi while I am. And yeah, it was easy way of showing that, yeah, Uldir is, he looks for power. He really, really wants to become a Jedi. That's kind of obvious at this point. So there you go. And oh yeah, there is a small like lesson about the Force, and it kind of describes the Force the same way as we would like describe the butterfly effect. That's kind of what I understood. It's like if you you do this little thing and then it has this consequence, and then this one, and then this one, it can go so far that there is some unforeseen consequence to using the Force, because it started a chain reaction and came back to you. So I thought that's kind of an interesting way to look at it, and makes sense to me if like everything is connected, that this is how the Force would work. But yep, that was really it for that chapter. Chapter 11. So yeah, Tahiri, once again, she's just speaking a lot, being herself, and then there's this little scene where Uldir kind of disrespects Luke and what he did on Dagobah during Empire Strikes Back. And like in that moment, there's this immediate switch within her. She like becomes really stern, and she tells him that if he actually considers Anakin to be a friend, he should he better act like he is his friend. And it's nice because Uldir is like pretty surprised, and he immediately apologizes, and it shows like, right, Tahiri, she's mostly like pretty nice. There was no real scene where she was like, no, that's serious. I feel, or like in that
Yeah, no, she was always pretty chill and just upbeat.
exactly. Yeah, but this shows, okay, even though she's nice to him, like Anakin kind of ignored him because he was uninterested, but Tahiri kept talking to him. And even though she did that in this scene, it was too far for her, and she's like, this means a lot to Anakin. And I mean, it's real, obviously, but it also means a lot to Anakin. So yeah, if you say that he's your friend, you better act like he actually is, and not just say it. So that was cool. Oh yeah, there was. Okay, so you saw like this big spider monster on the cover of the book. Now there's the time when it appears. It was kind of a sad moment, actually, because there was like a creature that the kids played with. It was like, I think it was supposed to kind of look like a sloth, and it was eating like some spores out of a mushroom or something, and it just looked funny, I guess, and the kids had fun with that. And then it like immediately gets eaten. Like there's a giant spider that appears, and it eats the sloth-like creature. And I don't know, it just seemed kind of sad. It's like, oh, they're having innocent fun with this peaceful animal, and then it just gets eaten by a predator. Like,
Yeah.
I
Well,
mean,
I mean, I don't know about back in the these came out in the 90s.
Mhm.
I know when you've heard of the Wizard of Oz books, right?
sure, yeah, of course.
I know because when those books came out, kids books. It was at a time where kids books were meant to be scary.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Makes
I just thought it was a fun bit of interesting thing. So I don't know if that's what Rebecca Moesta was going for there,
Mm-hmm.
like a
Maybe.
scary scene. But yeah, you are right. It was quite a sad scene. It's like, oh, poor
I
sloth.
think it makes sense because I think the idea is to show that this planet, even though there's like not a whole lot here, it is still not the safest place to be.
Exactly.
Like,
Yeah.
Oh no, yeah, I can buy that. Luke probably ran into a couple of these spiders while he was here.
Sure, yeah.
Because
I mean,
he wasn't he
yeah,
there
what-
for a few months.
Yes,
Yeah,
although it's
I
not
mean,
very clear.
In the
Yeah,
film, it's not, but I think in the novel, it's mentioned he was
Yeah.
there for a few months.
I think from the movie, I get the feeling that it's like been a week, maybe at best. I don't know. Like the movie makes it seem as though it's really short. At least that was the impression I got.
I think it's just to keep the film moving.
Yeah,
pretty much.
They're kind
They
of
can't-
playing wonky with the timeline.
yeah. Like there's never. I feel like there's never been a mention really of how much time passes in between scenes. Kind of. It's
It
like,
would have been a while because they had to get to Cloud City without
Mhm.
hyperspace. So
yeah,
the amount of time Luke was on Dagobah would have taken if you're comparing the sort of time frame of events,
Mhm.
then it would have been at least a few weeks.
yeah, makes sense. But yeah, I don't know when I watched, let's say, A New Hope. I don't know. I get the feeling the way that A New Hope is made just as a movie that it all happens like on a day. It's just
Yeah, you would
very
think
quick.
that.
Yeah, like it goes from this scene, then you're here, then you're here, like there's never a clear break when I don't know the characters go to sleep or something. Of course, it
Oh yeah,
wasn't
but
in a day, but yeah,
at the same time, that's just the pacing.
yeah, exactly.
Because can you can you imagine like a new special edition? It's Darth Vader. 1 second, I need to evacuate my bowels.
Yeah, true. Oh Jesus. Who
I
knows?
want that though. We need to know we need to know how he does it.
Yeah, but was him going to his shuttle and us seeing him going to his shuttle not enough for you in Empire?
No,
That you need to.
I
you
need to
need
see every step. I gotta see
Yeah,
how he
you-
washes his
you-
hands or his gloves. I guess.
Exactly.
You need to see how Chewbacca takes a dump.
Yeah, I mean, how would you know whether he does otherwise?
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
You remember the old Man of Steel razor commercials? How does the Man of Steel shave? Well, we need to know how Anakin shaves in the
Yeah.
mask. Right?
Does Harrison Ford shave? I mean, sorry, Han Solo.
Yeah, I mean,
Probably.
in theory, you would have to answer these questions because let's say you never portray Han Solo shaving. Couldn't that also mean that in theory, maybe Han Solo has no beard growth, right? Maybe humans in this universe usually can't grow a beard. I don't know.
Maybe
Maybe-
humans in this universe don't need to sleep or go to the toilet.
Yeah. How would you know if it's not portrayed otherwise?
Yeah, you have to see it. Maybe they.
Really? Noah?
Well, it was
first-
just stubble. Harrison Ford just rolled out of bed and did the shot. It looks like.
Yeah, because he's a disgusting alcoholic and pothead. But the first example Noah from Quality Autism gives me is Rise of Skywalker. How the mighty have fallen.
Rise of Skywalker when Han Solo wasn't even there. It was like a force.
Yeah.
It was like a fake version that Kylo Ren dreamt up.
The thing is, I hated that it works. It was the same way in Last of Us 2 when there's like this end scene of Ellie, the female main character, like having this, this opening up scene to Joel, and she's like, "Oh yeah, I'm making peace with you now, making peace with you now." But like, if you're a logical human being and you think about it, it's like, but wait, this character is dead. You're just talking to yourself. You're not actually forgiving him. He's dead. You can't do anything anymore, and he can't forgive you or anything. It's but that character, like, people fall for it. Oh yeah, Kylo Ren, he, Han Solo forgave him. Everything's cool, right? Like, no, actually not. There's this, I don't know where if it was like I think it was probably like an interview I just saw it in a meme somewhere on Twitter, I think, where it was like an interviewer asked Han Solo whether the portrayal of him in not Han Solo, sorry, Harrison Ford, whether the portrayal of him in Rise of Skywalker was a Force ghost, and Harrison Ford just answered, "I don't know and I don't care." That was kind of funny because, like, yeah, okay, that's true. I wouldn't either at this point, but yeah, exactly. So we have that scene. Oh yeah, and there is this moment, while that sloth is being eaten, that Tahiri, like, she has no trouble. I mean, she's shocked that it happens, but she has no trouble watching it happen because she's from Tatooine. She lived under different circumstances, whereas Anakin, whom, like, spent most of his life on Coruscant, actually looks away because, yeah, that's not the kind of thing you would see on Coruscant, like, ever, because they're not there. Like, you don't just have feral animals walking around like the normal world where people live. So I was like, okay, yeah, makes sense that it distinguishes the characters and it makes it be okay.
What's the topic?
Oh, when there was this little moment while that sloth was being eaten by the spider, where there's this description of Tahiri like being shocked but still watching it because she's from Tatooine. She's used to seeing, I guess, just the cruel parts of life, whereas Anakin can't even watch it happen because from his life on Coruscant, he wouldn't be used to seeing something like that, which to me, I mean, that made perfect sense. So, yeah.
No, if it was a kidnapping, that's a different story.
Thankfully, Anakin was never kidnapped, right? So that's totally good.
No.
Yeah.
That was funny.
I mean, it would be funny if
just fake laughed.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like the interview, wasn't this where both of them laughed, right? Where the interview is like laughing, like, haha, I don't know what to say. And Harrison's like, I really don't care. That's not a joke. I mean, yeah. Well, oh man. I remember when I watched that movie and liked it. That was pre me being aware of what's going on in these movies. Man, that seems like it was ages ago. Chapter 12. Yeah, there's this moment here where Uldir, at least this time he does it. He considers that there could actually be something in the cave because that was kind of his thing. He's just constantly saying, "Oh, there's no way there's anything special in this cave, right? It's all bullshit, more or less." And to Anakin, it would mean a lot if there is something because he feels like he needs it to come to peace with himself and with his potential dark side. And yeah, Uldir has this moment, I think, where he's kind of looking at Anakin. He sees that it means something to him. And then he says, okay, hey, maybe there is actually something, could be. A New Hope. I think that
Raiders. Or Temple of Doom, I guess.
Oh, okay. I thought just Star Wars related, like about Star Wars.
I
think he gave.
Yeah.
Actually, he didn't really care about A New Hope because that's how he got the job.
Yeah,
probably. He maybe that was the last time he maybe gave like a moderate shit. I think in Empire he already wanted to be killed off. Return.
Yeah, that's why he was frozen.
Yeah.
And then Jedi, he definitely wanted to be killed off.
Yeah.
Everyone but George wanted Han to die.
It's
I don't know why.
Weird. Yeah, I don't know why either. And people,
I think they just wanted a death to sort of like a main character death to same reason they did it in NJO, really.
Yeah, but is it just me, or don't you need that to like feel the stakes of a story? I don't know. It was like
it depends on the person, really. Some people do, some people don't.
Yeah,
I would say for episode 6, no, because if you're gonna have Vader die, Han's death would overshadow that.
Yeah. I think so as well, or even vice versa. Maybe perhaps you're not gonna care about Han dying because Vader.
Oh, yeah, and
you care that much more about Vader. Yeah, I think it wouldn't.
You can have him get wounded quite badly, but
yeah, But that,
But
that
wouldn't Han's death in Empire overshadow the I am your father reveal and Luke's sacrifice and cutting his
Well,
hand?
yeah,
I don't know, because people. Actually, no. He was stated to be alive. Actually,
yeah. I mean, I don't know.
I don't
like,
think it would personally, because I think it would just be more
Yeah.
of the. Because Han dying would be a shock, but Vader, the villain, turning out to be the hero's father, who we thought was a good guy, is
Mhm.
probably a bit more of a shocker than character dying.
I think so as well. But I mean, one of these scenes would have overshadowed the other, probably.
Yeah,
And I feel like the reveal. I mean, I never, I never had that connection to the reveal of him being the father because, like, it's so Star Wars is such a big
It's
part of.
ingrained into
everyone
culture now.
knows it.
Yeah,
Everyone,
everyone knows.
It's
But
if you finding someone who genuinely, because even people who've never seen Star Wars know
yeah,
about it. So finding someone who's genuinely has no idea about it is
Mhm.
that's rare.
yeah,
I
and
really want to find someone. Actually, I think I have. Maybe it's a maybe.
yeah, like if it's a kid, like, and he never heard of it, then you could shock.
Then you
that-
lock them in a room until they finish the movies, and then
Yeah,
you
Yeah,
ban them from the internet.
exactly. But yeah, I don't know. This thing of you need to have a character die to understand the stakes. I never had that. I don't know, like the Thrawn trilogy. If I think back to it, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but there is no major good guy character dying in that. I mean, all
No,
of the entire movie cast survives. Mara Jade survives. Like, nobody's dying, but the not nobody, but nobody of the main cast. And I mean, the stakes are pretty obvious to me. It's like, yeah, okay, if they don't win this, they're gonna lose this here. I mean, but yeah, I guess some people do need that. It's kind of just annoyed me because Han Solo not giving a shit. Once again, Harrison Ford not giving a shit and wanting his character to die. That's kind of what people use to then justify him dying in Force Awakens. It's like, I actually, believe it or not.
that's.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
So yeah, I was just gonna say, believe it or not, I don't care that much what Harrison Ford has to say about his character. Like, if he thinks his character needs to die, it's like, I disagree. You're wrong. You just don't want to act this role anymore. Which, I mean, fair enough, but you're choosing to stay with the series, so you could also just say no. But yeah,
Yeah, and he came back after anyway.
yeah, like, he came back for the last movie project there is in Star Wars right now. If you told him tomorrow, hey, come back, play Han Solo, you're gonna get $1 stupid $1 billion, he would.
Do you
He
think
would
that
sign.
had to have been as a promise? He'd do that as a promise to get Indy 5? Because I feel like it was.
Maybe.
They could have just said that. Yeah, they could have said, do all three of the sequels. We'll kill you off in episode 9. And then if you do that, we'll let you do Indy 5. He would have done that, and we'll pay you a lot of money.
Yeah. He's gonna appear to play Han Solo as long as he dies. He will never say no to that role. It's
Yeah,
that's kind of where I'm like, if he actually says he doesn't care about Han Solo and he also never shows up to play him anymore, I could respect that a whole lot more than him. Like, he always collects the paycheck, but I don't know. Yeah,
yeah, exactly.
I mean, he wants the paycheck, sure.
I
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree with you on the whole. I don't need characters to die for there to be stakes. Which is yeah. I mean, I've not heard sequel fans say that, but if they did, I'd probably disagree with that as well. Because I definitely disagree with it for New Jedi Order. I just, especially for Anakin, Chewie, I can get over, but
Mhm.
yeah, for Anakin, I don't see the need to kill characters off just for there to be stakes. I think you could do it without doing that. And well, there's that, and there's also people who say, yeah, but it's war. In war, people die. I'm thinking, okay,
Sure.
true, but if that's your argument, then most of the cast should die.
Yeah. People get raped during the war. Why is no character being raped?
Yeah,
in the war? Well, maybe.
and that's what I mean. I watched a few weeks ago. I watched Saving Private Ryan for the first time, and
Nice.
can I spoil it?
Sure, yeah.
All but so of all the main characters, there's quite a few of them. Only 2 of them survive.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
if when people say to Anakin's when they defend Anakin's death, oh yeah, well it's war and more people die. It doesn't matter who you are. Okay, well why aren't Luke, Han, and Leia die? I mean they're all a bit older, up there in the years.
Yep.
Why aren't they dead too?
How about this? Kill off the entire known character cast and bring in entirely new people. Everyone you ever knew in this universe is gone. Why don't?
Yeah,
Why don't
there you
you do
go.
that?
Isn't I
That
guess
would
you
be
need-
realistic, right?
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I mean realistic is is an okay argument in certain context, but
But we're in Star Wars. It's actually okay to not be realistic because
Yeah.
that's kind of the point of the franchise.
yeah, exactly. To me, it's the same as and I'm not sure if this is actually a criticism. I'd have to rewatch the video, but when George R. R. Martin says, "Well, Lord of the Rings, the ending. What's Aragorn's tax policy?"
Yeah,
So-
he kind of lost the right to complain about books when he chose
Yeah.
to never finish his books. Like he has no right to.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
But
say
even if
what
he-
you want about somebody like J.K. Rowling, she can put out books and finish them in her lifetime.
She can put
Yeah.
them out, market them, and
Yeah,
do a bunch of.
like earn an entire legacy of wealth that she can pass down to like probably 20 generations.
her great grandchildren.
Yeah, like this guy is just. I mean, he doesn't want to. So yeah.
Yeah.
What
But
he- yeah.
the point is, that I was trying to get at is that Lord of the Rings and Star Wars are just not those types of stories.
Yeah.
Where you
I
have to
agree.
worry about what's the tax policy and of Aragorn.
It's such a stupid thing.
If it's important, it will be mentioned in the book.
Yeah, exactly. I think he probably was referring to the books
I guess so. Yeah.
because someone said if you could ask Tolkien anything, what would it be? He'd be like, he said, "Yeah, why'd you bring back Gandalf?"
Oh man, yeah. Just think about this. Who is more memorable and more liked by the fans now? Is it Aragorn or Jon Snow? I feel like I know the answer. I don't know. That's just me though. I'll do this coming. Yeah, and Evan died too. I mean, he keeps asking for it. Like, if at this point he hasn't learned the lesson with Disney, he never will. And whatever, I don't care anymore.
Steaks are delicious.
Oh,
Where did that come from?
because of stakes, I guess. Story stakes, but he thinks
Oh,
he did a funny.
oh no, that'd be funny.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So
Anyway, we were at the cave.
we were at
Uldir
the
was
cave.
doubting it.
Exactly. Yeah. So So for once, Uldir is like, okay, he's not being a dick about it. He's like, yeah, maybe there is something in there. So Uldir enters the cave first. So to him, like that was kind of what he experienced in there. Everything like smelled of decay, and he at some point has to leave because he has like a very uncomfortable feeling in his stomach. That was just kind of, and so to me that indicated, okay, there is some force potential in him, because I feel like if a character, let's say like Han, if Han entered the cave, I feel like he wouldn't experience anything there. It would just be a cave.
Oh yeah, because Han doesn't believe in it.
Not only doesn't he believe in it, but there's like actually 0% force potential in Han Solo.
Yeah.
Where that to me is an indicator of, okay, there is, even if it's minuscule, there is some force potential in Uldir. It's just not that prominent as it is with others. That's why he's not, like, he isn't actually seeing anything, right? There's no
there's nothing in there.
Exactly. It's just the feeling that he has and the smell that's off-putting to him. So yeah,
I feel like that could just be the actual smell of it, though.
it could be. I
'Cause
guess it could be. Yeah.
From what I remember, Uldir. My memory of this has it that Uldir's connection to the Force is no different to Han's or any other non-Force user.
I think there's a scene like right at the end that implicates that there is like a minimal skill within him. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, the smell, you could be right with that it's just the smell of the cave. But the explicit feeling of him like having a really, really bad feeling in his stomach, like he just felt really uncomfortable in there. I feel like this to me would more so be an indicator of, okay, it's just a bit like he has maybe one iota of force potential. It's just never gonna be enough to like be a knight. But there's just this really, really minimal skill at here. I'm not sure exactly how it was resolved, like right at the end of Kenobi's Blade, because I think there was a scene there that affirmed that. But yeah, if I imagine if Han walked into the cave, yeah, maybe it smelled weird, but that would be it. Like he would not experience anything noteworthy.
Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah, and yeah, to me, like if it is like if I interpreted it correctly, and Uldir has like very, very minimal skill in the Force, I feel like this is the correct way to portray it, because like okay, he sees like there is something he experiences, but he doesn't see anything. There's no test involved. There also is kind of the question what would have happened if he just stayed in that cave, because like
Yeah,
it
that's
got
true.
worse, right? And he was like panicking, was like saying, "Oh, okay, I need to go now." And he just said like, "Oh no, I didn't see anything. There was nothing." But yeah, like that to me is like okay, somewhere in between, but very much leaning towards he has, if at all, minimal force powers. Yeah. So that was
Yeah.
kind of all I got from that. Yeah, Tahiri. Tahiri goes next. She sees a person who, to her knowledge, is her grandfather, who apparently was a Jedi.
Yeah, well, the scene is quite interesting because doesn't it take her to Tatooine or desert or something?
Exactly, it's on Tatooine. So he almost gets shot by. I wrote down by a Jedi. I don't feel like that's correct. I'm not sure if it was by a Tusken. But so the grandparent, the grandfather of her, almost got shot, and she also sees her parents there. That's kind of what she sees, and
Yeah,
yeah,
because I think her vision ends with it ends with her grandfather being chased by stormtroopers.
I think it might have been stormtroopers actually. Probably just miswrote there, and yeah, I think like the very last scene was one of those blaster shots hitting her, more or less, and
Yes,
that's when it was over. So
and
that
then
would
suddenly she's outside the cave. She's not sure how she got there.
exactly, yeah, right. I think that was it, correct. And yep, I like that to see. Okay, she actually has like force sensitive, ancestors. And yeah, that was just. I mean, I don't know. I think the scene just kind of speaks for itself. There's not much more to say about it. Was a pretty nice scene. Of course, she didn't like that experience, but that's kind of the point, right? So yeah, that's really all there was to say for that moment. And the last one going in is Anakin. So Anakin, he sees himself.
Oh wait, hang on.
Yeah.
So yeah, how it goes is quite. I just like how the scene's framed. So he starts to see lightning, and then there's rain, but then he also sees sunlight, and he wipes his face, and one of his hands is wet and cold, and the other one is dry and still warm. And then there's more lightning crackling, and then a figure appears, a hooded figure in a plaster steel black helmet. And then there's another one in a brown robe, bearded figure with a lightsaber, and then the black robed figure shoots lightning at him. For some reason, I remembered. I thought they had a lightning clash where the brown robed figure shoots blue lightning and the black robe shoots red lightning. I don't know why I thought that, but yeah, I'm just checking now. That was wrong. That turns out it was wrong. Eventually, yeah, Anakin says, "Stop! Yeah, no, I won't let you." As the dark Jedi figure is shooting lightning at the Jedi figure, and the Jedi figure's sort of losing. And Anakin's saying, "No, I won't let you." And he said, "I said no." He yelled, and then that's when they stop and turn to him. And like you said, it's revealed that both of them have his face.
Yeah,
But I think it's implied that they're adults.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, and that's sort of the end. But I don't know. I remember really liking that bit. I was like, oh, that's cool.
I mean,
It shows his sort of inner conflict there.
yeah, like 2 possible outcomes for his journey, like him becoming a Jedi Master, force of good, or him becoming a Sith and a force for evil. And yeah, I like that because, I mean, it was kind of, I guess it was. I mean, it was noticeably different than it was. Kind of had to like portray the same lesson as Luke got in his cave scene.
Oh
But
yeah,
yeah, it was still different enough because he saw it from this outside perspective, whereas Luke like directly fought against his dark side, quote unquote, like Vader.
yeah. I think it also. I know. I get what you mean with the whole possible futures. I do think it is that, but I think it's more Anakin sort of seeing his own inner conflict from an
Yep.
outsider's perspective.
True. Yeah.
That's what I took it as.
Yeah. That makes sense to me as well. I think both work fine.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
yeah. I think that works fine. You're
Yeah,
probably correct there.
it's unique enough from the Empire scene.
And they don't
Exactly.
they don't feel the need to explain word for word what's happening.
No,
It
no.
Yeah.
just- it trusts the audience to actually figure it out.
And
Because
I like
Child
that.
audience, even they could figure that out. Yeah, they're not that stupid actually.
Yeah, and I like that the very next chapter starts with Anakin and Tahiri just huddling close together.
Yep.
And
and then Aldir is just sulking in the corner, just for like
yeah, and Anakin's being Anakin is questioning what that all meant, and Ikrit just said it's as different as you are from one another.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, the lesson by Ikrit, that's like the first note I had here in chapter 13 now exactly. So like he speaks to both like Tahiri and Anakin, right? So to Tahiri, so her parents, so or those who raised them, so like either the Tusken or her actual biological parents, both of them are not the ones who get to determine their paths in life anymore. So her path specifically, it's like both of them are not here anymore. You kind of have to determine it for yourself what you're gonna do. And
Which is a good message.
yeah, true. It's like, I mean, sure, you want to listen to your parents, of course, if they're around, but it's like, yeah, they are not anymore. They are not here to give you any advice. You can't speak to them as horrible as it sounds. So you have to figure out what to do on your own. Yeah, which, as I said, it's pretty nice. And to Anakin, he says that because I think one of the present figures, I think there was also like an emperor figure who was there, like during his, or like I guess he just mentioned the emperor maybe, but Ikra is like, the emperor is dead, and like he actually like he as a person can't do anything to you anymore because even though he's like this super mystical, super powerful person from the past, he's actually not around anymore.
Oh,
But
I've got the actual quote actually.
yeah.
The Emperor cannot the Emperor cannot reach out to you from beyond the grave, but neither can those you love make your decisions for you. You will become what you become because of your choices, because of what you do.
Yeah, it's like simple enough but effective and totally logical, and this is something he needs to hear, of course.
Yeah,
Because
and I like how it harkens back to. Well, actually, no, it doesn't harken back actually because this came out after. I was going to talk about how Stover, in his books, always talks about the importance of personal choice. But this came out before Stover ever wrote for Star Wars, years before actually. So
yeah, what is, I guess,
it's like the way the Force was pretty consistent the whole time.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'd say
You mean-
Bantam's pretty neutral in terms of interpretations. It can fit any interpretation, but these books specifically, like this, very much is in line with sort of the original trilogy idea. What's in there, only what you take with you.
I think the Bantam book that tried the most to like explain what the Force is probably iJedi as well. I don't know, because I don't remember it exactly, but I remember that there is an explanation of kind of how it works and how it connects you to like nature and everything around you. But yeah, it's true. Like this is, I mean, it's kind of pretty standard stuff, but it's exactly what you would expect. That it entirely makes sense. Pico, the way that you mentioned it, do you want to say that there isn't a bunch of different Force things you could believe as the true one, and there's just the very simple?
There is the Force.
There's the Force. True, yeah, there is the Force. That I would agree with. Exactly. But no, I like it because it's something that a character like Anakin needs to hear, because of course Anakin's fear is that his path is predetermined and he can't change anything about the fact that he will turn to the dark side. Of course, he needs to hear that, well, you can't actually be influenced by Palpatine anymore, or even by Vader. Of course, Vader not being evil, but still, both of them are dead. They can't do anything to you anymore.
Yep.
You have to choose for yourself what you're going to do. So that's good. Yeah, I like that.
This isn't Dragon Ball Z. People don't get revived.
Yeah, you would hope that, right?
Oh, yeah. Good
Oh,
point.
well, what do I know?
Yeah.
But yeah, there you go. Simple but effective, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah. So again, another reason why these books are great, because yeah, like I said, they just go back to, they have that, well, the interpretation of the Force that I prefer to other stuff.
Yes, it's like, that's kind of what I also, it's kind of what I expect to the Force to be. It's like, it's less about, like, how do I say this? It's less about,
It's less about light and dark and more about the individual.
yeah, like what you do with your powers is more that matters. Because like in theory, right, a Jedi could use the light side to do evil, and the Sith could use the dark side to do good, quote unquote, right?
Yeah. I mean, here's an example. If you were, because some people, the idea is that Force lightning is an evil power.
Yeah.
Well, okay, with what's it called when you try to resuscitate someone using electric shock? What's that called?
I don't know what the English word for. You mean like the machine, or?
Yeah, is there a technical term for that? I'm sure there is. I just can't think of it right now.
I know the German term for the machine. Wait,
is it just called electric shock or
defibrillator? I don't know how you pronounce it.
Yeah,
Pico, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, so
Defibrillation,
defibrillator is German.
I think.
So, yeah. But
yeah, is there a name for it?
I think it's just called defibrillation, but
yeah,
It's
I
called what?
guess so. Yeah,
defibrillation because it's defibrillator, right?
Fibrillation.
Wait, so I'm gonna.
Oh, what's it?
I'm just gonna type it in.
Defibrillator.
Defibrillator.
Yeah, defibrillation.
Defibrillator. Okay, defibrillation.
Sorry.
Yeah. For
I had
example,
chicken parmesan in my mouth. I guess it wasn't coming through properly.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, so for example, if Force lightning is considered a bad power, right? But let's say someone was dying, and a Jedi or whoever used Force lightning as a defibrillator, is that evil? And it saved the person's life.
Yeah, true. Or like somebody's about to murder someone, and you're stopping them. Like, you could either kill them with, a lightsaber, which a Jedi would deem acceptable because it's, it's self-defense. Like, defending others is also self-defense, right? So that's acceptable. Or you're using Force lightning instead. It's like, well,
knock them out.
I mean, it's kind of not that much of a difference. Like, it's not like you're nuking the person and you're destroying everything around you. It's just a power and it kills them as well.
Yeah, and that's I think that's a more mature way to look at it. That it depends on how you use the Force, whether it's a force for good or for ill.
Exactly. Yeah. Like, you could, Force healing. I mean, Force healing is not inherently a light side ability, I would say. I feel like a Sith probably could learn some healing abilities.
I'm pretty sure they do.
Yeah. But like it sounds, because it's a useful ability, right? But it sounds like a nicer, softer Force ability. So you would kind of maybe associate it with the light side.
Yeah.
if you heal a very evil person who you know is going to do evil things, or you use force lightning to kill an evil person who would otherwise do evil things, like, is it then that the guy using lightning is evil because lightning is evil?
Yeah, exactly.
That wouldn't
I-
make sense to me. It's the
but-
same with like the red lightsabers, right? I mean,
Oh yeah, the red lightsabers. Yeah.
famously, I mean that's even more stupid than the powers. With the powers, at least I get it where people are coming from. The lightsabers, just okay, come on, it's a color. Who cares? But yeah,
Yeah, the thing with the powers though as well, it's part of the thing that I hate, which is well, it's video game RPG logic, right?
Mm,
So
Yep.
you're like a Jedi Academy, or well, maybe not KOTOR actually, but Jedi Academy, you have light side powers, dark side powers, and it's just that's what I mean. It's video game logic, and
exactly.
that works fine in a video game, but I think for actual novels and comics and films and whatnot, and from a narrative standpoint, I don't think the whole idea of lightning is an evil power and
Yeah,
this is a good power works.
exactly. Like you're a Sith, right? So you have your limited skill tree. Only as a Sith can you learn Force Choke or Force Lightning, and of course a Jedi can only. I mean, there's an equivalent, like in
And
SOTOR, you're like throwing rocks instead of casting lightning, which like
oh no, that's that's SWOTOR, the Old Republic
yeah,
Empire.
SOTOR, exactly, yeah. So like you're throwing rocks instead of using lightning, which is like, I mean, come on, at the end,
it's
it's still painful. Like it's not like hurling rocks at somebody until they die is less painful.
I mean, hurling rocks would probably hurt more than the lightning, to be honest.
Yeah. Like the lightning is probably just you're probably gonna go in shock and then just die more or less immediately.
Whereas the
like,
rock smash your
slowly.
bones and you'll die
Yeah.
slowly and painfully.
But that's
They really didn't think about that, did they?
but that's a thing. Like that's kind of why I never had these problems with video games, and I feel like it should be natural because video games have their own kind of logic, right? So
Yeah.
in any Star Wars game, if you attack somebody with a lightsaber, if it would be realistic, you should insta kill them, right? Because a lightsaber, it slices through a person. There's nothing.
Right, yeah.
Of course, that doesn't happen. That's even why I never had problems with the things that Starkiller does. Let's say, because like, okay, it is obviously too dumb. Like it's too much, of course. Yeah, but it's kind of a video game, so I kind of look at it differently. Like, I mean,
What's canon is the overall story,
Yeah.
not,
Exactly.
not the actual actions of the.
And the
the
skill
player.
and your skill trees.
Yeah,
They're not canon.
exactly, yeah. So if I were to judge like the story of, let's say, Force Unleashed, I would have to go by the book because that's
Exactly,
the portrayal that
and-
needs to make sense.
And I know some people say, no, it's just light or dark. There's no new. So what about things like force push and just general
Yeah.
levitation? Is that neutral or is
Yeah,
it light? Is there a dark side force push and a light side force push and a
yeah,
dark side force like just telekinesis and you know what I mean?
Jedi battle
Yeah, yeah.
meditation.
Sith, but yeah, it's just it gets a bit ridiculous.
I mean, something I did in SOTA sometimes, like, right, there's sometimes these characters who are standing at the edge of a cliff or something, and you can just force push them, and of course they're gonna fall down into the abyss. Is it like instead of choking them or like breaking their neck with the force, which takes a fraction of the time, is it that much less evil to throw somebody down a cliff and let them fall to their death very
I
slowly?
mean, snapping their neck with choke would be quicker.
Yeah, that's like instant. They don't even see it coming. Whereas that, you're letting them fall down. They are living through the entire thing. That doesn't.
Hey,
seem-
maybe
That would be
Kaidos
nice.
was actually being nice to Isolde. He could have he could have chucked him out the window into space.
Yeah, he could have.
That would have been quite funny, actually.
Yeah,
Like Troy Denning was playing Force Unleashed while writing Invincible. Thought and saw when Vader chucked Starkiller out the window. Thought that's a good idea.
oh man. Yeah, I mean, yeah. There you go. You could do that, and it's not. I mean, it seems sometimes as though people discuss it in a way as though that's like a deep philosophical question. Where I'm like, I mean, it kind of is, sure, but it's like, I mean,
No, but it's
it's kind of obvious, right? I mean, you
well,
can use.
yeah. When you actually think about it, the idea that this power is evil, this power is good, is
Yeah.
kind of silly.
Yeah, I mean, there's this things. I mean, let's say Palpatine, the way that his body deteriorates, or like, from certain dark side characters, that their body just decays because of the dark side. I mean, you could say that's a side effect, and that maybe is an indicator that there
I
is an
think
evil power, and not evil, but yeah.
I think that's more just a villain thing, because even in Lord of the Rings, Sauron's just a flaming eyeball on top of a tower.
Yeah, at least in the
It-
movies. Yeah.
So I mean, this is going to headcanon, but I agree with Lucino's idea that Palpatine had something bigger in mind than just immortality. I like the idea that he was
I
he was
agree.
trying to evolve into something just
Yeah.
beyond a physical being.
Probably, yeah.
I also believe he wasn't quite sure what he wanted, but he knew there was something more that
Yep.
Yeah,
he was trying to strive to.
yeah, of evolving. Yeah. So that I think that's just a common sort of villain trend in the fantasy type stories.
I think so as well. Yeah.
And it still works. Either way, it still works with this sort of view of the Force. And
Mhm.
even sorry, on the topic of the Force powers and whatnot, why does it always have to be limited to just for either forced lightning or, like you said, with SWTOR throwing rocks, which is probably worse.
Yeah, like more cruel.
Surely there are a lot more powers out there, because look at
yeah.
Jedi, Jedi Knight, Dark Forces 2. There's a lot of unique force powers in there from even Yun, who's a low-level Dark Jedi.
Yep. That's what I like, when authors actually like think about something new and incorporate it in a way that it doesn't destroy everything that came before. Because of course, if you're introducing new force powers, there's this risk of you're creating.
Why wasn't it used before?
Exactly.
Yeah.
When it becomes so useful that it's like, wait,
yeah, definitely.
like the way that flow walking sounds to me, it's like if Palpatine knew flow walking, wouldn't he? Like, he would be immortal, right? There's no way that anybody can kill Palpatine at any point. But
Whereas, go on.
yeah, but if there's like a well done ability, let's say in Survivor's Quest, I think that wasn't actually introduced there, but it was the first time I read about it, where you essentially, like, when you have your memories, you have like a still picture of your memory in your brain, and you can use the Force to just look at the picture and look at the people around. It's like that to me is believable. It's not anything crazy like you're conjuring up something new. You have the knowledge in your brain. You're just using the Force to memorize it better. That to me makes sense. Or
don't they do that in Junior Jedi Knights in the first book?
I think, I think that was at Diagonal. Yeah, exactly, because I was like, oh, okay, so Zahn actually used that power from Junior Jedi Knights in Survivor's Quest. That was nice.
That's a more passive ability, I guess.
Exactly, and it's not unbelievable. Or
Mhm.
conjuring up, using pictures like to confuse his enemies, or the way that Medstar has Force Healing. I mean, Force Healing is a power you can very easily screw up. And in Medstar,
Rise of Skywalker.
it was very believable in Medstar, right? Where she just what Barriss did there is like she could locate, like if she could repair your nervous system maybe a bit. She couldn't do anything crazy. Like if you had a broken arm, you had a broken arm. Like she can't just mend it back together with the Force, but she can do an internal thing.
So what you're saying is Mr. Miyagi's a better healer.
I guess so. Yes, she can't just put two bones together again. But no, it's nice when they do something more, because like I know that choking and lightning looks cool, and I mean it's what we know. There is more to the Force. We can do more.
Well, there's a lot more. Jarek has his, I think it's called Force Destruction or something. He shoots a cool looking beam or something.
That sounds funny. That sounds cool, kind of.
Have you seen the clips?
I don't think I have. No.
Okay, just look up Jedi Knight Dark Forces 2 all cutscenes. You won't regret it. The acting is so hammy, but it's brilliant.
I can imagine.
That's what makes it amazing. His Dark Jedi, just the 7 Dark Jedi. Yeah, they're very unique in that they all have their own personalities.
Yeah, I can see that.
and designs. And again, this is in the 90s, so
Hmm.
Jarek's the only one with a red lightsaber.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of logical. Why would they
Mhm.
make
And
a
then
color evil? There's no reason for that.
exactly, it's just I think in Legends it was that they all just picked red lightsabers, and then in new canon they pour their
Yeah.
energy into it and make it bleed or something. I don't know.
Yeah, something where it's
I
like,
think
okay,
both-
it's a thing that only Sith do, and that's why they all have red lightsabers, because they don't use just a regular kyber crystal.
Exar
Yeah.
Kun's crying somewhere in a corner.
Oh man, Exar Kun. Yeah,
I thought I was one of you.
he should cry. Fucking idiot. Oh man. Yeah, I mean, as long as Josh is around, it will be at least.
I'll show up every now and then.
Yeah. Hey, NJO soon. I'm maybe one or the other want to like join for I
Oh.
don't know, Traitor, Unifying Force, all these.
Oh yeah, definitely for some of them.
So exactly, yeah. So we have that. We had Ikrit teaching his lesson to both Anakin and Tahiri. And yeah, Anakin in that moment realizes that he has no burning need to learn what exactly his future will be, like right now anymore, and he's not afraid anymore of what his future will be. It's just kind of okay. I understood. I will just let it happen, and of course try to be the best version of myself, more or less, like not be a villain. Yeah.
I really like the what's it called? For God's sake, I can't get my words right today. Not parallel.
Dichotomy.
Yeah, dichotomy. Thank you.
Okay.
The dichotomy between him and Aldir, because both of them go in expecting something and they don't get what they expect. Anakin even mentions after that it wasn't what he was expecting, but he said, yeah, he says it's not what he was expecting.
Yeah,
but where was it?
yeah, but
What did he
it's
say?
still useful in the end, right? So it's still a lesson that's valuable, and he understood it. I guess I could see that he expects there to be like a clear indicator of what exactly he needs to do, or maybe some form of guarantee that there's no way he could ever become dark. When it's like,
Yeah.
no, you could become dark. That's
Oh
a
yeah,
possibility.
sorry, I found it. Yeah, so it wasn't what he expected, but he found the answers he needed, and Aldir, of course, because before he went in, he thought, like you mentioned, oh, there could actually be something, and so then he goes in. It's not what he's expecting, and he's annoyed. Whereas Anakin's at peace with himself. So I just, like I said, I like that dichotomy of both went in, didn't expect what they saw, and but they came out of different attitudes towards it.
Exactly. Like Anakin understood, and I mean, there wasn't a very clear
Good
lesson
writing
for Uldir. Yeah, definitely. There wasn't a clear lesson for Uldir, other than maybe putting into question whether he really has any powers. But yeah,
it's
he
that.
came out. Yeah,
But I also believe it's part of the I think it harkens back to Luke's that Luke and Yoda's exchange in Empire, where Luke says, "Yeah, I don't believe it," and Yoda says, "That's why you fail. That is why you fail."
Yeah, and
because
also that
Aldir
scene with
before this has just been doubting everything, even though he thought, okay, maybe there is something in the cave. He's majority. Oh, this is all rubbish.
Yeah,
So
this
when
was
he
the
goes
one
in,
time he had hope that there was going to be something.
Yeah,
but it was very small. So that's also what I take it as well.
Maybe also the fact that that he thinks all of this is just, I mean, yeah, literally it's nothing. Maybe that's also kind of the reason why
exactly.
he only smelled, because I always remember that line from Yoda, right? There's only in there what you take with you. And Uldir kind of went in there with, I mean, the wrong attitude kind of sounds a bit, simplistic.
Your attitude
but
stinks, Aldir.
Like more or less literally, right? It's kind of that.
Yeah.
His attitude stinks, and then the cave literally just stinks, and there's nothing more to it. Like, kind of maybe a weird reading of it, but I could see that because there's only that inside the cave, like what he takes with him. And yeah, Anakin takes his doubts with him, and so his doubts are what are reflected in the cave. Same with Tahiri, but yeah, Uldir really he doesn't have like the drive to understand himself better in any way. It's more just I need this, like it's a tool for my development. There's nothing more to it. Whereas Anakin really wants the truth, I guess, or something along those lines. So Uldir doesn't get anything satisfactory in the cave, whereas Anakin
No.
gets something. Like he gets given just this thing presented to him, and he gets to interpret it how he wants. It's like, okay, no, it means I need to watch my actions, because yeah, I could very well become a Sith if I made the wrong decisions. So yeah, makes sense for both of them to get their respective lessons or lack thereof, I guess. Yeah.
Mhm.
That was nice. Yeah. And oh yeah, there's this moment that was also kind of nice, and was, in my opinion, also an appropriate callback, where Ikrit and the kids, they briefly go to Yoda's hut.
Oh yeah.
It's like I think it's like, grown over. I mean, makes sense. Nobody would destroy it. It just stood there and nothing happened
Oh
to
yeah.
it.
The swamp's
one-
kind of like taking
Yeah.
it back.
Exactly. I mean, that makes sense. Like, nothing more happens there other than this. And yeah, Ikrit mourns him a bit there, because now comes the revelation that it was Yoda who took him from his home planet and became
That's
his
it.
master. And yeah, there was just a nice little moment there where Ikrit got a bit of peace as well, because I guess, yeah, since, I mean, if we think about it, that was the first time that he was on Dagobah, probably since Yoda died, right? There's no way he would have been there. I don't know how long he was on Yavin 4 again, but yeah, he
Like 400 years, isn't it?
yeah, yes,
Mhm.
true, right. So he didn't see Yoda at all anymore. So yeah, he also got a bit of peace for himself. Yeah.
Well, it's interesting because, I mean, probably doesn't work with the prequels because of different things happened. But he calls it the home of Yoda. So I'm
Yeah.
thinking, and Ikrit's like 400 years old.
Yeah. It
So
couldn't
Yoda's
possibly
house
be.
must have been there according to these books at least. Yoda's house must have been there for a while.
Yeah, which of course it wouldn't be. Yeah.
Yeah. It says that the house is still there. It's clearly not destroyed, but it just has a lot of animals and
Overgrowth.
nests inside.
Yep.
Yeah, and it Anakin describes it as a house that looks like someone hasn't lived there in a long time. Which, yeah,
Mhm.
that's true.
Yeah, but I'm not sure in which book it was, but I think it was also specifically Yoda's hut, where it was like, yeah, I think it said like that in the past, like students came here regularly to be taught by Yoda, and it's like, well, that can't possibly be true, because of course that's not when this hut was supposed to be built up. It's really new after Order 66. Of course, I mean,
Well, yeah,
they
that's
didn't know.
retcons.
Yeah, exactly.
This
It's
is written before those. Does it actually say that?
I'm not sure what exactly it was. I'm not even sure in which book it was, but somewhere there was a mention of. I think it was a mention of, this is Yoda's place of living, and I think something about
Ikrit says it was his home, the home of
Yeah.
Yoda.
yeah, and something I think about students visiting. I'm not sure though anymore. I could be wrong there, but some
Well,
mention it was specifically Yoda's home. I know that was like the subject of the later retcon, but I don't know what exactly it was anymore, and where it was. But yeah, that was just it. So
Yeah.
it was nice to see. And it was also crazy to think about, like, oh yeah, it's really been a while in universe since Yoda has died, actually.
Yeah, it has, yeah.
It's
been
like,
about 18 years.
Yeah, I think so, right?
About that, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, oh Jesus, yeah, that was a long fucking time ago already.
Yeah. Let's see. Stone for a minute. He served the Old Republic for hundreds of years, taught many students, fought against evil. It doesn't say anything in this book about how he tried. maybe it was Jedi Academy, because I know I think Jedi Academy, it said Yoda was on Dagobah for centuries.
Yeah, I think it might have been something like that, where it's like, okay, that's obviously not true.
Well, yeah,
it
it
might have
depends.
been that.
There
I mean-
were quite a lot of different takeaways. If I was looking at some forum posts about what people thought about the prequels and whatnot before they came out, some people said that the Emperor and Anakin didn't know about Yoda or had never met him.
Oh, yeah, that. I mean,
Which is obviously
could've-
not true.
Yeah, of course, not true, but yeah, I guess it wasn't incorrect back in the day to say it because there was no other correct version. So of course, like, that's not something I would criticize because even if it's incorrect now, that's more.
But I feel like they would have known if they knew Obi-Wan.
Well, Anakin definitely would have known Yoda because
Mhm.
you know, Yoda talks says much anger in him, like his father.
Yeah, and I mean, Obi-Wan knew Anakin. Obviously, it was his master. Obi-Wan knew Yoda. There's no way the two wouldn't have.
And Yoda was Obi-Wan's master.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, exactly. I mean,
or not.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean,
Yoda trained all the Jedi as kids.
Sorry, I had to say it because someone else was going to say it.
Oh man, yep. Well, there you go. That's Yoda.
Yeah, nice. This is how you do callbacks, I'd say.
Yep, that's appropriate. It makes sense that this thing is still around, standing there, because there's no fighting. There's like no, I don't know, homeless people who would.
There's no sentient life on the planet.
There is no.
It's a swamp planet with wildlife. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there was one weird thing actually about the book.
Mm-hmm.
It said that all the trees on Dagobah used to be the giant spider creatures.
Oh, it did?
At some point, I recall it saying that. I think that was from the.
I think I remember that too.
The illustrated Star Wars universe that Kevin wrote.
Oh, okay. I guess.
I kind of just ignore. I'm like, that's kind of silly. The spiders turn into trees.
That's too bad.
I guess it can happen.
Oh yeah, it could happen, but yeah, it just seems a bit weird.
Yeah, especially like because one of the things that Kevin can do is like describe a world nicely, right? Just this basic, like literal world building in that how does this planet look like and whatnot. Yeah, that would be a bit too strange for me. I don't know, but interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah, chapter 14. So, oh yeah, there was this moment where Tahiri is like, she's gonna thank Tion for giving her the boots that she wore on Dagobah, since it protected her from more serious injuries. I just thought that was kind of sweet, because Tion and Tahiri will have like a closer relationship more and more throughout these books, where it's almost like Tion is kind of her mother figure that she has now, and that's really nice. I like that. It gives Tion a lot more to do character-wise, and it's perfect because Tion doesn't really have any character relations to speak of other than more or less kind of Luke, and I mean in theory with Kamsolusa, but
technically they're married right now, but it's not established yet out of universe.
Yeah, true.
But, that's true.
But other than that, she always felt, and I guess that's true for all the Praxium, like especially for the first class, they're all too isolated. They don't really, I mean, they don't need to interact. Yeah, I mean, they don't need to interact with all the characters that exist on the light side. That would be silly. But even them interacting with each other kind of just doesn't happen enough, I guess. I don't know. So it's nice that Tion has something more to do. Yeah. And oh yeah, what I also really love is that Luke, after they return, takes a lot of time to just talk to the three of them, like make sure they're fine, like they haven't gone crazy on Dagobah. He's even like hugging them, etc. Tion is doing the same. It's like, okay, that's like really wholesome, because yeah, I mean, he would know what it's like to see what you can see on Dagobah, and he was an adult when he saw that, and it frightened him. So like
Mhm.
those are preteens. So he should be aware, like, oh, okay, that's a lot worse than what I experienced, probably because I was an adult already. So yeah, great scene. I'm not used to seeing this side of Luke. I just in that moment. Oh, do you remember that Pico in Black Fleet Crisis, like right in the beginning, where Luke just refuses to teach the Solo children? I hate it so much thinking back to it now because, like, this is the Luke I want. I don't want stupid Luke who doesn't want to teach his nephews and his niece because reasons. So dumb.
Wait,
But
where
yeah.
does Luke hug them?
He hugs them. I think it was here in this chapter somewhere. Like it's just mentioned that like he's making sure they're okay, and I think it said like he's also, I mean, at least Anakin, I would guess that he's hugging him and like just making sure he's all right. But I'm not sure. I could maybe even look it up. It was chapter. What was it? Chapter 14, right?
Yes.
Chapter 4. Come on, 14. So. Chapter 14. Lyrics world. Nope, that's not it. It's the 4th book. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. This is. Yeah, I don't know. I think Summer just said that this was part of what he was doing, at least to Luke. At least not Luke, to Anakin. So yeah, and probably
Yeah.
Tion did it to Tahiri. But yeah, just him even just talking to them, making sure they're all right.
Oh, he put a hand on Anakin and Tahiri's shoulder.
Yeah, okay. So you did that, yeah.
Yeah. Knowing
yeah,
you
really
two,
nice.
I think you'll have plenty more adventures to come.
Yeah.
Oh my god. The series can be quite sad sometimes.
Yeah.
It's not its fault.
It's not their fault. Oh man, it's yeah, retrospect and all that, right?
Reading these when they came out in the 90s must have been brilliant.
It must have felt like, I mean, if there were like people around back in the 90s, I mean, there must have been, right, who already saw like, oh, a lot of these things are really not that good. That must have felt like
I
salvation.
feel like a lot of people would just stop buying.
But seriously,
Yeah.
imagine reading it and thinking, "Wow, I can't wait to read about more adventures with Anakin and Tahiri." Like all the many books and comics we'll get
Yeah. Huh.
about
We
that.
got Edge of Victory.
We
That-
did.
that-
We did.
That's a massive dub.
That
Yeah.
is. If only we could get more.
I'm sure you could easily rewrite some parts of NJO to undo Star by Star in that way. But,
You could,
well,
yeah. You could just.
I wouldn't know, but yeah.
I mean, I know. I mean, you could just do. Maybe the Vong did a sort of Borg thing. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Star Trek.
I
I'm
am.
not, but I know what you're talking about.
Let's say in the final book, when Luke and everyone are in Shimmer's throne room, Shimmer just clicks his finger, Anakin comes out. He's like a sort of like a Borg mind control, but a Vong equivalent. There, done.
Yeah, easy. It's very easy. And
It is very easy.
I wouldn't complain because retcons usually aren't nice
I
unless
think they
what
did that
you're
in Hot
retconning-
Wheels Highway 35.
Hot Wheels.
What?
I used to love getting those as a kid.
Oh yeah,
I did too.
they were great.
The
even made-
adverts were just so convincing, though.
Yeah, they even
Hot Wheels, beat that.
they made a Mario Kart-esque game with Hot Wheels. I was like, geez, if that came out like
Oh, they
back in
did?
the day, yeah, there is a Hot Wheels racing game. I was like,
I
if
would've
that
bought
came out back in the day when I was like really into Hot Wheels, that would have been so awesome.
Mm-hmm.
They even did like I gifted those to my little sister a few years back there. They made Mario Karts into Hot Wheels, so that's kind of cool. They like put the characters in there, you know. That was nice. But yeah, those were.
Then again, when you say you could easily retcon it into New Jedi Order, how would you do that?
The things I don't know what happens exactly, so I wouldn't know.
I think that's a conversation for way later.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah. Oh no, I
Probably
mean, as in, would you actually like edit the books, or
The thing is, I know that it's kind of, I guess, an unwritten rule that, like, I mean, with TCW, I think every imagination that this universe was never retconned should have been out the window. But I think it's kind of still in people's, like, not memories that this universe is one big thing, and what was like never retconned or never, it was one
that's
continuity.
ridiculous.
Yeah, like with TCW, how the hell are you going to explain to me how Barris got de-aged over time? That there's
even ignoring the EU doesn't work with the film or Anakin and Dooku fighting like 10 times.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't honestly, if TCW was only film canon and was not EU canon, I wouldn't have minded TCW a bit. Like, okay, yeah, that's his thing there, I guess. But I mean, the fact that it is EU canon, that's kind of the real problem.
It barely fits with the films though, because
it doesn't. Sure, yeah, but
yeah,
with the EU, it should be more blatant, and I mean, it kind of is, because EU fans generally recognize that it doesn't work together. But there is this, I guess, kind of canon purism still there, where it's kind of the thing that made the EU famous. I guess specifically comparing it to superhero comics, that it's really supposed to be one thing. But I
think like Star Trek books, they definitely aren't part of one thing.
Oh no,
yeah,
which I'm fine with, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand.
But the overall goal of the EU was to make it all.
Oh yeah, the goal was it's a good goal.
Yeah,
but,
I think both.
You got to do a lot of work to do it, and
and you got to do exponentially more work the longer you keep it going.
Exactly, 100%.
Yeah, and I think both types of continuities, repeatedly rebooting it and doing a new universe. I think both, or having one big one. I think both of them have their validity, and there's reasons to do both of them. Otherwise, people wouldn't have done them. But I'm actually not that against actually rewriting books. I don't know. There's things where I'm like, there's no way you can explain this other than.
Neither. I'm with you.
Other than just doing the meme that people did with the sequels, and episode 10 is Luke waking up next to Mara Jade, having a nightmare. It's like, I dreamt all these horrible things. Other than that, which is, I mean, still pretty blatant, right? You're not hiding your attention. I'm not that puristic. I don't know what the word.
No, I'm a canon purist.
Yeah, I understand why people would be. It's kind of the thing that made it special, and it's a nice idea to have a canon that never gets retconned. The thing is, it never was. Sure, it was that, of course, but there were always degrees in which you kind of redid arcs that characters already went on. You're ignoring things that books in the timeline before already established.
Exactly.
Sadly, I wouldn't like it to be that way, but it did turn out that way. So
to be honest, I do think that it started off with Zahn and Veach having disagreements, and Zahn saying, "I'm not going to reference it," because
the thing with Zahn and Veach is, I mean, look, I like the Thrawn trilogy. I don't hate Dark Empire. I'm not the biggest fan of it. I think there are mistakes there, but I think those two things are salvageable enough. I don't think. I mean, ideally, I wouldn't necessarily keep Dark Empire, but I think you can make them work well next to each other. I don't think Dark Empire contradicts the Thrawn trilogy that much that it couldn't possibly work. But there's just other decisions where I'm like JAT. I'm like, okay, you're kind of ignoring what some characters did, and that's not just impacting this book, but that's impacting the entire timeline until End of Thrawn. So. I don't know. That's where I'm like,
Leia doesn't get fixed until NJO.
No, Jesus.
Because of what happened in JAT.
Yeah, Leia and JAT. Yeah, I mean, we've said it enough already. Making Leia Chief of State is the biggest.
Is it because Leia's Force sensitive that you have a problem?
No, it's the fact that the
not even
2 series that it's a sequel to established that she wasn't going that route.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Yep, and it's not like that she remains a politician makes sense, but that she's immediately like right at the top doesn't.
See,
Yeah.
I would have been fine. Well,
We-
I mean, okay, this is hypothetical if we're talking.
Mm.
Like again, it's a scenario where Leia's not force sensitive or not Luke's sister. I'd be
Mm.
fine with her being like an ambassador
Yeah, I mean,
of sorts.
as I said, like her remaining a politician is not a bad idea. But the thing is, you immediately like in Champions of the Force, you immediately pushed her right to the top.
Oh yeah, like
That's a big mistake. I mean,
yeah,
You pushed her to the top, and you pushed her away from her kids and the Jedi, despite the fact
she's-
that we just
Jedi
she's
said
a
her
leader,
husband.
Yeah.
but I don't.
Yeah.
Chief of state just I don't know. To me, it just doesn't work for her.
Well, the weird thing is there is a perfect inn already set up in JAT.
Yeah.
Where you can make her the link between the Jedi and the the New
Ma-
Republic Council.
make her the senator of Yavin. That's it. Like Yavin has no like. She would be like, okay, there's essentially no interest that the New Republic has on Yavin other than the Jedi, or New Alderaan. Like either New Alderaan or Yavin would be like
or
perfect.
both. Just make up a moon in Yavin and make that
Yeah.
New Alderaan.
Yeah, exactly. There's because I think we never like had a specific mention of where exactly.
When was New Alderaan established in the Zahn books?
I think it's Dark Empire 2. It's established as existing, and then we never hear about it again.
Yeah,
New
we don't really-
Alderaan.
I think there's like, I think there was like a brief mention of it somewhere. It was in, it was like the plot point of one of the Bantam.
Oh,
books,
Dark
I
Empire 1 apparently too.
There was,
Okay.
wasn't it? Pico, remind me. I think I remember this. That one of the villains wanted to offer Alderaanians like a planet, and that was like, I think that might have been
I think that
Assad's Revenge. Actually, I'm not sure. There was a book in the Bantam era which had the villain like try to, I don't know, like I guess embarrass the New Republic by providing a planet to the Alderaanians to make that into New Alderaan
was it
or something.
was
I'm
it
not
Court
sure.
Ship, maybe?
It might have.
Or Shield
Oh.
of Lies? No, Shield of Lies. I think it was Shield of Lies.
Was it? It could have been Shield of Lies. Yeah, I'm not sure anymore. But yeah, it was a thing at once. It's like that's kind of a big deal. Like Alderaan wasn't. I mean, sure, you never got to see Alderaan, but it was kind of a big deal. So ideally, you would have that fixed like somewhere. Yeah.
So, Dan, how would you if you were given some sort of control by Disney or whoever for the EU or whatever universe you wanted, would
Yep.
how would you handle Luke's romance life?
Unironically, I would, and I think we're gonna like. I mean, that's gonna take a while until we're done with literally everything. But I think I'm gonna do like a stream where it's like, okay, we have all these books, hypothetical continuation of the EU. What do we keep? What do we chuck out? And like the mid Bantam era, there would be a lot of chucking out. So like how
At least elements of those.
Yeah, I mean, like the basic premise of the stories can stay. I don't necessarily mind any of those. I think, other than Callista, probably. But, yeah,
I like.
I think
From what I've read on Wikipedia, I like a lot of the Wikipedia. Sorry, I like a lot of the world building aspects, like the Yavitha
Yeah.
from Black Fleet Crisis, or the Falanasi. Is that how you say it?
yeah, Falanasi.
Falanasi.
Yeah.
Yeah, just cool concepts.
Yeah, I think most of them I wouldn't mind if they stayed. It's more like you set the character, like first of all you characterized your main cast so many times in so many different ways that it's kind of dizzying. I don't know who exactly is Luke Skywalker anymore because he's sometimes kind
Let's
of
say-
stoic. He's sometimes kind of not, and like
Let's
Luke-
just say the Junior Jedi Knights Luke is Luke.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's like who Luke should have been throughout. And I mean, Zahn Luke, like Hand of Thrawn, Throne trilogy, but he worked. He was exactly kind of what you expected him to be in those books. And what would I do with Luke's romantic life? I would rewrite it. Like I would blatantly rewrite it. Like the things that you saw, it would kind of maybe, lessen the immense enjoyment I had with, let's say, Hand of Thrawn, because Hand of Thrawn was just, oh, thank God, it's finally over. We have this covered, and it's a commentary on the entire Bantam era, essentially, like kind of hidden in a.
If we would be rewriting it, I feel like we would rewrite some of the elements in Hand of Thrawn to match.
Obviously, yeah, it would have to be, because they can't comment on things that then wouldn't have happened if we have rewritten them before. Obviously.
Yeah.
So,
I'm just curious because I know Zahn said that he wasn't, when he wrote the Thrawn trilogy, he wasn't intending for Luke and Mara to be a thing.
That's correct. It was during the development of the last book when it was decided that was going to happen.
Ah, yeah, like the fans.
Like,
I know Matt said it was before that, but I don't really trust him on that.
Yeah, the thing. Yeah, I've heard so many conflicting things on when exactly it was decided. I can totally buy that.
Zizini told me this, so I have a feeling it's probably correct.
Yeah,
that it was during the development of The Last Command. JT was already well in development, and Zahn had already said no, don't pair them up. So
yeah.
So later on, So Hand of Thrawn then gets up in, starts being worked on, and
I wonder what is his original intention then was for Mara then, because of course Luke gives her the lightsaber, his father, which I like.
Yes.
Even if they don't get together, and then she says, "Wait, I'll come with you."
Yeah, and it was so satisfying. That vision of the future ended exactly the same. It was it was so perfect. But
poetry.
It, like in that case, poetry. It rhymes. That was perfect in that case. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, just what would I do differently? I mean, in the JT, obviously they would have to be just present together. Like as Luke is walking around looking for Jedi apprentices, Mara is there with him, because, like, I'm sorry, I believe that what she did with Talon Card, like her jobs, I believe that they were reasonably important. I don't believe that they were so important that she had nothing else to do. And I don't think her smuggler shtick, or like her, trade, whatever she did, right? I don't think that was so meaningful to her that she didn't want to do anything else. So they would have to be there together, and essentially they need to reference Dark Empire, because Palpatine returning and Luke joining him, that needs to be part of an interaction between Luke and Mara.
Important.
It's
That's
very
really important.
And it's kind of disgraceful that it didn't happen until, like, literally Hand of Thrawn, that it was even referenced between these two, that, oh yeah, that happened, by the way. And like they are friendly enough towards each other at the end of The Last Command. I think at the end of the JT they should become like good friends, because that's kind of what people think sometimes. I guess if I say I don't like that, it's that in Jedi Surge I want them to get married. No, I don't. You can make that a slow burn, but just make them who they are supposed to be. Yeah, I mean, that would kind of, Callista I would erase. There's no point to that entire.
That Matt Wilkins wouldn't like that.
I know,
but to be him,
he liked them. I don't know if it's that he liked Callista more than Mara, or he just doesn't like Mara.
He hates Mara, I think, and Callista was like the only viable other option, I guess, because
I disagree.
Yeah,
well,
I do too, but I guess, like, on paper, I guess in theory, because Arcana, that kind of wasn't possible anymore. Gem, for obvious reasons, wasn't either. Or I don't know what's the other.
I think Veach said in his headcanon, he implied that in his own headcanon he ships Luke and Gem.
Yes,
I know, and I don't hate Veach, but come on.
Yeah, come on. There's nothing there.
The only character I feel like Luke had any chemistry with out of all of these is Mara. The only other one would be Gariel, but Gariel is also kind of out of the picture at this point.
And Leia, but she's his
yeah,
sister.
okay.
I was about to say that.
Yeah,
I got you.
That is out of the question for obvious reasons. But yeah, I agree. Before that was established, true. Yeah, and Yeah,
Have you seen that deleted scene in Empire?
I think I have. Yeah, I'm not sure which one exactly, but I feel like I know what.
With Luke, yeah.
Um,
Really good chemistry, I have to doubtedly.
You know, I mean, I agree. I mean that the trope that they would kind of represent, I guess it works. Yeah, and of course, as long as they aren't established to be siblings, that
Oh
can,
yeah, of course, yeah.
yeah, that can work perfectly fine. I don't, I
But
wouldn't have minded that if that was like an alternative reality.
I
where
wonder
they
if it
learn-
was decided during the end of the development of Empire then, because
I mean,
even in the comics they kind of like go
Like-
away from that ship.
yeah, like towards the end of Empire, to me, it is like very obvious that even if Leia and Luke wouldn't have been siblings, that it was like pretty obviously Han. Like there's I don't know.
I
mean,
don't know.
like her saying I love you. I mean, that was like okay, that sure in theory it could change, but that was to me.
The only reason I disagree with that is because first of all, Luke's gone for the whole film,
Yeah,
and so
I mean, sure, yeah.
and even at the end, she gives a big hug, and then she even kisses him on the lips again.
Yeah, fair enough.
So she's a bit promiscuous.
Yeah,
I guess.
Then again, I guess people kind of viewed that differently back in the day. I'm not sure because it's the same kind of in like comics from that era where people even kiss.
It's
each
the
other
pulp.
on-
It's the pulp nature of it.
Yeah,
That's
it's like
true. Yeah,
I
But-
don't think like normal people all ever really saw it this way, but I guess in like entertainment it was kind of a thing where they did that for not necessarily romantic reasons all the time. So
yeah, that could be true.
but no, I mean fair enough. I see what you mean.
Yeah,
But,
I know. I know Kathy Tyers agrees with me.
I mean, yeah, it's not.
And she was also the first one to say that Mara was the one.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Well,
And she wrote the most, like, if we take Leia out of the picture, she wrote the most viable possible
Alternative.
Yeah, like really the only other viable alternative because all the rest, like, is kind of.
so that was good then, in Teresa Bakura.
It was. I mean, it never got really that far, so they kind of never become a thing. It's just an implication that they maybe have some feelings for each other, but just circumstances. He has to leave, she stays behind, and it just doesn't develop into anything.
Oh, okay.
I mean, we know that because like, in the Thrawn trilogy, there is no mention of her. So, like, unless you give us a reason why she wasn't present there, there kind of couldn't have been.
That's true. It's hard when it takes place before the Thrawn trilogy.
Yeah, like Luke would have mentioned her at some point during that whole campaign if she was his girlfriend.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would. Yeah, like in JT, they just become friends. They learn to trust each other more, and then like slowly, like by the time of I guess when the Callista trilogy happens in the timeline, that's kind of where they would maybe get together slowly, and then I don't know, yeah, somewhere later they tie the knot. That would be kind of what I would do because I don't know. It's not even as though they had a plan really to like make her a thing with I don't know Lando, because like when Children of the Jedi came out, right? That's the only mention of them. Like not unfortunately not the only mention, but there was like the first mention of them being a thing. Before that, we already had Assault on Corellia come out, which establishes that Luke is going out with Lando to search for a wife. And that's like later down the line in the timeline. It's like, okay. So it can't be Mara then because why would they go on a quest to find Lando a wife if he has somebody already? Well, clearly he doesn't, because that was just I mean, I think like Barbara Hempley said on I think it was in Legends Con where she said like she never cared for Mara Jade, and I mean that's obvious. She was just
See, I do like Mara as a character.
Yeah, crazy thought, right? I do too. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
just I mean, would you like get rid of any of the films in this hypothetical timeline?
Films,
Obviously the sequels because
I mean,
Zahn
sure,
trilogy.
I don't. I mean, I don't think you need to get rid of the prequels. I think.
I mean, I would have had major rewrites before
Yeah,
they
sure.
would have come
Yeah.
out, but
I think the general
if
idea
we're
of
stuck with
what.
the current iteration of them, I think they can. Be
I'm talking about
work.
hypothetically, Disney or Kathleen Kennedy, whoever says, okay, you can have your own sort of alternate. You know, like what they're doing with Ultimate Spider-Man right now. Just
Mhm.
you can do your own thing.
Oh, you mean like if I had the Disney timeline in my.
No,
under
no,
my
no.
control?
I just mean if they said you could do your own timeline, you can take
Oh.
Legends, or you could
Mm-hmm.
like you're free reign to do what you want with like books, comics, etc.
I don't know. I haven't really like consumed any Disney content from Star Wars that I would consider good. Like I guess the
So no,
closest. Yeah.
I
So.
don't mean Disney content. I just mean like in general. You just had your own like timeline to do whatever you want.
Basically, would you take the prequels or not? That's the idea.
With rewrites, yes. So like I wouldn't mind, like if I like could change something else instead, but I had to leave the prequels, I wouldn't mind leaving the prequels as they are, because I don't know, they are bad, but I think it's kind of difficult. I don't think they ruin that much comparative to other things. But if I just had like, total free control, I would take the general story idea of the prequel, the general arc, and just improve the quality.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what I mean is, so anything you say won't impact actual canon. If that makes sense. In this hypothetical scenario.
Yeah, it would just be for this canon that we're building.
Yeah, it would just be like your own separate sort of canon.
Oh, yeah, I guess so. I would be like, okay, we have like the pre-2012 timeline, we have the Disney timeline, and then we have a third timeline, kind of more or less. Yeah, I
that
think,
sort of thing.
yeah, I guess so. It's like for those who do love everything kind of in the EU, you can have like the pre-established EU timeline, and I would just kind of make an alternate thing. I think I wouldn't mind that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I would as well.
I mean, yeah. If like kind of destroying the other timeline was the only way, I would do that. But if there's, like, I have to be honest, yeah, I would do that. But if there was a way to just create a new one, yeah, I would create a new one. Just start afresh, and yeah, I think it would be kind of
Yeah, me
easier.
too.
Because
Although the only movies I'd keep would be the first two.
the first two, I mean, Return of the Jedi, I would make Return of the Jedi play on Kashyyyk, not on Endor, probably. But I'm one of the weird guys who doesn't hate the Ewoks too much. Actually, I get it.
The
though, they're
Ewoks
goofy.
aren't even. I think they're the least of the problems.
But yeah,
Oh wait. Can
No,
you hear me
no,
still?
no. I think that. Do I have any other huge problems? Maybe not doing another Death Star. I think a giant Star Destroyer fleet would have done the same. So that I don't need another another Death Star. Sorry.
Yeah, mine would. I mean, what I would change, I'd make Luke's plan to save Han a lot less convoluted.
Understandable.
As it stands, I mean, as a kid, it's still cool. I enjoy it, but when you look at it, it's
It's
like,
a bit
what?
reliant on luck, I guess.
Coincidences.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah.
And then, yeah, I'd get rid of the second Death Star. Palpatine I'd save for later on. I mean, in this scenario, I'd probably have them done in like comic form. You know, they've done that in Star Trek as well for one of the original series episodes.
Makes sense. So.
Well, that's because Harlan Ellison kept it scripted. He's a bit he's quite a character.
But there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, and then yeah, I would do what was originally intended and have Palpatine saved for episode 9.
And
then
yeah, I don't know if I would I mean, yeah, maybe it would have been nice to like keep Palpatine around longer, but I don't, because like that sounds like it would be. I
He
mean,
was
if it's before like the Thrawn trilogy, I guess that wouldn't be too much of a problem, maybe. But yeah.
no. It was like originally he wasn't meant to appear in the flesh until episode 9,
Hmm.
and then I mean Thrawn trilogy and stuff could still happen. It would just happen at a later date,
Yeah, fair enough.
and
That-
some things would have to change because, like I said, this one I wouldn't go the whole Luke and Leia sister sibling thing.
Mhm. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That would be a change for you then. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd keep all the solo kids though, because like I said, and
Oh, yeah.
then probably maybe I'd give Luke more than one child actually.
Yeah. I mean, that's definitely my thing. Luke would have had a big happy family, I think. But yeah.
Yeah. Although I know,
Right.
actually no, that wouldn't be a problem. I was going to say because for future stories, maybe you'll have too many characters,
Mm,
and you
Perhaps.
don't want to just focus only on the solos and Skywalkers.
sure. Yeah. But I think you could do
That's
enough
true. Yeah,
variety.
you can make it
You
work.
could have enough variety. Yeah. But yeah, I'm
I
gonna
mean,
at some point I will like do an actual just dedicated stream to. I mean,
that
it would.
topic.
What would I
Yeah.
change?
Yeah, it will kind of be a bit rambly, I guess. Just this, and this, and would kind of rehash what I don't like about specific books. But yeah, it would be actually like
That would be
what
fun.
would
Yeah.
because
I
yeah,
would.
I think I agree with you when you said like the story, like the world building things. I don't necessarily mind that Yavithans are around, or I don't know, like other villains that we have. It's just they need to make more sense, especially the characters, and
Mhm.
that's really it. I don't mind
And
them
then
necessarily existing.
Junior Joe Knights, I would keep. I mean, all it would
Yeah.
require, a few edits so they could fit.
Yeah, like minor things, but that can essentially stay the same. Young Jedi Knights,
Anakin would live.
Young Jedi Knights, I'll see how much I want. We'll see.
We'll see if the
there's-
Kevinisms get to you.
Yeah, we'll talk about them. There's been a few already when okay, I can see Kevin here, but yeah, I'll see. Yeah, exactly.
Oh man, Kevin.
Kevin, yeah, he's a personality definitely. Exactly, yeah. So let's get back to the book. But I think we're on the last chapter of Anakin's quest. Yeah. So Uldir, Uldir gets encouraged by Luke to at least like try being a Jedi a bit more, and Anakin even points out how, when Luke left Dagobah for the first time, Yoda also thought that there's no way Luke would become a Jedi either. So maybe this is also the time for him to keep pushing it and to not give up, because if Luke would have given up at the time when he was kind of told that there's no chance for him, he wouldn't have been a Jedi the way that he is now. Makes sense to me. And yeah, in the end, they clean the lightning rod, so Peckham's ship altogether. And that was it. So
Hell yeah.
yay. I don't know out of 10 what exactly. I wrote like 8-ish out of 10, somewhere in that general area. I think I said it's, to me, below book 1 and 3, but it's above book 2 in like quality generally. I don't know what you guys would say, like out of 10, like maybe Pico, because you read it recently.
8. I think 8.
Yeah, I think it's probably fair. Yeah. So yeah, to me, for now, the ranking is 1, 3, 4, 2 so far. That was my ranking, and I don't know what that means. Fabi, I know I'm full of surprises, but maybe at this point you have realized that I don't actually speak Swedish. The translation tells me that it means you jackass, which isn't nice. I deflect that criticism from me. There you go.
He's just
Yeah.
going through his edgy phase.
That edgy phase has been going on for quite a while, I feel like. So I wonder when it's going to. Then again, he's like a teenager, so fair enough. It'll take a while, I guess. Yeah, lol. it says Mistkerl on German, which is like, I mean, it's an insult. If it literally means jackass, I don't particularly care that much.
Well, then speak English if you don't.
Yeah. Or do you mean? Oh no, I think Berg means like gay or something. Is it? Are you calling me a faggot? Well, thanks, Fabe. You're the one guy I'm gonna take that insult from. Thank you
Ironic.
very much. From a literal. Yeah. Okay. Go away. So we are on the next book, which is
Woohoo,
Vader's
book 2 of
Fortress. Yay! We're gonna up the pace a bit. We have the once again fantastic cover here. We have Anakin, Tahiri, R2, and of course the titular Darth Vader. Probably never heard of him, new character. So yeah, I mean, what else is there to? I mean, it's kind of the same. I said like the same things we said for all the other covers. They look excellent. The faces are very expressive. That should be the standard for all the other books. Vader's Fortress. I mean, yeah, they are going to Vader's Fortress, so that's an accurate title. Nothing more to say about that, really. Ha ha ha. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, chapter 1. Let's start. Yeah. So, oh yeah, this was kind of what I meant before. Is that Tion and Tahiri? They're really like, their relationship is kind of depicted as though they're like mother and daughter, and I think that's like really beautiful. It as I said, it gives Tion something more to do than just kind of being around and being from the first class. And yeah, Tion usually is like kind of quiet. She's a bit more withdrawn than Tahiri is, but still they like really click as characters, and that's very believable to me and nicely done. They just have that like mother-daughter chemistry going on that works really well, where you can believe that. I don't know. That's for you.
I think that's just you, bud.
Yeah, I mean, you're a gay man calling a woman ugly. What can I say? I mean, it's not even a woman; it's a girl. So I don't know. You'll figure that out on your own, man. I'm sure you'll find a good reason, and maybe
We believe in you, Fabo. You can do it.
yeah, maybe you can present us with something. Yeah, there you go. Oh yeah, something that is probably incorrect is Tion has a new ship, quote unquote, called the Law Seeker. So of course that ship, I mean that name at least isn't new. So in Firestorm, which is like the recruitment story for Tion.
Someone messed up here. I don't
Yeah.
know.
I don't know. I think because
This came out first, so
Wait, what's the problem?
Yeah. So in
yeah, go for it.
Go ahead. No, don't.
Okay, so Firestorm, the Firestorm ship is a ship that Tion gets in the short story Firestorm,
Yeah.
which takes place about 10 years before this. And in this book, it says she just got the ship.
Yeah. So
Isn't her ship the Law Seeker though?
yeah, no.
The Lore Seeker, not the Firestorm. Sorry,
Yeah.
Firestorm is the short story name.
Oh,
My bad.
Yeah.
right.
So like the way that in Jedi Search, Gantoris and Streen were recruited, Firestorm is essentially just a short story how Tion gets recruited by Luke, and it's like in between Jedi Search and Dark Apprentice, and it's like genuinely a fantastic story. It's still the best Kevin thing I've read so far. And yeah, in that story, she already has a ship called the Lore Seeker. So yeah, I also think Firestorm came out way after Vader's Fortress. So
It wasn't way after, but it was after.
like at least noticeably
several
after.
months.
Yeah. So that ship, yeah, unless it's like with Geralt from The Witcher, who always names his horse the same way. He always gives it the same name. Unless it's that, that's just a mistake. Obviously, she has that ship already. It's not new. Yeah, there you go. You called me a man. Thanks. I'm so old. I mean, maybe in like 15 years he will be one. I guess I just saw your possible future there. It was
15?
hopeful for you.
20, 30, maybe.
Yeah. We should give him time, probably.
Yeah, we'll give him time.
he needs quite a bit of development.
He does.
Yeah.
He's worse than
Exact-
Aldir.
Oh god. Don't make me remember. Yeah.
He
Um,
basically is Aldir, actually.
yeah, kind of. At least the persona he has right now. It's
The
kind of
attitude.
bizarre. Yeah, it's weird, but oh well. Um. Oh yeah, and the way that she got the lore seeker is actually she swapped it. So she found a bunch of merchants, and she had an old song essentially from the species of these merchants, and in exchange for the ship, she gave them this song because it's like very important to their people, but it's been just kind of lost, I guess, in history. Um, and it was kind of nice, I guess, because only somebody like Tion would probably even have such a thing with them. Like another person, even if this was an old song, you probably wouldn't even know that, and they would see no worth in something like this. But just because of who she is, she took that with her, and by chance, she actually met somebody from that species and figured out that this is a really, you know, a really valuable thing to them. So that was kind of cool. And yeah, exactly. And on that, so Tion basically was like on a trip, and one of the infos she got on that trip is that in an old fortress that still exists, supposedly, and I mean it was kind of clear. Okay, there's the book is called Vader's Fortress, so that mystical fortress is probably gonna be Vader's, and of course it is. And that in this fortress there's still the lightsaber of Obi-Wan from A New Hope. And I was like, okay, yeah, I actually thought that was a pretty cool idea because yeah, it makes sense. I mean, something happened to it. I mean, he probably picked it up and did something with it, and it would make sense to me, like, okay, yeah, Vader probably wants to keep it around, just kind of maybe as a as a reminder that he beat him, or maybe even kind of as a just memento in general, like of Obi-Wan. So I was like, yeah, okay, cool. That's an interesting concept. Chapter 2. Oh yeah, that was kind of interesting. Luke, like it said that Luke still keeps R2 around, and he like kind of regularly like repairs him and does maintenance on him just like as a hobby. And that's just kind of nice, that he has this very. I mean, the fact that he has a hobby in general, I think that's like the first time it mentioned that Luke has free time and he does things just out of pleasure and not for any specific purpose. So that was nice. And there was even a mention that he's like he's building in some improvements that Jaina built together for him. So that was kind of cool. I like that, Jaina obviously would do that. She's kind of now in her phase where she's tinkering around and building these little things. And yeah, to improve R2 with those, that's pretty cool. And they'll also be useful later in the story. Yeah, Luke, he finds out about all the news that Tion just got now. And, indeed, the fortress that was talked about is the Bast Palace on Vune, so Vader's old fortress. Yeah, just kind of made me remember, oh yeah, Vune, that's actually the planet from Yoda Dark Rendezvous, which is an excellent book. You should read it. And yeah, that
Yep.
was nice to actually have that mentioned here before, and also then later on referenced in Yoda Dark Rendezvous again.
Is this the first appearance of Vision or Yun, however you say it?
Yeah, I don't know how it's pronounced. I don't know. Wait, I'm gonna look it up.
I
Actually,
think it was Dark Empire.
it might have. Yeah, it might have been probably Dark Empire, like the first mention of it. Wait, first appearance. So first mention says Dark Empire 2, and first appearance. So like issue 3 of Dark Empire 2, and first appearance is issue 6 of Dark Empire 2.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's it. Yeah, exactly.
I
yep.
just sorry, slight off topic. What do you think about the difference in location for his fortress, Vader's? I mean, Because obviously in the new canon it's on Mustafar, and then here it's just a random planet. But
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I care too much if it was on Mustafar, but I got the impression. I mean, I'm not sure if the Emperor knew where Vader's fortress was. I guess
I feel like he
there-
would.
Yeah, there probably shouldn't be. Like, he probably should know that. I think that Mustafar is kind of too on the nose, maybe. I guess I wouldn't care too much if it was on Mustafar, but I like that it's kind of this plan, because also like how Yoda Dark Rendezvous then later on builds it up, like how the world building is made for that place, that it's also just kind of a dark place. I think it's a bit more interesting than just pulling Mustafar for that. Yeah,
fair enough.
yeah, I like it. I wouldn't care too much, I think, if it was Mustafar instead. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's where we're at now. The book is Vader's Fortress, and it's on Vizhoon View, and I pronounce it however you call it. Lemao. I mean, Fabe, at some point, we had to explain to you, like others, I guess, had to explain to you that, Legacy of the Force isn't that good. I will never forget how we asked you, like, you like Bloodlines, so what do you like? And you were like, oh, this one minor character moment from this one chapter was like kind of okay. Like that was the best defense you could.
There was a neat battle in Betrayal. I remember that one.
Yeah, that was kind of okay. So that was that was all the passion you could pull up for that. So excuse me if I don't believe you that much. Others maybe, but you not that much. And by the way, you also think comics aren't readable for a human, so that's kind of a thing.
Insulting.
Yeah, it's weird. Chapter 2. Exactly, we're still here. Yeah, so everyone, everyone, not including Luke, but Ikrit, Anakin, Tahiri, Uldir, and Tion, will go to Vune along with R2 as well. Anakin specifically also wants to go there, of course, because kind of what the people that Tion got this information from said is only one of, quote, the family is allowed to claim the sword. I guess it was kind of on the question, like, does it mean Vader's family or like Kenobi's family? But I mean, I guess his idea was it means Vader's family, so he's gonna go there. Luke can't, I guess. I mean, as we know, he actually is busy, so that's good. And yeah, he was also just like, he kind of wants to see where his grandfather lived, which, fair enough, makes sense. And yeah, I like just that premise in general. And yeah, once again, Luke asks both Uldir's parents and also Han and Leia first before they're allowed to go. Once again, very good. I like that. Like in every story, it's a point. Like there was a point made that we're gonna ask them every time before they go, because that's what a responsible teacher would actually do. So that's good.
This is just terrible. I mean, Rebecca Mercer is Kevin's wife. She didn't even check with him to make sure her characterization was consistent with his.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a disgusting retcon if you think about it, because we have a Luke that is like totally consistent with the movies. I mean, if you consider like in 1977, when was it? A stormtrooper did bonk his head on the Death Star.
Exactly.
So there's like really no reason why Luke shouldn't send children to their death. That's like kind of the normal logical progression.
Exactly.
Of that.
Right.
That checks out.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, do you remember that scene in Return of the Jedi where Mark Hamill like kicks a pirate and he doesn't actually connect the kick, and it looks kind of goofy? I mean, doesn't that like excuse Luke just letting people die? To me, it does. I think so.
No, but you're forgetting the important details here, because
Oh, I do
Han
forget.
and Leia were inside a space worm.
Oh,
so
true. I forgot about that one too.
Yeah, true.
that means that Luke should be an irresponsible twerp.
Of course. I mean, like, what other argument would you have against that? Really, that's kind of the like, done. It's gone. Like, you have nothing to say anymore. So that's fair enough.
And if you
It's
want further
actually
proof,
checkmate at that point, really. Like,
yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, if you want more, no, I've got even more. There was a monster inside one of presumably many trash compactors on the Death Star,
Yeah.
which
I mean-
means the Empire is stupid because there's a little harmless monster in their trash compactor.
Yeah. That
So
literally,
therefore,
like, there's literally no way out, and there's like a thing that just presses it together and kills everybody inside. But I mean, they're really stupid, obviously. Yeah.
yeah, so which means Luke being inept is completely.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
I mean,
Why
if
would
you
you
think
complain about that?
it's really like a bunch of dumb movies about space wizards intended for children. So
Exactly.
why wouldn't all of this happen, really? Like, there's no reason. So yeah, there you go. Yep. Chapter 3, exactly, yes. So they're flying to view now. Meanwhile, oh yeah, what Tion does is she, because it's kind of topical, they're going there for Obi-Wan's lightsaber. So Tion gives a lesson on lightsabers to the kids, and how you would just usually build them together, or sometimes even get them as a gift, like Luke did, for instance, with Anakin's old lightsaber. Oh yeah, Uldir is, like, this time usually in class he's kind of not that interested in just the theory, but this time, of course, because I guess it's about a weapon that signalizes strength. He's unusually fascinated, at least for the way he usually is. Something that even Tahiri notices that. Okay, he's much more inquisitive and listening than he usually is. I mean, yeah, makes sense. Tahiri. Oh yeah, Tahiri even asks about that. It's kind of interesting that she's asking, like, what's with those that maybe never wore a lightsaber? Like, is that possible in theory, or at least not all the time? And Tion mentions, as an example, Nomi Sunrider, that how after her husband was killed and she killed the killers, she didn't use a lightsaber for a very long time until she had to save Vima and her master. That was, I mean, first of all, it was very cool to mention her. Makes sense that Tion would know. She has studied that time very much. So yeah, it was pretty cool. I like that all of this was mentioned.
I think there's an interesting part as well.
Mhm.
So it's a small part. We talked about this earlier. Tion, she mentions about how. Let's see. Oh, here's the exact quote. So, a Jedi Master waits until the student is mature enough and has enough skills in the Force before beginning lightsaber training.
Mhm.
I just thought it was interesting in light of what we were talking about earlier.
Yes, because this sounds like the logical position. Like, okay, I mean, it's like if you're trying to train somebody to use a firearm, like, you're not gonna give a 3-year-old a fucking AK-47. Like, no.
No. Although,
I-
to be fair, I don't know about Germany, but in Britain we have a thing called young cadets.
Oh yeah, fair enough. But
But that's
but you're
that
actually taught
starts
how
at
to
13.
you starts at 13, and then you're actually like doing
Yeah,
the proper
exactly.
training before then. They don't just hand it right away.
Oh no,
Yeah,
yeah, of course not.
and you're gonna be like heavily supervised.
Oh, absolutely.
So, yeah, and just kind of giving lethal weapons to teens or preteens, yeah, that wouldn't be too smart. I mean,
Yeah, the way this book frames it is that it doesn't matter if you're an adult. So Tion says anyone can pick up a lightsaber and turn it on, but only someone trained can wield it safely.
exactly. I mean, Han had it in Empire. It's just a very long knife if it's a normal person, but
He
it's
had,
kind of
he had
not.
to cut the wampa out open.
Yeah,
to put Luke in.
Yeah, that's very simple. Everyone can do that, but of course, to unleash the full potential of it as a weapon, of course, you have to be trained.
Which is why I hate all this Darksaber nonsense in Mandalorian.
Oh, I hate the dark. Like, I saw the scene where the Darksaber was destroyed in the 3rd season. I was like, I mean, I didn't see the season itself, but I saw that moment. I was like, oh, thank God. Like, it's not like I'm gonna watch Disney content now, but that was so fucking annoying. It was like moderately cool looking, I guess, in TCW, but then it got so fucking important. Like, oh yeah, you're gonna become Mandalore if you have this thing. It's like, oh, you
Yeah.
actually made Mandalorians even worse than they were before. That's kind of a skill, honestly. Like, you're making them so dumb. They're like Wakandans.
I
Oh,
like I liked
Trial of Combat. That sounds so fucking stupid.
I like Mandalorians how they were in the 90s. Most of them are dead.
Yeah.
Bye bye. Gone away. I don't care.
Yeah, I like them when they were better when they were dead.
I mean, look,
Just a few mercenaries here and there.
I also like being edgy. That's all good, but fucking hell, they are on another level. I don't know. It's so dumb. Yeah, but there you go. That's it, really. And yeah, exactly. So no, it was just cool to mention, and that's also Josh, by the way, a reason why you might want to read actually Firestone, because it plays on what was it called, Exis Station, I think.
Exis Station, yeah.
Yeah, and that's kind of where she also talks a bit, I think, if I remember correctly, about kind of the events of, Tales of the Jedi, which happened there on Exis Station. Yeah, I mean, it's referenced at least. I don't think there was a full retelling of it, but
I do like how in the 90s they referenced Tales of the Jedi quite a lot.
Yeah, that it's pretty good. I like it more than other references. Yeah, because it works. Yeah, there's a lot of good things you can mention from that time, so that's pretty cool. Exactly. Yeah. So, Ikrit obviously himself also didn't use one for quite a while, and he mentioned that even before he was on Yavin 4, he didn't use one anymore because, like, he once had a very petty argument with a friend. That's how he described it, and he almost killed that friend with his lightsaber. And
was that the reason?
Yeah, I think it just says. I'm not sure if it ever specified what exactly the argument was about, but it just said he had a very petty argument with one of his friends. He used his lightsaber, he almost killed him, and Yoda prevented him from killing him. I guess the killing wasn't his intent, but it almost would have accidentally happened. That's kind of what I understood.
And this is chapter 4.
This is in chapter 3 of Vader's Fortress.
Ow. Sorry.
Everything all right?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Chapter 3. All right.
Exactly. And chapter 3, he kind of mentions that, Nomi didn't use one. I haven't used one myself. And he just describes that as being the reason why. So that's what I got. Yeah.
Is this is the chapter where he reveals himself to Ulder and Tion, right?
I think so. I'm not sure. I think Uldir. I don't know if he knew. Yeah, I mean, he had that argument.
He didn't know he was a Jedi yet. Until now. I don't know if he could talk, if he knew he could talk yet either.
I'm not sure if you could talk either, but I think I remember that I wrote it down in Anakin's quest, where it was like, the only reason you don't want to believe I'm a Jedi Master is not because you just can't believe that inherently, but you can't believe that I am one, yet you being more imposing physically are not. So I think Uldir knew. I think Tion was the only one who didn't, but I could be wrong on that.
You might be right on that.
From what I'm reading here, it just says he says, on the day I nearly misused it. Wait, no, never mind. So I'm reading it wrong. There was a time 500 years or more ago when I had great power, thought myself too important, that I nearly killed a friend with my lightsaber over a petty disagreement. Yoda risked his life to stop me. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that was just. I don't think we ever learned what exactly that petty disagreement was about. It was just kind of, that's it, and there's nothing.
Well, we don't have to. Sometimes the mystery's better.
Exactly, and the way he describes it, it doesn't seem as though he had like an actual intent to kill him. It almost would have happened by accident. So that's totally fine. Yeah. Exactly. He doesn't use one right now. And one of the reasons he doesn't use them right now still is also that he doesn't want to stick out too much at the academy, because kind of the only reason he's around is he wants to watch over Anakin, because Anakin has a great deal of power. and especially combined with Tahiri, he has a lot more power.
Yes.
Yeah, which I like that concept. I love it.
I love that bond.
Yeah, Luke Mara was already a start of that, and Anakin Tahiri kind of continuing on with this kind of force bond and working together to be even stronger. I like that. It's a very cool concept. So yeah, I'm a fan. I do like this. And yeah, Uldi even asks like kind of what's with him, because he only mentioned Anakin and Tahiri, and Uldi is like no Uldi Ikrit is like also I guess you kind of are included in that as well now, and he seemed kind of happy about that, which was a nice moment for him. Yeah, chapter 4. Oh yeah, Anakin. Oh yeah. Once again, I tried to be funny when Anakin like he points out that how much smoother it is to land the Falcon than it is the Lore Seeker. It's like, yeah, if only that was the case all the time. Like he almost got killed on that fucking ship once. But hey, that's the way it should be. Yeah, like it was the first time actually. Like the way that the Falcon worked is just kind of it always works perfectly fine unless the story needs it to not work. Then it just kind of doesn't because haha, old ship. And yeah, in Corellian Trilogy when they almost got killed in that ship just because it malfunctioned, that was like the first time I had a desire for that ship to just go away already. I mean, but this way it should be. Like it should be a good ship. There's no reason it shouldn't. Yeah, exactly. And other than that, there really isn't a lot more to this chapter other than the atmosphere, which I liked. So it's constantly described like just the way that the planet looks. It looks like very dour and sad, and everyone points out that this doesn't resemble anything that somebody would call a home. Like they are kind of wondering how could anybody think this is a home. Yeah, which I like. Okay, that's kind of setting the tone for going inside the fortress. Chapter 5. There's also really not a lot to say here. They're landing next to the fortress. They're taking the stairway to the back, and they go inside to find a toppled statue of Vader. And as they're like moving further inside, they start to get attacked by lasers. Chapter 6. Yeah, Anakin's like, okay, there are defense systems here. He determines that they're automatic because like the way that they're shooting, like always in the same intervals and patterns. Yeah, it's nice that he's so observant already, and even Tion praises him for his deductive skills. Like, oh yeah, you that you like notice that. I like that too. Anakin kind of like in that moment gets singled out as he's the problem solver for now. So what he does is he sends R2 with little like he has like little mirrors equipped. I think those mirrors were something that Jaina actually developed for R2 and Luke built in. And he asked R2 like, have you analyzed the pattern, like in which pattern they shoot? R2 said that he did. So he managed to like perfectly deflect them. He also mentioned like, okay, those are lasers. It's not like lasers are not the same as blasters, meaning that a blaster, of course, you wouldn't be able to reflect with a mirror, whereas a laser, in that case, like it is possible to do that. So that kind of made sense to me. Yeah, and then at some point, Tion also helps them, like to deflect the laser bolts with a lightsaber. Yeah, and Anakin, he realizes there has to be like. So what Anakin realizes that if people move in here and they're not supposed to get shot, there has to be some way for them to disable the defensive mechanisms. So that's why he moves back to the entrance, and he indeed finds a control panel that helps him shut everything off. And yeah, that's kind of when they're secure for a moment, and Anakin clearly has his reservations about just exploring further into Vader's castle, but he makes the decision, no, we're going to do that. I need to know more. And yeah, and only he is there. So that's what he's saying. Only he is there to decide his destiny as a Jedi. Vader or Palpatine or whoever can't do that anymore. So it's nice to see that, okay, the lesson from the last book is still in his mind. Like he memorized it, and it's like really affecting how he's acting right now. It's nice to have that continuity within the books. Chapter 7, yeah. So they, yeah, with the lasers, they were wondering, like, were they still activated, or were they deactivated at some point and now reactivated again? And kind of, I mean, both would kind of make sense. Like, okay, either nobody ever bothered to shut it off and it's still just working, or at some point somebody got in there and built everything up again. So it's like, okay, gonna see what's happening further down the line. What they're doing now is they are going through hallways in smaller groups, so they're splitting up. But what they're doing, and that's actually very smart, and it's kind of crazy that this is in a children's book as well, is that every 5 minutes they are regrouping. So they go out exploring for 5 minutes, and then when the 5 minutes are over, they're supposed to all meet together somewhere in the middle again. So they're getting through everything faster.
Every horror film could learn from this.
Yes, like always stay in earshot of each other or in eyesight of each other. We're going to talk about that when we talk about young Jedi Knights, definitely, because that's a thing.
You don't need to split up and search for clues.
Exactly. There's usually actually no reason to do that. Like, there's no benefit unless you're like really under stress of time. But
if you're searching for someone in a forest, fair enough.
But even then, it's like, I mean, if you don't suspect that there's a murderer running around, perhaps. But yeah, it's like, it's usually never a good decision to make. But hey, they are having a nice middle ground here. It's like, okay, we're gonna split up, but every 5 minutes we come back, and immediately if somebody's not showing up, we know that something went wrong, and we're following him. Yep, there you go. It's that easy. And oh yeah, at some point they even find like they find like old Imperial like packaged food, that soldiers would get, like rations, and they even take them with them. It's like, yeah, okay, makes sense. And at some point they find a hallway that ends with a metal door, and that entire hallway is supposed to be like a hologram. So there's like a spike pit or something, like you're falling down 10 meters under, like, down the floor, and then there's like a pit of spikes there when you're gonna get killed if you walked further. And it's kind of nice, like interesting trap, at least, because it's kind of by luck, I think, that they even found it out that this is the thing. I think Uldir
Could
was
be a
it,
training room.
no, sorry, what?
I was just gonna say it could be a sort of training room for Vader.
I'm not sure. I think the way it was described is just it's leading up to a room. Like there's a metal door clearly on the other side, but then there's just this hallway, and this hallway is a hologram. So it's just like a trap. I think, I'm not sure how exactly, but I think they threw a portion of their food into the hallway, and they just noticed that it slipped through the floor. I think he even like went in there with his hand, and like his hand disappeared. It's like, oh, okay, so this is not actually a hallway. So that was a smart way also of figuring out that it was a trap. And then they turn around. I think it was Uldi and Tahiri who were there, and they are greeted by 3 just quote hideous creatures. That's the only thing we know for now. And it's like, okay, yeah, sounds like a very functioning safety measure for the place, so that's good. Chapter 8. Yeah, so the others, at some point, the 5 minutes are over. Uldi and Tahiri haven't come back, so they follow after them. And both Anakin and also Ikrit, they try to manipulate the minds of the Draka boars. That's what the beasts are called, and it doesn't work. So they kind of ask themselves, like, how is that possible? And they determine it's that those aren't normal boars then, because or maybe they have just a mind that they couldn't possibly reach. But that's in that moment, that's also when they start speculating, okay, we can't actually reach out to these things. Maybe they are, because the hallway here is a hologram, maybe those beasts are holograms as well, especially since the beasts are just kind of moving on the spot, but they're not actually attacking. And yeah, R2, he like shines a bright light towards the beasts, and just their form gets kind of blurry. So you see, like, okay, like, and they also not, I think they weren't casting a shadow as well, so it's clear that those are holograms as well. But that was kind of interesting. Yeah, you're just probably gonna see them walk back, like run away in fear and fall down into the pit of spikes. So yep, smart trap. I like that. And I mean, they were smart enough to solve that, so I like that. And they also determine, like, okay, the fact that there's those pretty like nefarious traps in here, it indicates that they're getting closer to something valuable, and probably the blade. And then, like, they managed to find the entrance, and that was kind of a weird scene. I didn't 100% understand. I guess it's just, it's like coded to specifically only open for Anakin, because only Vader and, I mean, Palpatine as well, I guess, could possibly know that Anakin Skywalker is Darth Vader. So he just says, "I am Anakin, let me in," and the door yields and opens. Yeah, I don't think it's revealed how Anakin knew. I guess it was just a feeling.
But I mean, I don't know. Wouldn't Vader? Doesn't Vader disassociate himself with Anakin?
He does, but I guess it's just what he determines to be the most useful safety measure, because there's like no way anyone could ever know that Anakin is in any way, like, relevant to Darth Vader.
That's
So
true.
it's kind of like, if I say Anakin, like, other than Palpatine, there's nobody who could know. Kind
Oh,
of.
that's true. It could be a sort of talk in the third person for a password kind of way.
Yeah, it's just like, I guess it's not a. He isn't like professing his his identification with, oh yeah, I'm still kind of Anakin. It's more like, it's a very useful password and nobody could ever know. So
Yeah, that's a good point.
and yeah, I guess maybe Anakin just so here Anakin Solo, maybe he just guessed, okay, his name was Anakin. This was supposed to kind of be a secret, so maybe it just is, and it was his first
Got a
instinct.
feeling,
And
maybe.
yeah, just kind of a feeling, and it worked out in the end. So I'm like, okay, yeah, fine enough. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, they do find the lightsaber of Obi-Wan, and so now we get introduced to basically the villain until the end of the entire series, which is called a powerful mage of the Axis Station. He's just introducing himself as that for now. And in chapter 9, we learn his name. It's Orlok. And yeah, Orlok he's kind of interesting because his introduction kind of indicates that he's basically an idiot. Like, he's sort of an idiot. But the thing is, there's always going to be these scenes where it's clear that he's not just that. He is competent, and he does actually hurt his opponents. Especially in Kenobi's Blade, there's going to be a pretty like serious scene where he does that, and he does manage to like trigger a mechanism, like some tricks, sort of, we just know, with which he escapes, and he also manages to send Tion and Ikrit away into a trap. So they are now split up for real, and the others believe that they can find their own way out. So Tion and Ygritte, they're just in a trap. They will manage to somehow escape, which means they want to, instead of trying to help them now, want to try and hunt Orlok for the lightsaber instead. Yeah, I mean, ideally, probably like it would be easier for them if their masters would be free. But I get it. Like he's now on the run. He has what he apparently wants to have, and makes sense to me that they were like, okay, they will manage to come out. Let's just follow him. So I understood that. Yeah. Otherwise, there wasn't really a lot to say here. Oh yeah. Other than that's kind of a pet peeve of mine. It's like the moment Tion saw that this guy held the lightsaber in his hands, she probably just should have immediately used the Force to pull the lightsaber out of his hand. Same going for Ygritte. Like there kind of was no reason to wait so long for him to perform his trick and to escape. Like I never kind of liked that, because the Force is always usually a very, very useful solution to whatever problem you have. And I'm never a fan if it doesn't get used, even if it's so obvious that it's the best choice. Yeah, but it will get used later on, so that's something at least. Chapter 10. Yeah, so they're searching for Orlok, for the magician, and at some point, Anakin and Tahiri, they find Darth Vader's bedroom, like his old sleeping chambers, and they also find a tube, like that's kind of used as Vader's bed. So yeah, the image I always had like in my head for how it looked. I guess it's kind of the same thing as like the cryo sleep tube from the Alien franchise. That's kind of what I imagine, just with a glass, glass surroundings. And the Anakin, he finds like the control panel, and he just presses one of the buttons. And what it does is it actually activates a hologram of Luke directly above the tube. And at that moment, so like, if Vader lies inside the tube, he can look directly at the hologram. And Anakin thinks about how Han and Leia both, like at their offices, or like on the Falcon, they have hologram pictures of the Solo kids as well. And that's kind of how he figured out, okay, what Han and like what my parents are doing with those holo pictures. That's kind of the same that Vader does with Luke. He, at some point when he realized that he was his son, put up this picture to have Luke around with him. And at that point, I was like, this is probably, and I think that's true still, my my favorite scene from the entire series. Just Anakin realizing that, oh, this is what Vader did. Because yeah, I was just kind of surprised that they managed to. I mean, the relationship between Vader and Luke was something that was like pretty perfect, I think, throughout the original trilogy. Even, I mean, Return of the Jedi, that's like one of the big strengths of the movie. And I didn't think they would manage to make me like Vader even more than I already do, because it's Darth Vader. But it did. So like, this is a very believable portrayal of kind of the conflict that Vader already had, because he realized that his son was around and he's training to become a Jedi. And it's also like this is kind of his refuge, even though Palpatine could in theory go there. I don't think there's a reason he ever would. And so it makes sense that Vader, feels safe enough there to put something up like that, and to have just a memory of, this is my son, in his bedroom. So I really liked that. It was a fantastic scene. I think that was nice, and it was nice that Anakin specifically found it. Though it would have been nice to have Luke find it as well and just see how he reacts to the room. But yeah,
that would have been really cool.
yeah.
What chapter is this?
That was chapter 10. So now chapter 11 is the next. Yeah, fantastic scene. No complaints here. Chapter 11. Oh yeah, Uldir. So Uldir is also searching for for the mage, obviously, and he's like bluffing. So he goes in a room and he just calls out, "Hey, come out! You can hide from me. I'm a Jedi," and it actually works. Like he's just, I don't know whether it's in here or not, but I may as well just try. It was kind of nice that that it actually worked, because, of course, it's gonna be the question, like how exactly is Orlok's, like, does Orlok have powers even? How exactly do they work? Are they like magic or something else? But yeah, in this case, he doesn't really have the Force, that's for sure. So he doesn't know that. He's just lying, and he has no clue where he is hiding. So nice that it worked. There was really no downside of trying that, and yeah, was good.
Oh, sorry. Can I just go back to the previous chapter for 1
Oh
second?
yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that at the end. Tahiri says to Anakin, so maybe he wasn't all that bad, because of course she knows about Anakin's dilemma. So
Yeah.
I think I take that as her trying to comfort him, which again is nice.
Yeah, exactly. Like, hey, no, even if Vader certainly wasn't the nicest person around, but there was something even within him that, like, was
Yeah,
like
he
very
wasn't all
obvious.
bad. Yeah,
Exactly, that very obviously was kind of good, like the way.
and
Yeah.
at the end, I really like the final line of the chapter. For the first time since they had reached past castle, Anakin was very glad that he had come.
Yeah, that's nice, actually. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
cool.
he takes comfort in the fact that, Vader wasn't completely evil. There was still a small shred of the man he was before.
It's especially nice because, yeah, as I said, the moment that they approached Vion and Bast Castle, it got, they all like agreed in their minds, basically saying there is no indicator that this is anything somebody would call a home. Like this place doesn't look hospitable. It looks sad. It looks dour. How could anybody call this a home? And that's kind of the one thing that would work. It's, oh yeah, picture of your child. That's like one of the things that does give
Evoke
that does give
those
impression.
feelings.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that was, as I said, that was a fantastic scene. I really liked that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, oh yeah, Orlok. So that's kind of where my problems with Uldir more or less begin. I mean, here it's fine still. It's gonna be a bit more in Kenobi's Blade, I think. But yeah, Orlok kind of offers Uldir to come along with him and to, like, be taught, like actually be taught something beyond what the Jedi could teach him. And Uldir seems kind of like, flip-flopping between maybe wanting to join him. Like he's luring him out with promises of power. So what Orlok specifically is also looking for is a holocron that's in the castle. And he's like, "Hey, with that holocron and with Kenobi's lightsaber, you could be so strong." And he's kind of, but still he's kind of disbelieving the very ludicrous claims that Orlok makes about his supposed powers. So Uldi is kind of aware of the fact that this guy doesn't really have powers, at least not the way that he's portraying it. So he's kind of uncertain, I guess. And yeah, for now it's fine. So towards the end of this chapter, like he very clearly decides to side with the Jedi, and that the tales that Orlok are telling, that he's telling him, just it sparked some curiosity within him, but they're actually not legit. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
okay, that to me seems like the logical conclusion to come to. Chapter 12, yeah. So Anakin and Tahiri, now they find Uldian Orlok. They manage to, like, distract him first so that they can approach him, like from outside his sight, and then slowly get Uldir out of reach of him, because, like, he is too close to Uldir and could potentially hurt him. And then at some point, Tion, Ikrit, and R2 also join the group again, and they manage to attack him. He disappears in a cloud of smoke, but he leaves the lightsaber behind, which is immediately pulled away with the Force. I think it was Ikrit who did that, or Tion maybe, I'm not sure. And yeah, that was it. Well done. And of course, Tion knows what a holocron is. Of course, she would be really interested in that because she is a lore seeker. She wants to know all about the Jedi's history. So that's what her interest lies in primarily. Chapter 13. So they do find the holocron, and the thing is, they immediately try whether it works or not. It's like I feel like you could have just gone away first, fly home, and on the flight home, check it out, because I mean, if it doesn't work, it wouldn't have worked if you tried it back in the castle either. Like, that doesn't really make a difference. So you might as well just get to safety first and then try it out.
I guess it could have been a fake, but they don't say that, so I don't think that's what they're worried about.
Exactly. It's more like, is this thing broken or not, potentially? Which, like, even if it is broken, then it wouldn't make a difference if you tried it out here or there. But true, yeah, it could potentially be a fake, and maybe they knew, like, okay, no, there has to be a real one somewhere around here. But yeah, that would have worked better, in my opinion. They so the holocron does indeed work. They communicate with a Jedi called Ash Crimson. And yeah, until Orlok, he comes back. He does something magical, and he steals it. So he steals the holocron. I was like, kind of unimpressed with that for now. Yeah, and Orlok moves away. He takes position at a control panel. He's trying to get the kids like into a trapdoor, and R2 manages to like reverse that control panel. He uses it himself, so it causes Orlok to fall down into a trap. All of them are like, he very likely survived that, but they kind of hope just that he learned his lesson and is not going to follow them. I mean, they need to move out. There's no chance really of them, pinning him down or like taking him as prisoner. They just need to go. So it's fair enough that they don't pursue him further. And he also lets go of the holocron, which Uldir catches. So they have both the lightsaber of Obi-Wan and the holocron with them. So for now, everything turned out well. I like that. And chapter 14, they find an old ship of Darth Vader, which Anakin decides should be for Ikrit to keep, and he names it the Sunrider after Nomi. And yep, that was cool. I like that.
Yep, nice reference.
Yep, and they return back to Yavin 4, and they reunite with Luke, and that's kind of it, basically. Yeah, as I said, so that was like, I liked it a lot. That was very nice. Because that was it now. The things with Orlok kind of were weird and too vague sometimes. I mean, we're gonna get explanations more or less of how, like, what he's doing even with powers in the next book. But I was like, okay, even that's kind of acceptable for a junior format. It wasn't like that jarring where it was like, this doesn't work at all. It's like, okay, it's a bit more mysterious, just I mean, by the nature of him being a mage and also this being a junior novel. So I was fine with that. Yeah, as I said, this scene with Luke's hologram, I thought that was fantastic. It was pretty much my favorite scene, and it is still. And yeah, I give it something like an 8+ out of 10. I don't know what exactly. I guess like 8.5, maybe even 9, perhaps. Yeah, it's kind of difficult to find a precise rating and placement for all of these, but yeah, I don't know.
As children's books or just in generally?
I do rate them differently, kind of. Where I'm like, okay, this is a junior book, so I kind of have different expectations for it.
I just put it on the novella scale, honestly.
Yeah.
So I kind of rate it the same. It's just the quality of the writing itself.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah, no, I mean it's true. Yeah,
it, in a sense, it's relatively close to like one of the Lando books.
yeah, that's fair enough. I would agree because yeah, I just noticed that problem sometimes with like Jedi Prince. Let's say I think it was very obvious with Jedi Prince, where it was like, or even with the Lando books or Han Solo books, the Brian Daly ones, where I'm like, okay, this is to me like I don't know an 8 out of 10. Sometimes Jedi Prince less so, but Jedi Prince was more the problem with the bottom rankings, where I'm like, yeah, I would give it this out of 10, but then I remember like a normal, regular adult book from the Bantam era, and I gave it a lower score, but I was like, I don't necessarily believe it's worse than this book. It's just, I know it's kind of too different in a way. Yeah, it's difficult for me sometimes to rate them, especially now that it's junior. But I think I agree with you, Pico. It's probably best to like rate them this way. Yeah, I mean, those are fantastic books. I mean, like, I think other than 1 or 2, none of them are below 8 for me. So, yeah. So I guess 8.5 to 9 out of 10. I don't know what you would give it, Pico, out of 10.
This one is a 9, I think, for me.
Yep.
I think I put it on the level of the first
Mhm.
first one. Yeah, yeah. I'm
Makes
trying
sense.
to organize them in my head. I think this is
Yeah, I agree.
Fair enough. Yeah, so
I'd say
this one.
the first one's probably almost my favorite, just because I don't know.
I
Something
get
about
it.
the first book.
The first one's really good. I just really like the third one.
Oh yeah, the third
And
one.
I think I'm in the minority of that thinks the third one's better.
Oh no, the third one's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, I wouldn't. I kind of have said I believe kind of the first one is better, but to be honest, I could also say the third one is better, and I wouldn't really disagree with that
say
all too much. It's like
1, 3, and 5 are in the best.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's basically the opposite of Star Trek films. Because the joke with Star Trek films is that the odd numbers are the good ones, and then the even
Yeah,
the even numbers are the good
Other way
ones.
around, yeah.
I
Yeah.
have heard
I wonder if that's going to actually hold up when I ever go watch it. Because I've heard
be
people actually
fair-
like starting to go back and watch like the motion picture and whatever the third one's called, and be like, oh no, there's
Search for
actually
Spot. Yeah, the third one's actually
things
pretty
here.
good, I'd say.
Hmm.
Not perfect, but it's.
So I feel
not
like the TNG
bad.
movies come in and just ruin everything.
I haven't watched this yet, but I'm not looking forward to it.
This is what I've heard. I don't know.
it is funny, yeah, because I mean, I like other than the occasional like TNG episode, I think that was like in free TV. I have never had anything to like. I never watched any Star Trek or I mean read anything. Definitely not. But yeah, I have heard this with the movies. Like, what was it? The even ones are the good ones, and the odd ones aren't.
Yeah,
Yeah, I have kind of heard that. So it's a thing apparently. A lot of people, or like most people, seem to
that's
think
what.
that.
Yeah, I just find that funny about Junior Joe. No, it's the opposite. Except the even ones aren't bad; they're just not as good.
Exactly. Like even the even ones are like.
I think the fourth one is almost as good as.
Oh yeah, no, the fourth
What?
one is really good
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah. The fourth one is like of the bad ones, quote unquote. I put it as the best. So like, the fourth one is number 4 for me in the ranking. So yeah, now the ranking is 5, 1, 3, 4, 2. That's so the fifth one was my favorite. I think the best, but really whether it's 5 or 3 or 1 at the top, it doesn't really matter to me all that much. It's like you're getting into very semantic arguments then about like very little details. Or is this little detail maybe better in this book?
Yeah,
I think they're that fantastic where we can be happy that we would have to have these semantic arguments because normally it's pretty obvious, I think. But yeah, I think 9 out of 10 is a fair one. And let's finish this off, shall we? We're almost done now. We start with Kenobi's Blade, and I mean, once again, not a lot to say. We have Anakin, or I guess this old I don't know. He has black
I think
hair.
it's supposed.
Because I think because I'm like Anakin has brown hair, right? And
Yeah, the
Yeah.
hair color for Anakin's a bit off in the cover art. His hair's supposed to be sand brown, which is
Yeah.
pretty much light brown.
because I think the attacking with the lightsaber is what Anakin does, but it doesn't look like him that much. So I was like, wait, is it Uldir perhaps?
Yeah, they probably just messed up.
Yeah.
No,
I guess.
Uldir's ginger, I believe.
Oh, okay, yeah, could be. Yeah, we have R2, we have Tion. Actually, we don't have that many depictions of Tion, I think, so that's nice. Yeah, of course.
Some droids and then those rat-looking things.
Yeah, those. I forgot it. I wrote it down somewhere. They have like a weird. The name sounds like a rodent. Yeah, these weird rat creatures and one of those pirate droids or whatever, like assassin droids. I guess it's an IG unit, right? Now that I look at it, looks like kind of.
It does, kind of
yeah.
a bit, yeah.
The head at least kind of reminds me of an IG unit. Yeah. What can I say? Fantastic cover. Kenobi's blade. Yeah, this book is about the blade of Obi-Wan. That's really all there is to say. Excellent cover throughout all of they were really consistent with them. Yeah, perfect. So chapter 1 to me started out pretty great actually. So what Anakin's doing is he started to collect pictures of his family members. He took the best ones essentially and programmed them into holograms. First of all, I like that idea. He obviously got that idea from seeing Luke's hologram in Vader's fortress. And you kind of get to see which pictures he's taking. So for his parents, he took the picture of his last birthday. So Leia left a meeting early to make it to Anakin's birthday party, essentially. And Han wasn't supposed to be present there. He was like gone. But Han actually surprised everyone, including Leia, by coming home early from a trip. He was on Bespin actually, and Leia was really surprised by that, of course. And Anakin just says like he loves the stunned and happy look on his mother's face when she saw Han, and that's kind of why he chose to take that picture as a hologram. And that was just so sweet. It had like everything. It shows Han and Leia being a functioning married couple. Leia isn't accusing Han of cheating on her while he's gone on doing important stuff. Han doesn't seem to be insecure about Leia. They both care enough about their child to make it to his fucking birthday. Yeah, there you go. That's all I've ever wanted. Is it that complicated? Am I that greedy when I'm saying this is what I always wanted for these characters to do? I don't think it is. But yeah, I was like, where was this in like most of the last 20 plus books at this point?
No, Dan. It's called Star Wars.
Exactly. It's
You
not called
can't
Star
have nice
Family.
moments.
It's Star Wars. So family comes second.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. It's sad every time, man, when I think about this could have been the standard, but I guess we just didn't have that. Sad, but oh well. At least we have it here, so that's fine by me for now. And yeah, he also, of course, he has one of Jason and Jaina, and yeah, he explains how Vader's Hola of Luke gave him the idea to do that, and he theorizes how he had the fact that Vader had it probably was used to remind himself of who he was and why he ultimately couldn't serve the dark side anymore, that this was a part of him. And of course, his connection to Luke was the reason why he didn't serve the dark side towards the very end. So it's nice that he understands that, and also that it's increasingly destroying his problems he has with the legacy of Vader, because he gets to see Vader in a completely different light now. Yeah, that's something I really, because it's like one thing if Luke Luke could have told him all of this, and he did, but we
It's
can
another
see,
thing to figure it out himself. And
exactly, like to see the proof of it. Like he went to the actual fortress of Vader and saw the proof that this was correct. Yeah, because I mean everyone pointed it out to him, like, oh, he didn't serve the dark side towards the very end. He turned back. He loved his son very much, but yeah, that doesn't mean anything compared to seeing it for yourself. So that was great. Yeah, Tahiri, that's also a nice scene. So Tahiri, of course, would have liked if she had a similar thing for her actual parents. But she has one of Tion instead, and she's really happy with that as well because it was her who found her on Tatooine and basically is the best equivalent of a mother that she has. And that was kind of nice that Tion also has a hologram of Tion. That Tahiri also has a hologram of Tion around. Yeah, as I said, it's like
I only have one question.
Mhm.
Do they not have actual photos in Star Wars?
Yeah,
As in like little frame and photo? Because even in Star Trek they have those.
I mean, I do remember, Pico, you might remember when we did the stream about Union. There was
Yeah.
the scene. Was it Mara? I think,
It was
right?
Mara,
She had a picture of of Luke, and Luke looked like very overweight on that picture. And I think in iJedi, Corran has a picture of Mirax around.
Oh, okay,
So I think it's a thing, but
that's
I guess
cool. I like that.
yeah, I do as well. But I think it's sometimes I guess they want to use holograms as like the equivalent, like the Star Wars alternative for a regular photograph, which
I mean, it's probably the Star Wars equivalent of having a photo on your phone or laptop.
yeah. And I mean, if it's in color, right, and it's 3-dimensional, I guess I would understand why they would rather have that instead of just a regular regular picture, because I mean, yeah, it's more real, I guess, if it's 3-dimensional, of course. And yeah, exactly. So Tion has lessons with them and they're learning from the holocron. And Tion, that was also kind of sweet. Tion is like almost childishly excited about learning from the holocron because she cares so much about the Jedi's history, and it's just really nice. And what what they find out is apparently there was an actual like Jedi library on Axis Station that Tion didn't know about. So it was kind of nice that because she used to be on Axis Station in Firestorm. It's kind of nice that we are reverting back to that place once again in a believable way. It was nice. And yeah. So since returning from Vune, Uldir, he kind of has become like more impatient about training more with the Force, and he feels as though there like ought to be a faster way for him to progress. And I'm like, okay, I kind of wondered where all of this would lead to, but I mean, it was kind of obvious, especially from the ending of the last book, that probably Uldir would do something stupid with that idea. So that's kind of the expectation I had here. So yeah, he kind of just was more impatient. Chapter 2. Yeah, and this chapter kind of focuses on Uldir basically having like his pride being wounded. Since basically since the moment he started that there's really no indicator that he has any potential as a Jedi. And what he does, that's kind of starting with like that's I think the biggest problem I had with any scene throughout the series is he breaks into Luke's deserted bedchamber. So Luke isn't around right now. He's I think on Coruscant or something. He's gone. And Tion is just running things. So Luke's chamber, like it's deserted, but it's also unlocked, so anybody could just walk in. Holocron and Obi-Wan's lightsaber, they're also lying around openly, so Uldir managed to just take them with him. And he also wants to steal the Sunrider, so Ikrit's new ship, to go to Axis Station and to get Orlok to to teach him from the holocron, because his like mentality was Luke and Tion, they're withholding knowledge from him, and because of course they don't necessarily need any of the teachings from the holocron. At least that's what he thinks, because like they are fully like full-fledged Jedi already. But he is he needs this knowledge more than they do, so he takes it with him. And yeah, I had multiple, like, that was kind of where I had multiple problems. First of all, I was like wondering, okay, Uldir is still here, I guess. I was like wondering, why exactly is Uldir still around? Because there doesn't seem to be, like, to me, I mean, there was clearly no indicator that he had any abilities aside from what I believe that one cave scene on Dagobah. It doesn't seem, I mean, that's the way at least he was depicted, that he had any like respect really or sincere interest in any of the Jedi teachings. And he also, I mean, he just, his attitude, I guess, is kind of insufferable at times. And I wondered, like, in the beginning, Luke mentioned those 3 months. I didn't know if they passed already. Like, oh, we're gonna see after 3 months how far along you came. I don't know if, because they don't get mentioned again, if they're supposed to be over already and he still has no potential, or if they're still going. But yeah,
I think we're supposed to still be in 3 months.
I guess so. Yeah. So I actually, especially the conclusion. I mean, I like the ending that Uldir is gonna get here, but I guess with that as well, I have less of a problem now with Uldir still being here. That was my initial problem, because I was kind of pissed off how easy it was. And yeah, I mean, Luke not being around, sure, that's gonna happen, but come on, his room should be locked, and the holocron and lightsaber, either they should be in a locked room or just with Tion instead, because she's the highest ranking Jedi at the moment and shouldn't just lie around. And yeah, because it makes it too easy for Uldir to just steal it. Yeah, and we don't see it happening in this chapter, but yeah, Uldir is successful in stealing the Sunrider. I also kind of wondered how the hell that happened. That seemed too easy for me.
Yeah.
And like, especially after, like, I mean, Luke knows that shouldn't happen. I mean, Kip stole Mara's ship famously. Like, there should be some safety measures for ships. I mean,
This is a bit of. I suppose you could just say that the Jedi Masters have good faith, or take everyone good faith
I
that
guess
they
so.
won't
Yeah.
steal it.
I mean,
But yeah, ideally security measures.
yeah. I mean, like, even if it's just, I mean, I always assumed like ships had maybe some equivalent to like car keys, like
I
something.
don't know. Do they?
I don't know. Like, it always is like,
It seems
mean,
like in Star Wars you could always just steal any ship, really.
yeah. Which
But
I
I
mean,
feel like that's a problem because
yeah.
Is it? I mean, I don't know.
I
The
highly doubt,
fighter
like,
jets.
I highly doubt it was like this in the movies.
Yeah, it's like, I guess
Was it?
I
We
never
never saw him insert a key, but
Yeah,
like, it doesn't mean there wasn't an equivalent.
like something, or a password, like something at least. I mean, how did he get the ship to open? Like, did he just step in front of it and it opened, or like what did he do? Like these, that's kind of the questions that I ask myself, because I mean,
Is there any? I mean, there's no. I'm trying to think. Yeah, because with ships it's a bit different to cars, I'd say.
I think
Yeah,
it would
I'm not
just
sure.
probably be like a key fob.
Yeah, I'm pretty
something.
sure if you want, you can just get on any ship, really. If you
mean,
know how to work the ship, then you can fly it.
I guess. I mean, my question is always like, how are they entering? Like, if you think about the Falcon, right? It has like an opening. I don't know. It's not.
Yeah,
You're not
hatch.
entering the cockpit directly. You're moving in like from the side. It's like, how would you get this ship to open without any equivalent of a key, like something
That's true. Yeah, Han.
It doesn't
I
have to
reckon
be like
Han has
physical.
something.
Yeah, like it doesn't have to be a physical key that you're like turning, but something that
password.
works. Yeah, like something that works essentially the same way. I would imagine like maybe there's a control panel with a password or something that you have to enter, and
That
there's
makes
no
sense,
way.
yeah.
There's no way Uldir would know that. So it's like, okay, it's kind of. I mean, maybe I could buy that. There's like no guards standing there just checking whether like the academy is being attacked overnight or something. I can almost buy that, though not really. But yeah, like something as simple as ship keys is like, I feel like that should be a thing. But yeah, there you go. And yeah, I was like, okay, this is really the only issue I had next to, the melody being around but not being protected by the New Republic, where I'm like, okay, I have a problem with this, and I also can't really explain it away with just it's a junior novel, because like the standard that was built up is kind of beyond that. Like,
Yeah. Well, the
so
adventure has to happen, doesn't it? Otherwise,
yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
So I'm like, these authors, like, they showed that they can, I mean, even surpass the expectations I would have for an adult novel. So it's kind of back to, move back again, like to turn out my expectations. I'm like, it's too simple in my opinion. But
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, it's kind of only really this scene, and once the characters are doing their thing, it mostly works, I guess. But yeah, I was not a
Maybe
fan.
for the melodies, the New Republic have their own version of the Prime Directive from Star Trek.
Well, sorry,
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I'm like, yeah, that was just like, that was so obvious to me back then, because I was like, it like really takes no resources probably, like comparatively, but
Oh yeah, just have a couple of guys shooting some big animals.
yeah, that's like the easiest thing probably. But yeah, this was the only other thing where it's like, that like really doesn't work in my opinion. And yeah, that's just it really. And that's kind of the thoughts I had for that. Chapter 3. Yeah, so everybody at the academy like wakes up. It's the next day. Everyone figures out pretty quickly what's going on. Like, oh, this is missing, that's missing, and Uldi is missing. Oh, okay, yeah. And what they do then is they choose to, fly to the Axis in the Law Seeker. So it's Ikrit, Tion, Tahiri, and Anakin. And I was like, at this point, I was like, should Uldir be expelled for what he's doing right now? I kind of feel like he should, but I also would understand if, I mean, I was like, I don't expect him to be. I would understand if it doesn't happen, but I kind of feel like he would have to be. Like, I'm sure Luke would understand what his grievances were, but he's like, okay, but you also can't
We'll get to that
endanger.
later.
Yeah. Chapter, because I actually do like what happens to Uldi at the end, like really like it. So
Me
that kind
too.
of softened me up for everything again. But yeah, that was just my feelings at that moment. Chapter 4. Yeah. Oh yeah, I was it was kind of funny to me. It was at that moment I realized everything, like all the problems that Uldi is having right now, like kind of, he feels like he has a lot of potential within him, but he doesn't get the feeling that it's utilized correctly, and he feels like other Jedi, like higher ranking Jedi, are keeping knowledge from him. It was interesting to see that, the future failings of Anakin, like from the prequels, were actually kind of put into this already, like, and portrayed.
So, George Lucas is plagiarizing junior journals as well.
Yeah, and the fact that it was kind of portrayed as, those are the problems of a child, more or less. It's like, oh, yeah, well, there you go. Kind of poetic, I guess. But yeah, it was like, I don't know. It kind of, I mean, of course, Anakin actually has a large potential, whereas Uldi doesn't. But yeah,
Well, in the Force, yeah.
in the Force, yeah. But it just kind of reminded me of that, yeah. The way it's like they are keeping knowledge from me. I need more. I need it right now. It was just kind of funny, yeah. Yeah. So Uldia manages to land on Axis. The reason he kind of is portrayed as even being able to fly all these ships is, of course, his parents are cargo pilots and they wanted him to become that. So he does have an idea of how to fly a ship. That perfectly makes sense to me. Yeah, so he gets abducted by a bunch of Ranets. That's the name.
Ranets, yeah.
Ranets. That's the rodent residents of Axis Station, and he's brought before Orlok. I'm like, okay. I mean, inevitably Orlok is gonna either refuse Uldia what he wants, or Uldia's gonna realize that there isn't anything actually that he can offer him. So it's like, I hope he isn't too surprised when it happens, but yeah. Exactly, so that's it. Chapter 5. Yeah. Oh, Tahiri has this moment where she's like wondering whether Uldia leaving is actually kind of their fault and whether they should have spent more time with him and like encouraged him more and practiced with him more. And I mean, it's obviously untrue. And Anakin points out, Anakin points out like, hey, Uldia wouldn't even be on the academy without us, and we did spend time with him. It's like Tahiri is hyper empathetic. That's just her thing, that she's gonna blame herself. And it's nice that she does, because it shows that she's really empathetic. But yeah.
Yeah, and she cares.
Yeah. But it also makes sense. Yeah, sorry, go on.
I was just saying, despite how much of a knob he's been.
Exactly, yeah. And it does make sense for specifically Anakin, who A, cares a lot about Tahiri, and B, probably does care about Uldia, but is definitely more negative towards him, or like was portrayed more negatively towards him.
He's willing to yeah,
he's like, hey, I mean, first of all, he also learned, the lesson of you're kind of the consequence of your own actions. That's who you turn into. You can't blame this on yourself. He did this on his own, and yeah, he wouldn't be even here with us. So like, we did more than enough for him already. And yet both Kion and Ikrit handle it very appropriately, I think, as well. They say like, obviously we're going to help Uldia because he very likely is in danger, and we don't want him to be. But they do point out he is old enough to know right from wrong, and he has to take responsibility for his own actions. And it's like, that's it's perfectly a well done answer. It's like they understand that they care for him as a friend, and that's why they help him still. But yeah, in the end, he'll have to do something. Like he did this on his own accords. Exactly. Yeah. So they want to land on one of the docks. It was interesting because it calls back to Firestorm. Actually, there was some docks that Luke and Tion programmed, so they only would respond to their signal. And it's like, I wanted, okay, there is really no indicator that like whoever is on Axis Station wouldn't realize that they are landing there if they attempted it. But it's like, okay, it's probably the best approach, because at least there is a possibility of you being able to land there, and like going somewhere else is like gonna be a dead giveaway. So there's like a slim chance that nobody's gonna notice you. So I was like, oh, okay, fair enough. Makes sense to me. And yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, and also they're like, hey, let's go to sleep, anyone. We want to be on alert when it's needed. So that's good. Chapter 6. Oh yeah, literally the first line of chapter 6 was Uldir wondered if he made a mistake. Like, I mean, yeah, kind of, but oh well. It's gonna be a bit until he realizes, really. Yeah, so Uldir and Orlok are speaking, and Orlok believes all of this, like Uldir coming to him also with like the object that he desired is all like an elaborate trap for him. I guess it makes sense for him to believe that. It's like, yeah, okay, there's no reason really why you should be here, because I guess he himself didn't believe that Uldir would fall for his offer. And Uldir kind of thinks at that moment, like along the lines of, does he really believe he's important enough to potentially sacrifice two very important treasures? It's like, I mean, you kind of believe that yourself because you're here expecting from him that he teaches you something. It's like, I'm not sure if he is really the one who should criticize him for that, for having that expectation. It's like, well, I mean, you're there, doesn't it? That kind of prove him right. You're willing to actually sacrifice these very important treasures to him. So yeah, I was like, okay, you're kind of understanding it, but also still acting on your like mistaken assumptions. And oh yeah, and what Orlok does, I mean, I guess that's actually kind of smart as well, is that he makes Uldir believe that he has like actual force skills. Like he's telling him, hey, like essentially he's telling him, hey, move that rock with the force, and Uldir is trying. He isn't actually succeeding, but Orlok is doing something that gives him the impression of it's actually him who is doing all these like, magical tricks. So I was like, okay, that's well done by him at least, because yeah, it's much less goofy kind of that you would expect from a character like Orlok. So that was good. Chapter 7. Oh yeah, I just kind of noted weird editing mistakes again. I don't know. I think that's just the file that's kind of weird. Yeah, so Tion, that was kind of funny. Tion wasn't named like Bon, so there's an apostrophe, then a capitalized B, and then ONNE. I guess that was supposed to be Tion, but it was just, I don't know, some error. But that of course isn't a big problem. It was just kind of funny when I saw it. Oh yeah, something I think it's only mentioned now, but the Lore Seeker has those like solar sails, the same way that Dooku's ship has in the prequels. I don't
Oh,
know.
that's cool.
Yeah, I don't know why, but I really like the design of those sails. They look really cool, and they make sense to me in a way. So I'm like, yeah,
Yeah, they're cool.
yep, that was cool. I like that. And oh yeah, so they are actually like, really excited, I guess, to also see what Exit Station is like, and Tion shares that excitement because, of course, she's kind of aware of it, and she likes the stories that are connected to it. I just love how, because Tion really didn't have that much of a character before. That's the first time like we really get to see what's even her personality like, and that she's kind of, I mean, childish maybe isn't the right term exactly, but the way that she gets so excited for seeing holocrons and these historical places. I really like that. I don't know. It's just it's
Childish
charming in
wonder.
a way. Yeah.
Yeah, it's it's a nice trait.
Mhm. Um, Chapter 8. Yeah. So Uldir kind of eats everything up that Orlok is telling him right now. But what he does realize is that he can't sense anyone's thoughts, which is kind of what a Jedi is supposed to be able to do. And Orlok, once again, I think he's relatively smart with this. Like he's asking Uldir, like, tell me what I'm thinking right now. Of course, Uldir just guesses something like, "Oh, you're very like proud of my accomplishments" or something. It's like, there you go, you know it, perfect. So, of course, he can't actually know, but he's convinced by, oh yeah, okay, this was correct. I'm actually right about this. I can do this. It makes it more believable that he would fall for a lot of these things. So I like that. Oh yeah, and then Orlok, of course, he does learn about the arrival of the Lore Seeker, and while so Uldir is like it's kind of difficult, the position that he's in. It's very obvious that he doesn't want the crew, like his group, to get hurt, but he does kind of seem unbothered by the very high likelihood of it happening. It's like he doesn't want to.
Maybe he's just pushing them aside, like burying them.
Yeah,
those emotions.
I guess so. Yeah, makes the most sense. I mean, realistically, there's really nothing he could do. I'm not blaming him too much for that, but yeah, maybe it's that, because like it's obvious he does like them and care about them, but I guess it means so much to him to have that he really, really wants to be a Jedi. So I'm not 100% like agree with that, but I understand. So it's like not that big of a deal. And yeah, so the group, they are moving out. They just have to defend themselves from some attackers.
Sorry, I've got to go for like a minute. I might be back.
All right. Then see you in a minute, hopefully. And exactly. Oh yeah. So they are defending themselves from a group of attackers, and like their defense causes Tahiri's hair to be like stuck somewhere, and Tion has to cut it with her lightsaber. So yeah, there you go. She has a new haircut. Chapter 9.
See, it goes to what Fabi was saying earlier with the perm, you know?
Oh yeah, there you go, Fabi.
No more perm.
She doesn't have one anymore, so you don't have to to find her ugly anymore. That's good. Chapter 9, exactly. I like kind of, Anakin finds Tahiri's haircut interesting. So like on her left side, the hair is like chin length, like it just goes down towards the chin, and then like towards the back of her head, it's like blending in with the longer hair. And yeah, it was just kind of funny that he, I guess it was kind of amusing to him to see her with that haircut. Yeah, so that's it really. Yeah, they're just, searching around for Uldir now, and they very briefly like pause when Tahiri is injured, and that's the moment where they also get confirmation that Uldir actually is here, because Anakin is able to sense him with the Force, which, hey, that's good. And yeah, then they get found by the Ranets, so the rodent servants that Orlok is commanding, and more is going to happen with that. Chapter 10. Yeah, so all of these Ranets, they were like looking for something, because they were like in another room, and they've shown like a map of access, basically like where they've gone. Like, okay, we're going here, you're going there, basically. And looking at how they're talking about that map, Anakin managed to determine, okay, there's a middle to all of this, and this middle is where we're gonna have to go, because I guess they're spreading out evenly everywhere, which makes sense. Once again, good that he is so deductive, and they do go there, and yeah, indeed, it's the correct place. However, at some point there's a scene where they're gonna get like chased, and R2 is with them, but the problem is R2 is not like quick enough, and he would just he would just like slow them down too much, slow the group down, so he stays behind in what he thinks basically is a safe room, and he is ultimately captured by them anyway, but it does make sense for him to do that, because otherwise everyone would have been captured. And yeah, their decision made total sense. Chapter 11. Yeah, okay, so Anakin and Tahiri, they fall down somewhere, and Anakin manages to remember one of Luke's like lessons, where he was taught to, like land slowly, kind of the thing I guess you've seen a lot in the prequels with like Count Dooku and Mace Windu doing that, and he manages to do the same with Tahiri. It's like, okay, hey, nice. There's something practical they've learned, put into action. That's good. Yeah, Uldir, so they are now with Uldir, and he's upset because they, quote, want to take him away now that he has power. So he's kind of like just holding on to that. He doesn't want to let go of that power. But he actually is still concerned for them, because the moment that they have they've managed to like break their fall and land slowly, he thinks that it was actually him who did that, because he actually believes now that he has powers. And he is trying to get Orlok to let them go without hurting them. So, it is clear that they mean something to him. And while, they are talking to Uldir, Ikrit and Tahiri, they use the Force to pull both the lightsaber and the holocron away from Orlok. The lightsaber he'll get back again, because there's going to be Ranets are overwhelming Ikrit, and that's how they get the lightsaber back. They're running away. They're asking Uldir once, at least come with us. But when it's clear that he's not coming along, they're still, prioritizing their safety and getting away first and being like, okay, we're gonna have to see what we do next, but we can't afford ourselves like being captured as well, which that's also smart, makes sense. And while they're running away, at some point they reach Orlok's workshop, which shows that, of course, Orlok isn't actually a mage or a Jedi or something similar, but he's just a very skilled engineer. Basically, he's using technology to make all these elaborate tricks that give off the vibe as though he actually can perform magic, where all that he's doing is
He pulls a Mysterio.
Basically it's like Mysterio. Chapter 12. So now they get attacked now in the room they're at. I do love how Tion encourages both Anakin and Tahiri to trust in the Force, because Orlok has a clear numerical advantage with all the Ranets that he has, and he also has a bunch of droids with him. And Ikrit, so the Ranets also have blasters. Ikrit manages to sneak up on them and destroy them with the Force, which is very sensible. Tion diverts the attention of the droids that are present away from everyone else, while Anakin and Tahiri, as a team, so there's a statue in that building. They're using the Force to destroy a bunch of them, by imagining how light the statue is and then making it crash down. It was also sensible, especially because they are supposed to be very strong when working together. So very nice to show that, because of course them on their own, they wouldn't have been able to do that. Chapter 13. So exactly, so Tion is trying to reach Orlok. She's climbing up a ladder, and what Orlok does is he sends electricity through it, and that was kind of, I guess that was kind of the most one of the sadder scenes I've read in the series, because Tion is they're really kind of focusing on that for a few sentences, where Tion is suffering really much. She's under a lot of pain. She even has she's spasming around, and it was almost kind of at least for a children's book, I would say it was kind of disturbing to see her go through that. It was kind of, that kind of sad. And I was I hope nothing else happens to her, like her being crippled or her losing her husband. Of course, that would never happen. So I don't have to worry about. And she even still wants to try and fight, but of course she can't. She's out of it. And the last thing that she's saying, before fainting, is Ikrit. What he does then is, I think Anakin's throwing it to Ikrit, or he's pulling it with the Force. Of course, Ikrit doesn't actually want to use the lightsaber, but now there's really no other option for him. Chapter 14. Orlok sends his last assassin droid that he has towards Tion, who is protected by Anakin and Tahiri. Uldir's coming along. Then he realized that of course Orlok is a liar, and that he doesn't actually use his abilities to protect like the Jedi do. So what Uldir does is he takes off his robe and throws it over the droid to blind it. He even gets injured while doing that, so it's good that he chose correctly and that he kind of even got a bit punished for his mistakes. Orlok, he previously, he used his minions like his Ranids, I think, to get back Obi-Wan's lightsaber. He now loses it again because I think it was Ikrit who throws it away with the Force. Anakin gets the saber now, and he charges at Orlok, and Uldir yells like, "Don't hurt him," which I think Anakin, which I think he like meant to say to Anakin to not hurt Orlok. I was like, I wasn't quite sure how to think about that. Is he like still believing that there's something this guy could teach him, or is he just like, hey, you shouldn't do evil? I wasn't quite sure what to think about that. I was like, if he still believes that there's any use to him specifically, I was like, I don't like that. But yeah, maybe it was just like he shouldn't kill them because that would be good. I don't know. So Anakin, he finally, so what he does, so of course, Orlok also has a bunch of holograms with him. That's kind of his thing, like one of his weapons, quote unquote. He destroys those, and they all of them escape. And Uldir now realized that yes, if Orlok would have won, he would have killed all of us. Like, there's no chance otherwise. And he disappears once again in a cloud of smoke, and that's it for now. And chapter 15. So that's kind of like the epilogue now. Uldir kind of finally makes peace with just flying itself and the idea of like flying, as a job. And he says that even though he doesn't want to do like exactly the same thing as his parents do, he doesn't actually mind it too much, which I think is a nice conclusion for him. While Uldir was helping against Orlok, at least that's the impression I got. I don't know what impression you got. I got this feeling of the Force actually kind of guiding Uldir, at least for a moment, which means that they are telling him like, hey, perhaps you learned something from us after all. And yeah, I got like, okay, there's some minimal actual.
Yeah, there's some sort of potential there.
Yeah, it's just like very, very weak. There's not a lot there, but it is there. That's what
it can still guide him at least.
Yeah, exactly. And I thought that's nice enough because it's clear, very likely, that there's never going to be anything more to him other than these minuscule powers. He won't be a Jedi, because of course that isn't enough. Like at least not for fighting. So yeah, that was it. Luke then had like a very long talk with Uldir, and now Uldir seems determined to go to Coruscant and to become an emergency pilot. So he's trying to help people during this like natural disasters and whatnot, with his abilities as a pirate. Quote, just like his best friends, being Jedi and helping people. Like, okay, I had my problems with this, but I like the arc that he went on overall. I was really satisfied.
I think
with that
in that moment is the moment he deserved to become a Jedi the most.
Kind of, yeah.
True. When he accepts that he can never do it, but he can still try and help people.
Yeah. Would you have liked if he had enough powers to actually become a Jedi, or do you like this more?
I think I like this more.
Yeah,
he's accepted it.
I think so as well. Yeah, I think so too. Because I mean, if he had the actual potential, then probably he wouldn't have these he wouldn't have had these problems with his confidence in the first place. Because he would have made progress then, probably. So yeah, I think so as well. It's probably the best. And that's it. That's all of Junior Jedi Knights. We're done with everything. Yeah, as I said, I think, I mean, talking about it now, I'm more positive about it than I was after reading it, I think. I'm not sure if I still believe it's the weakest. So it was one of the weakest two, at least for me.
Mm-hmm.
I put this one below 2. I'm not sure if I still do, but I did before.
I have this as a 7.5, and I have 2 as a 7, I think. So
Yeah,
I'm
I
okay
have
with the ranking for me.
Yeah, I have like 7 to 7.5, probably 7. Yeah, yeah, I think so as well. I still think it's solid overall. It has a few logical problems that I don't think it would have needed really. But really like towards the end, and especially with Uldir's arc being concluded, even Ikrit having his little arc where he has to use a lightsaber to fight, it just gave everybody like once again something to do. Yeah, was great, and that's really all there is to say. Sadly, we're done with Junior Jedi Knights.
Go
So,
read
yeah.
it if you haven't. It's fantastic.
Exactly. Don't get, I guess, discouraged. Maybe not discouraged. Like, don't get fooled by the name Junior, and like it being about kids, because it doesn't read like it's about kids, or like written for kids at least. It's definitely not on par. It's like better than a lot of adult books, and like just if I'm looking, I have this like the Bantam tier list that we did on stream. Like if I'm looking at the books that are there, I mean like Champions of the Force, Dark Apprentice, Children of the Jedi. I mean, there's so many books from like all of these are worse actually, and it's sad. Like this realistically shouldn't be the case, but yeah, there you go.
I'd like it to be on par with this, but
yeah, imagine how good it could have been. Like it's sad, yeah. But if you haven't read this, definitely do. Probably most of people who haven't read this have read New Jedi Order, and as I understand, for Edge of Victory at least, this is a perfect thing to read before. Or I mean, if you haven't read it before, then do it now. Yeah, fantastic. It's one of the best series in the EU, probably. I think definitely young adult thing. Yeah, and that's really all there is to say. We've gone along for quite a while anyway.
we've officially hit 10 hours for the entirety of Junior Jedi Knights.
That's kind of crazy, actually. I mean, it's nice. I could talk about it for a lot more, but yeah, it's a bit insane. If I consider
It
like
brings up a lot of questions of the philosophy of the Force, and it just makes it longer.
yeah, like I mean, Jesus Christ, Shodan at center point was 1 hour 20 minutes. I'm still kind of baffled. That felt like a speed run, honestly. Like boom, 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 boom. Oh, we're gone. It's done. Cool. Yeah. Read it definitely, and yeah, that's it. There's nothing more to say. I'm gonna thank Josh on Discord. Unfortunately, he had to go. Definitely thanks to him for staying for so long, and to you, of course, as well, Pico.
Yay!
Well over 5 hours. That's quite a while. And yeah, the next stream, I can't commit to it yet. I think the Sunday, not next week, but like the week after that, should be manageable for me. Like, so what's that? Wait, it's 28th is the next one. The 4th of February. That should be possible for me to hit for the first 3 books. I think we're gonna keep at that interval. I think, especially looking at how much we've talked about these, even though it's Kevin books, I don't think it would be wise to like do 6 books in one stream. So yeah, the first 3 books.
Maybe we'll see how much we can read in the 2 weeks we have.
I guess so. Yeah.
Probably just the first 3.
Yeah, I think so. Like, if you're gonna watch this, prepare for the first 3. I'm also gonna ask Brennan. I think Brennan has like school stuff, but maybe he has time to jump on if he wants to, for Young Jedi Knights. But yeah, gonna set up the stream if I have, the feeling when I'm gonna be done. Either 4th of February or the 11th. Like that should be the latest stream probably. And yeah, that's really it. I have nothing more to say. So thanks for listening for this long, and have a good day, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye.